Hello everyone and welcome to our first tutorial on JavaScript for beginners. My name is Dara O'Neill and I will be your instructor for this course. So what is JavaScript? JavaScript essentially is a scripting or a programming language that gives us the power to give more functionality to websites. So for example, you might use HTML to add an image to a page and CSS to position it or style it. But that's all we can do if all we know is HTML and CSS. So JavaScript can be used to give life or functionality to a website or a web page. So for example, a user might click on a button and we provide them some data, maybe local weather information. Okay, so obviously JavaScript can be used to go get data from a database or an API. Okay. In addition, we can use JavaScript to do other cool stuff like hide content, show content, and even change content. By changing content, I mean we could change the color of text to be red or blue, we could make it bigger or smaller, or maybe even if the user is trying to hover over something with some sort of pop-up, maybe we're working for an airline and we're trying to encourage them to buy a product on our website. So JavaScript works very well alongside HTML and CSS, and sometimes people describe this as almost like building a house. HTML, hypertext markup language, is the building blocks of building a house. Okay, HTML, you can put text on a page, images on a page, but that's really all you can do. CSS is the styling. That's where you can change the size, the positioning, etc. And JavaScript is providing functionality. So some people often describe HTML, CSS, and JavaScript working together to build websites as almost like building a house. HTML is the building blocks. It's the timber frames, it's the concrete. CSS is the styling, painting the walls, putting in some nice tiles, etc. But JavaScript is the functionality. That is where light switches work, where you turn on a tap and there's water. So JavaScript is a very powerful language used to power most of the current World Wide Web. So what will we be learning in this series? We'll be covering all the basics together. So we'll be learning about how to use the console, variables, the different data types in JavaScript, so strings, Boolean, numbers, arrays, objects, etc., loops, part of control flow. So that's what we have to look forward to in this tutorial series. So let's begin our journey together. Okay, so in this tutorial, we're going to write our first piece of JavaScript code together. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an index.html file. So we'll create a very basic web page with some boilerplate HTML. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to link to an external JavaScript file. When I say an external JavaScript file, we're just going to create a file in Visual Studio Code, our text editor, and then we're just going to link up the HTML page to the JavaScript page. So what I've done is on my desktop, I've created a folder called js-yt for YouTube, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just save an index.html file, so that'll be the web page, and then a script.js file. So I'll explain all of this to you. So inside of our Visual Studio Code, I'm just going to say File, Open Folder, and I just want to select, I'm personally selecting this one here called JSYT. The name isn't really important, but basically it just means now that I've selected it, when I create a file, we're going to be saving it inside of the that folder. So I'm going to say File, Save As, and I'm just going to call this file index.html, and that will change the file extension to be of HTML. Okay, so this is where we can write our boilerplate code. Now, I could manually type out, the opening and closing head tag, the title tags, and the body, etc. But Visual Studio Code can give us boilerplate HTML. If you just write out HTML:5, okay, and inside of the body tags, the opening and closing body tag, we'll just create a h1, okay, so a heading 1, and we'll just say JavaScript is awesome or is amazing or something like that. Control S to save. Okay, great. And what we can do is, if I just go into this folder and double click on my index.html file, computer will just take a moment. We have this web page that just says JavaScript is awesome. Okay, great. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to create a script file. So we're going to call this script.js. I'm going to say file. You can say new file or new text file, whatever the case may be. And I'm just going to call it script.js and hit enter. And whoops, script.js. So the JS extension is important, and create file. And now what we have here is we have in the same folder, I'll just prove this to you, we have an index.html and we have a script.js file, okay? And you can see that there. So JavaScript source file, and this is a Chrome HTML document. So this is the web page where we can put content like an image, etc. And the script file is where we can write JavaScript. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to link up these two files. If I was to start writing JavaScript code in here, nothing is going to happen on our web page because we haven't told this index.html file to look out or listen out for any JavaScript code. So how you do that is we're going to have an opening and closing script tag, and by convention it's best to put them right before the closing body tag, okay? And the reason for that is it allows the web browser to load all of your HTML content first, images, etc., before loading the JavaScript file, because if there's an issue with your JavaScript file and you put the script tags up here before the content, you know, there could be some issues with your web page loading if you have any errors in your JavaScript file. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create an opening and closing script tag. So I'll just say script, if I can spell that correctly, script, yep. So the opening script tag and the closing script tag. And inside of the opening script tag, I'm going to say source, SRC, and the source attribute is basically waiting for us to tell it where to point to, where to listen out for the script file. And because they're in the same folder, I can just type out script.js. So now if I press Ctrl S to save this document, the circle disappears. This HTML file is now hooked up or listening out for code here in the JavaScript file. Now to prove that to you, we're going to do an alert hello world. So if I refresh this document here, nothing happens, okay? And remember that title is called document because of here. We can just say, you know, JS series if you want to change the title there of the document. Hopefully you know that already from basic HTML. So let's write some JavaScript. The first thing we're going to do is just write out alert, that keyword alert, and then parentheses. So to get the parentheses, press shift and then the number 9. And if it doesn't give you the closing parentheses, just press shift and 0. And inside of alert, what I want you to do is have quotations. So you can use single quotes or you can use double quotes. The important thing is whatever you start with, you finish with. I will use double quotations, and I just want to say hello world. And then what we can do is just put a semicolon here. Now this entire thing is known as a statement in JavaScript. It is a one-line statement, and what this should do is alert out to the browser hello world if we've got this to work. First we need to save the file, so press Ctrl S to save. The little circle disappears, so we've saved it. If I then come down to the Google Chrome browser, the icon and refresh, we should now see this page says hello world. Okay, awesome. And you don't need to just alert out hello world as well. You could alert out something else like, you know, I love the weekend or something like that. Okay, Control S to save. And if we refresh, we get a new message, I love the weekend. And notice how there's a little circle going on here. I don't know if my video editor will capture it, but this page says I love the weekend, and only when I press OK does the text load there. So that's quite interesting. So this is sort of, you know, how web pages can interact with each other. So listen, we've covered the basics there in this tutorial. So what we did is we just created boilerplate HTML. We then have learned how we can basically create a JavaScript file by saying script, that's a good convention name, .js. The JS extension is important. That way your computer knows and browsers know it is a JavaScript file. And to get it hooked up, you have your opening script tag and your closing script tag. And inside of the opening script tag, you just want to have source is equal to script.js. And the reason it's script.js is the file name is script, that's what I called it, and it has a .js extension for JavaScript. And then to alert something out to the browser, all we have to do is say the keyword alert. And then we have our parentheses, and inside of quotations, we just have a message. We set hello world, and then I love the weekend. Okay, awesome. So in the next tutorial, I'll show you how to use the console, and then we'll start looking at variables and data types in JavaScript. So I'll see you in the next one. Hello friends, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to show you or introduce you to the console in JavaScript using Google Chrome. The console is a really cool thing to understand and to know when you're working with JavaScript. What you can do is you can log out messages to the console and write JavaScript there. We'll be sticking with writing all of our JavaScript code in this tutorial series in Visual Studio Code, but the console is very powerful, so I want to show you why it's great. So what I've done is I've opened a new tab here in Google. So what you can do is in the top right hand corner of your screen, there should be 3 little dots. If you scroll down to more tools and then go into developer tools, or you can press Ctrl+Shift+I, what this does is it opens up the console for us. So what you're able to do, we'll just clear the console here. Clear console. Okay. So what you're able to do in here is you're able to write a JavaScript code. Okay. So to prove that to you, we're just going to write alert and then hello world. So we can write alert. We have our opening parentheses. I'll use single quotations. We'll say hello world, single quote to end that message, parentheses, and then semicolon to end the statement. Now watch what happens when I press enter or run the code. We alert out, Google Chrome says, hello world. So just for some practice, try alert out your name or a celebrity you'd like to meet. I would like to meet Britney Spears because I listened to her music when I was younger. I listen to a lot of Miley Cyrus now actually, so we'll do Miley Cyrus. Okay. So again, we've seen alert before. All you do is you write the keyword alert, open your parentheses. If you're starting a message with a single quote, end it with a single quote. And now if I press enter, we see Google Chrome says Miley Cyrus. Okay, awesome. So just going to clear the console. So what we can actually do is we can log out messages to our console here in our index page that we've done. Okay, so to prove that to you, what I'm going to do is we're going to write some code. So let's just first of all open the console. Okay, so let's just see here. More tools. Developer tools, and then we have the console there. So what we're going to do is we're going to write out some JavaScript to the console. So we have our index.html file, which we saw previously, and what we're doing is we're linking to this JavaScript file here. So inside of our script.js, we can write out our code. So remember, in the last tutorial, we alerted out I love the weekend. So if we refresh, this page says I love the weekend. So we're going to delete that code. We still love the weekend, but rather than alerting that out, why don't we log that to the console instead? So all we have to do to log out messages to the console is say console.log, and inside of parentheses our message, and we can say, you know, we love the weekend, okay, semicolon to end our statement. I'm going to press Ctrl+S to save. Notice the little circle disappears because I've saved the file. And if I scroll down now to Chrome, and then refresh, we see here we get a message, we love the weekend. Okay, awesome. So you can do more than just log out messages. You can actually log out numbers as well if you wanted. So you could say console.log, you know, the number 2, for example. So if I save and refresh, we're going to see the number 2. I just logged it out, just so you're aware. You can log out numbers to the console, but you can also perform, you know, math operations as well. So, you know, like what's 2 plus 2? What's going to be logged out of the console? It's actually going to be the result of that operation, so it's going to be 4. Okay, great, awesome. And just for one last piece of practice, just maybe log out your name to the console. So console.log, my name is Dara. Right, so let's just save and refresh. And for one last piece of practice, let's just log out the name of a celebrity we'd like to meet. So say console.log, you know, Britney, your music is great. And I spelled music, doesn't seem right. Anyway, semicolon, end the statement, and refresh. we say, Brittany, your music is great. Okay, awesome. So guys, in that tutorial, we basically learned about the console for the first time. We'll be working a lot with the console in this course. As I say, you can actually write JavaScript directly in the console, but for the purposes of this course, we're going to be writing all of our JavaScript inside of our script.js file. The console is very powerful, especially when you write more advanced programs, when you're trying to troubleshoot or find out what's going wrong, or maybe you're trying to get external data from an API for the first time, maybe a weather API or the YouTube API, and you want to make sure it's working. Sometimes it's great just to log stuff out of the console to make sure you're getting the data that you want. Okay guys, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello friends and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial I'm going to teach you about comments in JavaScript. So in JavaScript you can write comments to other developers. Maybe you've written a large piece of code and you're just explaining what the code does, or you've written a large piece of code and you have comments, almost like titles above each block of code explaining what the code does. You know, this bit here the user logs in, this bit here the user presses a button and a certain video plays. So comments are not executed by JavaScript. So you know the way here we've written console.log, you know, we love the weekend, console.log the number 2, console.log 2 plus 2. When the browser runs this code, you've noticed here I've actually written a comment in JavaScript. So how you write a comment in JavaScript is you just write // and whatever it is you want to write. So I'm going to say I am a comment. Now, so far in this course, we've seen how we can alert a message and how we can log something to the console. When we refresh the browser, you're not going to see anywhere comments in JavaScript or I am a comment. So just to prove that to you, I'm going to just go down to Google Chrome and refresh the page. And you notice that we don't see our comments anywhere, okay? So comments essentially don't execute to the browser. So you can write a single line comment using //. You can also write a multi-line comment. So how you do that is you write a /**, and then you can say I am a multi-line comment. And how you close it out is you just do an asterisk and a / again. So if I save now, nothing is going to happen. We're not logging anything out of the console and we're not alerting it anything, okay? So what we'll do is we'll just write a comment saying this piece of code alerts something to the browser, and then another comment, this logs something to the console. So we'll say the code below alerts hello world to the browser. Okay, so that's just a comment in JavaScript. And how we would alert something to the browser, as we know, is we would just say alert, parentheses, use single quotes or double quotes. It's up to you. Just make sure whatever you start with, you end with. So I'm using single quotes. So we'll say hello world, and then semicolon to end our statement. So what's going to happen is our browser is going to open this script.js, and it's going to say, okay, comments in JavaScript, I can ignore that. We have another comment here. The code below alerts hello world to the browser, and then we've written our code, alert hello world. So if I now save and refresh, we get hello world. Okay, awesome. Just for practice, what we can do is we can delete that and we can say maybe the code below logs hello world to the console. So we've seen how to use the console before. We can say console.log. I'll use single quotes again. Hello world, semicolon to end our statement. I'm going to press Control S to save the file. So the circle's disappeared. So now we've updated our code. When I refresh, we don't alert anything, but we say hello world. Okay. So guys, that is a single line comment in JavaScript. I beg your pardon, and a multi-line comment. Okay. Now you can also, if you wanted to, you can basically, I'm going to show you another thing you can do is say you had a block of code like that. So 5 hello worlds for some reason. We'll just save and refresh. So we get hello world a few times. If you want to comment out a block of code, all you need to do is press Control /. If I then press Control S to save the script file, all of that code has been commented out. And if I save and refresh, we no longer see that. So maybe if you're writing a more complex piece of code, there's an error, something's gone wrong, you can comment out the code and have a look through it to see what's gone wrong so the browser isn't yelling at you. If you want to uncomment out code, maybe you're happy with it, you can just again press Control / and then the code comes back. And if we save and refresh, we see that now. Okay, awesome. So guys, the key takeaway from this tutorial is we can write comments in JavaScript. You can write a single line comment using the / twice. So I am a single line comment. You can also write a multi-line comment using /*. I like the Spice Girls. Okay. And then asterisk / that's a multi-line comment. And basically, comments are really used in the real world to write messages to other developers. Okay, so remember, if you get really good at coding and end up getting a job as a developer, you'll have to write large complex pieces of code, and basically what will happen is you'll be writing comments so other developers can understand your code. So I'll see you in the next tutorial where we will be learning about variables, a very important concept in JavaScript. So I'll see you then. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial we're going to start talking about variables and the different data types that we can work with in JavaScript. So what is a variable? Well, what we can do is we can store data in a variable and then refer to that variable later or do something with it. So for example, maybe you've learned a bit of HTML and CSS and you're creating a fictional website, maybe a donut company for some reason, okay? And it's a nice website, people can go on and look at your menu, but you decide you want to start getting into sales, you want to start getting people to sign up to your website. Maybe it's a subscription, and every Saturday you're going to get up early and deliver donuts, right? Well, what I've done is I've gone to the Stripe website here because you might want to sign people up to your business in the way Stripe here has sort of this online sign-up form. So you might need to get someone's name, their email, their payment information, etc. So their name and email, that data type would be known as a string. It is a string of data, it's text, whereas their card number, Visa, MasterCard, etc., that's going to be a number, the expiry date can be a number, etc., their postcode, etc. And then you might have like a Boolean, a true or false value, are they signed up already? Because you want to take this data and store it in your database. So conceptually, as I say, there are different types of data types we want to work with in JavaScript. Strings, numbers, adding numbers together, Boolean, true or false, null, which we'll speak about later on in the course. But we'll talk about this over a few different tutorials. For this tutorial, what I want you to do is just learn how to create a variable and assign it a value. So how we do that is we can use the let keyword in JavaScript. So I'm going to say let age equal 32. That's actually my age. And semicolon to end the statement. So what I'm doing here is I'm using the let keyword. Okay, I'm saying let age. I've decided to call the variable age, and I've used this equal signs here, and I've assigned it the value of 32. 32 is a number. So the equal sign in JavaScript is known as the assignment operator. So what we've done is we've used the keyword let to create a variable. We've named the variable age, okay? And using the assignment operator, or the equal sign, the assignment operator, we've assigned the variable called age the value of 32. And now what I can do is I can actually log out to the console this variable. So if I say console.log, I think their age is, okay, so I'm just constating out a string here, comma separate, and we're going to log out the value of age. What's going to happen? Well, we're logging out to the console. I think their age is, and that's a string, comma, okay, and then age. And what we can do is we can just create an extra space there so it reads nicer. So age actually has a value of 32, so it's not going to log out I think their age is age. It's going to log out I think their age is 32. So to prove that to you, let's save and refresh. And we get I think their age is 32. So congratulations, you've actually just, basically created your first variable there. just for practice, I'm going to write a comment. We're going to say create a variable called, I want you to call it my name, and write out either your name or someone that is your hero. So what we're going to do is, again, we're going to say let, and I'm going to create a variable called my name. I'm going to assign it the value of Dara, so single quotes, okay? And then I can log out variable my name to the console. So my name, and if I save and refresh, let's have a look, and we get Dara is logged out of the console. So what did we do here? Well, I wrote a single line comment using the /. We've seen comments previously, and I just gave you instructions. I said create a variable called my name. Okay. So what I did was I used the let keyword. So I'm saying let my name. Then I've used the equal sign, and remember the equal sign, okay? The equal sign is the assignment operator, okay? So that is the assignment operator, and we use that to assign a value to a variable. So what we've done here is I've taken my name, a string called Dara, and I've assigned it to this variable, my name, and then I logged it out to the console, okay? So I'm just going to give you one last instruction, and then we'll do another tutorial on the data types. What I want you to do is I want you to create a variable called hero and assign it the string value of Bruce Wayne or Batman. It's up to you, okay? So how would we do that? Well, we know we can create a variable using the let keyword. So we say let, we're going to call the variable hero, and how do we assign the value of Bruce Wayne to hero? We use the assignment operator, or the equal sign, and we can use single quotes. We're going to say Bruce Wayne, okay? Then what we can do is we can just log out to the console the value of hero. So remember, to log something out of the console, we just say console.log, parentheses, and hero. So hero, the variable, has a value of Bruce Wayne. So if I save and refresh, we get Bruce Wayne. Okay, awesome. And what you could do as well is we could actually maybe log out to the console something like, I think Batman's real name is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use double quotations to open up this string, and I'm going to say, I think Batman's real name is, comma, separate that string from the variable, and I'm going to write it hero. So what do you think is going to happen here? Well, what we're doing is we're saying console.log, we're instructing the console to log out a message to the console, which you've seen before, we've seen the console, and inside of parentheses, so I have my opening parentheses here and my closing parentheses, and I'm ending this entire statement, this line of code, with a semicolon, and inside of the parentheses, I'm opening with a double quote, and we have a string here. I think Batman's real name is, note the little space there at the end. I'm comma separating this string that I wrote with the hero variable, and hero is a variable of type string, and we know it's going to say Bruce Wayne, because up here we've created a variable called hero. We've said let hero equal Bruce Wayne. So logging out to the console now, we're going to see I think Batman's real name is Bruce Wayne. So let's just save and refresh, and we see here I think Batman's real name is Bruce Wayne. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is an introduction to variables in JavaScript. We'll talk more about variables and data types over the next few tutorials. Basically in JavaScript, you can create a variable and store data in it. It is very useful if you want to get information from a user. Maybe someone is signing up to your website and you want to get their name, their age, their email, etc. Okay, so guys, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, in this tutorial I just want to spend a bit more time working with strings, because I've taught you how to create a variable and assign it a value, but I also want to show you how you can essentially reassign a variable a different value. We're going to work with strings again in this tutorial, then in the next tutorial we'll look at numbers. Okay, so what I want to do is let's delete all of that there, and what I want to do is I want to just create a variable called string. We'll call it our favorite hero. We'll call it we'll assign it a value of, let's say, Batman, and then we'll reassign it a value of Superman later on in the tutorial. So we know how we can create a variable. We use the let keyword, so we'll say let hero, or we could say favorite hero. So we'll say let favorite hero equal, we're going to assign the value of Superman. Okay, so we've seen this before. We've used the let keyword. This is our name for our variable, so we're calling a favorite hero. So normally with naming conventions with variables, you use camel case where there's more than one word. So what I mean by that is this. If we were going to call it hero, hero would be lowercase. But if we wanted to call it favorite hero, first word favorite is lowercase, but the second and subsequent words begin with an uppercase, okay? So favorite hero, okay? So we have let favorite hero equal Superman, the string. So what we've done here is we've created a variable and assigned it the value of Superman. And remember, Superman is of type string, okay? Superman is of type string. And what we can do is just log that out to the console. So if we say console.log, our favorite hero is, and all we need to do is just write out our favorite hero there, semicolon to end statement. So let's save and refresh. I'm going to go down to Google Chrome. Whoops, apologies. I'm uploading my, I'm uploading the content as I go along. Okay, so now let's refresh. Our favorite hero is Superman. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. Right, now, what if we wanted to reassign the value of favorite hero to a different hero? Well, what we can do is we can do that. Now, I don't need to say let favorite hero again, okay? We've already created the variable here, initialized it using the let keyword. So we don't need to recreate the variable. What we can do is just say favorite hero and then assign that a new value, and we're going to call that Batman. So now, if I copy this code here, where we're saying console.log our favorite hero is favorite hero, it's actually going to be Batman down here. Remember, JavaScript will execute the code line by line. So it's going to come into our script and say, okay, that's a comment. What's happening here? Well, the developer, me and you, who've written this code, they're saying let favorite hero, the variable name, be assigned the value of Superman, the string. And then they're asking me to log out to the console using console.log. Our favorite hero is, favorite hero. So that will be our favorite hero is Superman. But later on, what we do here is we're actually reassigning the favorite hero variable a new value of Batman. So this variable now has a different value in it. And you do want to do that sometimes with variables, update the value. For example, maybe you have a variable called age in a database, and when it reaches a certain date, you want to increase the user's age by 1. Maybe you're getting stock data and the stock data is changed. So you do, on occasion, want to update the value of a variable by reassigning it a different value after you've initialized or created the variable for the first time. So when you create a variable for the first time, you do need to use the let keyword. But down here, we've already created the variable. We don't need to recreate it. We're just assigning a new value. So we're going to log out to the console. Our favorite hero is favorite hero. So let me just go down to Google Chrome and refresh. And we see here, the first time the code runs, our favorite hero is Superman. And then we get our favorite hero as Batman. And remember, that's because for our favorite hero variable, we assign it a value of Superman. Then we just log out to the console. Our favorite hero is favorite hero. That variable favorite hero is assigned the value of Superman. That's why we see this text here. Our favorite hero is Superman. But then later on, in line 6, or on line 6, we reassign or update the value of the favorite hero variable. We assign it a value of Batman, okay? So now favorite hero, the variable, no longer has a value of Superman. It now has a value of Batman. Then we log out to the console. Our favorite hero is favorite hero, i.e. Batman. So remember, variables are basically almost just like a container where you can store data in them. So, okay, great. So we worked again with strings in this tutorial. What we'll do now, and you also learned that not only can you create or initialize a variable, you can also reassign it a value. To show you a very quick example of that, we could say let hero equal Superman. So we've created or initialized a variable, created a variable called hero, and using the assignment operator, we've assigned it the string value of Superman. But then what we can do is reassign the value of hero if we wanted a new value of Batman. And now if we log out that to the console, console.log the value of hero, what do you think we're going to see? Well, we're going to log out Batman, aren't we? Because we initialize a variable or create a variable for the first time called hero. So when you initialize a variable you're creating for the first time, we use the assignment operator, one equal sign, to provide that container, the hero variable of value of Superman. But then what we do here is we actually update or reassign a new value to the hero variable, and that value is now the string of Batman. And all we do then on this line here is just log out the variable hero to the console. So what do you think we're going to see? Well, we're just going to see Batman. Okay guys, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial where we'll be working with numbers. Hey friends, welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, there's a few additional things I'd like you to learn about. So far we've learned that, well, we've learned about the concept of variables, right? We can declare a variable and assign it a value. But the first thing I want to talk about is the variable naming conventions. So let's say we create a variable called hero. So let's say let hero equal Batman, okay? Because the variable is only one word, the first letter is a lowercase, okay? So we've seen that previously, okay? But if you're going to do a word with two letters or more, you want to have, you know, that camel case. So we could say, for example, the hero. So the first letter of the first word is lowercase, but for every subsequent word, it starts with an uppercase. That's known as camel case, okay? Now, the other thing as well is when you're creating a variable name, well, also the other thing is if you hover on a variable, you notice it tells you the type. So you see there it says let hero :string. It is telling us that that variable is of type string. And for example, we could do let hero age be equal to, we'll say 34. And if we hover on that, we see hero age is of type number. But if we do, let's say, hero name, and we say equal to Batman, and we hover on that, it is of type string. So this is basically us creating a variable of type string, and this is us creating a variable. We're saying let hero age equal 34, and that is a variable of type number. Okay, awesome. Now, when it comes to naming conventions, not only can you use letters to name a variable, you can also use at the end of the variable underscore, $, and numbers. So for example, I could say hero name 1, hero name 12, hero name, or even hero number 250, okay? I could also say hero and give it a $, or hero with an undercase, okay? Now, you can also do that at the start. You could have underscore hero, you could have $, hero, but if I try to put a number at the start of a variable name, JavaScript starts giving out to me, okay? So basically you cannot start a variable name with a number, okay? So just so you are aware of that. Okay, great. We've seen before that when you want to create a variable, you know you have to use the let keyword, give your variable some sort of name, use the equal sign, i.e. the assignment operator, to assign it some sort of value, okay? But there's other ways you can create a variable as well. You can use the var keyword. So you could say var hero is equal to Batman. You can say let hero, or you could even say const, okay? So what are the differences? Well, var stands basically for variable. Var was the old way in JavaScript before JavaScript got more modern, which we'll speak about later on in the course. But essentially, var stands for variable. So this used to be var for variable, hero equals Batman, but let is the more modern way, okay? So then, what is the difference between, for example, let and const? So, difference between let and const. What is the difference? Well, when you initialize or create a variable using the let keyword, you're able to reassign or update the value of that variable later on in the code. So for example, maybe I want to say let hero equal Batman, that's fine. I want to say let hero age equal 32. And what we can do later on in the code is update the hero age to be 33. Happy birthday, Bruce Wayne. And if we console.log out hero age, well, what do you think we're going to see? Pause the video. Well, we're going to log out to the console 33, right? Because for Batman, we've created a variable called hero age, assigned it the value of 32. But then later on here, we update the value of hero age and reassign it a value of 33. So when we log out to the console hero age, we actually got 33 because when we first created the variable hero age, we initialized this variable using the let keyword and assigned it a value of 32. But down here, we update that value to 33. But what if we had Batman or Bruce Wayne's email and we didn't want to let anyone update the value in our database, other developers? We can use the const keyword. So if I say const, we'll say Bruce Wayne's email, and we'll say this is going to be Bruce Wayne is awesome at Wayne enterprises.com or something like that, right? Well, if I console.log the variable Bruce Wayne's email, okay, we're just going to see that logged out of the console. So you've seen this before. I've created a variable, but I've used the const keyword. Const really stands for constant. The variable, once you've initialized it or created it and assigned it a value, you cannot then update the value later on in the course, okay? So remember, when we use the let keyword to create a variable, okay, we can basically update the value of the variable later on, okay? However, when we use the const keyword, we cannot then later update the value or reassign a new value to the variable, okay? We cannot then later update the value of the variable, okay? Of the variable. And to show this to you, what I'm going to do is let's just look at the console. So we know we've logged out Bruce Wayne's email. Just want to show you the value. So Bruce Wayne is awesome at WayneEnterprises.com, okay? What if I then try to take Bruce Wayne's email and assign it a new value? If I want to say, Bruce Wayne's email is equal to, we'll say maybe it's Wonder Woman at gmail.com, right? Okay, well, what happens when I save and refresh? Okay, if I then log out to the console, Bruce Wayne's email, let's just see what happens. Okay, let's come here and refresh. Okay, we're getting an error. Okay, so we're saying uncaught type error, assignment to constant variable. So it's given out to us on line 18. Okay, so what happens is on line 18, Bruce Wayne's email, we're trying to reassign, i.e. update the value of that variable, but JavaScript is saying you're not allowed to do that. You created the variable with the const keyword, so I'm not letting you update it. And what you notice is, because we're getting an error, we don't actually see this line logged out of the console. Okay, so the code basically breaks, it stops working. So to fix that, what you could do is, firstly, you could change that to type let, okay? So we're saying let Bruce Wayne's email equal to, because it's a variable declared with the let keyword, okay, you are able to update the value. So if we save and refresh, we have here Bruce Wayne is awesome, and then we've Wonder Woman's email, right? So we've stopped our error, but that makes no sense because remember, we don't want anyone to update the value of Bruce Wayne's email. So we can change that back to const, okay? And then if we wanted to store Wonder Woman's email, well, we'd have to create a variable for her, wouldn't we? So we could say let Wonder Woman email be assigned that value, okay? So that now when I save and refresh, okay, we're getting no errors, okay? Awesome, because really what we're doing is we're creating a variable using the const keyword, Bruce Wayne's email is equal to assigning the value. we logged it out to the console. Then we just create a variable for Wonder Woman. We don't log that out to the console, so maybe we should do that. So we just say console.log Wonder Woman email. And now what we've done is we've created const variables of type const for both Batman's email and Wonder Woman's email, and all your friends are going to be jealous because you get to hang around with the best heroes from the DC universe, and Superman and Robin and the Flash and Aquaman, they're going to join us later. Okay, awesome. So guys, the key takeaway from this tutorial is when you are creating a variable, you can use var, let, const keywords. Var is the old way of doing it. So in this course, I'm going to be using the let keyword. But if you want to create a variable, but you don't want it to be updated or reassigned a new value later, all you have to do is initialize or first declare or create that variable with the const keyword. Okay, awesome. So guys, I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, in this tutorial, and welcome back obviously, I just want to introduce you to the concept of string concatenation. String concatenation is a fancy way of saying adding two strings together. So let's work in this tutorial with Bruce Wayne again, okay, or Clark Kent, it's up to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to say let, maybe we'll say like Batman first name, and we're going to assign that a value of Bruce, semicolon to end our statement there. So this entire line of code, that's known as a statement, okay? Then what we're going to do is we're going to say let Batman second or last name equal to Wayne. Okay, awesome. Now, if I wanted to log out Bruce Wayne to the console, what I could do is I could say console.log, and we're able to do this. I can comma separate and just log out both variables. So I can say console.log Batman first name, comma, and then Batman second name, okay? So if I just save and refresh, I'll go down to Google Chrome. Whoops, sorry again. Just uploading the videos as I go. So basically, we see there, I've logged out to the console Bruce Wayne. Okay, that's awesome. Now, another thing you could do is you can actually do string concatenation, so add these together. So for example, what we could do is we could say let Batman full name, and notice the use of camel case there. Because there's more than one word in the variable name, the first letter of the first word is lowercase, but for every subsequent word, I'm using an uppercase letter, so a capital F and a capital N. And what I want to do is just assign this the value of Batman first name plus, so I'm adding together, Batman second name. So because both of these variables are of type string, I am able to do this. And now what I can do is I can just say, basically, I think Batman's real name is, and we're just going to put in here Batman full name. So what do you think is going to be logged out of the console? Well, we've declared a variable called Batman first name. We've assigned it a value of Bruce. Then we've said let Batman second name be equal to Wayne. Then we've created this variable, let Batman full name be equal to Batman first name, which is Bruce, plus Batman second name, which is Wayne. So now we're logging out of the console. I think Batman's real name is Batman full name, so that'll be Bruce Wayne. So let's just save and refresh. And we see there we get, I think Batman's real name is Bruce Wayne. And what you could do as well is you could concatenate again an empty string to have a space between Bruce and Wayne. So you notice there, Bruce Wayne, there's no gap. So what you can do is just string concatenate on an empty space there in the string. So now we're going to have, I think Batman's real name is Bruce Wayne. Okay, awesome. Now, just a thing to note here, right? You notice here for Bruce and Wayne, I opened and closed with a single quote. I did a single quote here and a closing single quote for the empty string. But down here, I used a double quote to open and close this string. Well, that's because I wanted to make life easy for myself. If I had used a single quote there, the string would have actually ended here, because you notice way for Batman's, I'm using the I suppose you could say apostrophe there, single quote. What happens if I had tried to do that with this, right? Whoops. Okay, you notice here I'm getting a lot of errors. You're saying, Dara, what have you done? Well, what's happening here is, right, I'm trying to say, I think Batman's real name is, but JavaScript, because I used a single quote, when it gets to like the apostrophe on the S, it's ending the string there. So now it's saying, what are you doing? You've written an S. Is that a variable? Real name is, right? So basically to fix that, what I could do is I could just go back to using the double quote, okay, and add on our double quote again. Sorry, apologies. Okay, so now I fixed it. If you're saying, Dara, that's cheating, you want to be consistent, use single quotes all the way along. Well, what we can do is we can use an escape character. So I'll put a single quote there and a single quote here. And what I can do is, with the apostrophe S, is you're actually able to escape a character. Okay, apologies. Okay, now, there, sorry. Sorry it took so long. So basically what I've done here is I've used the slash here. So after the slash, it treats the next character after it. It's basically escaping it, okay? So it knows, okay, to basically treat that apostrophe as part of the string rather than end in the string there. Because you see the way here, it starts with a single quote. It's coming along here. Whoops, sorry. It's coming along here. And the next time it gets to a single quote, it's been escaped because I have that, basically that backslash ahead of it, okay? But if I was to get rid of that backslash, I break the code. Okay, so you could put back in the backslash. Apologies. Okay, or what you could do is you could leave it in and just go back to having double quotes either side. Okay, so just in case you're messing around with strings and you're getting errors, just make sure if you open with a single quote that you close with a single quote, and that if you open with a double quotation, so this guy here, that you also close with a double quotation there. And again, as I say, what you can do is if you did want to use single quotes, so go back to single quotes and just ruin the code here. And what you can do is just in front of that apostrophe to escape it. So instead of JavaScript thinking the string ends here, you want it to realize the string ends all the way back down there. What you can do is just put in that backslash on front of that single quote there, and it knows to treat it as part of the string rather than ending the string there. Okay, so I hope that tutorial made sense. Basically, in this tutorial, we learned about string concatenation. You can do it, by the way, with various different strings as well. They don't have to be variables, so you could have multiple strings. You could say let sentence equal to I really like, and then for some reason you want to add on lemons. Okay, so you're able to do that as well. So if I console.log out to the browser sentence, you're going to see here it says I really like lemons. Okay, so let me just save and refresh. Okay, and we see here I really like lemons. So you're probably wondering why string concatenation is important. Well, what if you wanted to say hello to a user who's logged in, hello user name? You don't want to say name for every person, you want to actually have their name. So really, string concatenation is very useful with variables. And in the next tutorial, I'll show you backticks where we're able to embed variables into, basically embed values into a string in an easier and cleaner way than what we've seen in this tutorial. So I hope you enjoyed that one. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome back. In this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to a concept in JavaScript known as template literals. So with template literals, right, we're essentially able to write a string, but it is a much more convenient way to embed or inject variables into a sentence or a string rather than using a lot of string concatenation. So let me just show you what I mean by this. I want to create a few variables. We're going to work with Superman today, right? So we're going to say let name equal Clark Kent. We'll say let age equal, maybe he's 34. Okay. And we'll say let workplace, camel case, equal, and he works at the Daily Planet. Okay, the Daily Planet. Okay, awesome. Now, what if I wanted to write a string using these variables and I said something like, Superman's real name is Clark Kent, he is 34, and he works at the Daily Planet. Well, let's look at how long this is going to be, right? So we'll call this sentence. So let's say let sentence, or text, we could say let text. Sentence is fine. Let sentence equal. Okay, I'm going to use double quotes. So I'm going to say, okay, Superman's real name is string concatenate on name, okay? And he is string concatenate again. He is age, string concatenate again, years old, and his place of work, or we could say, and he works at, then we add on here, workplace, right? Now, let's just log this out to the console, console.log sentence, or variable. What have I been doing with my browser? Oh, grand. I haven't been on YouTube again. Watching the news. Okay, so Superman's real name is Clark Kent and he is 34 years old and he works at the Daily Planet. We need to have a little space there after Clark Kent. So there we go. There's a space, right? Now, look at how long that sentence is, right? So I'm going to show you a different way of doing this. And we're going to do this using string concatenation. So I'm going to comment that out, right? And what I'm going to do is, we're going to do this again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, we'll call it text this time, let text equal. And with string concatenation, what you do is, right, you press shift and then, oops, no shift, apologies. Press the key to the left of number 1 on your keyboard. And what you're going to get is backticks. Okay, so these are backticks, okay? So this isn't an opening single quote or double quote. These are backticks. So again, on your keyboard, press the button to the left of the number 1, okay? And what this is a backtick. So the backticks allow us to create what is known as a template literal. So this here is a string. It's commented out, but it is a string. This here is a template literal. And what it allows us to do is, it allows us to embed using a $sign and curly braces variable names in a much more easy way. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to say, okay, Superman's real name is, right? This looks a bit weird at first. I promise you'll get used to it with practice. But to put in a variable, to inject or embed a variable into a template literal, we have our $sign and our curly braces. And what I can do is I can just type in name and then continue on with my sentence. So I can say Superman's real name is, and he is, so I want to embed or put in the variable age here. So again, we have our $sign and our curly braces, and he is age, years old, and he works at, curly braces with the $sign again, so $sign, curly braces. So with a template literal, so I've created a variable called text, I've assigned it the value of this template literal. The template literal open and closes with backticks, which you find to the left of number 1 on your keyboard, and it allows you to very easily put in variables into the template literal. Okay, so what you do is you have the text, but if you want to put in a variable inside of a template literal, all you need to do is just have your $sign, your curly braces. Okay, so this bit of text here, it is a bit shorter than the first one, even though text technically is a shorter word than sentence. But if I just save and refresh, so I am allowed to, create a variable called sentence because this sentence here is commented out. JavaScript is just ignoring it. Okay, so let sentence equal this template literal. Okay, and if we log that out to the console, we should get the same result basically. So it still works for us. Superman's real name is Clark Kent, and he's 34 years old, and he works at the Daily Planet. Okay, awesome. So that, my friends, is a template literal in JavaScript. To be honest, it's just an easier way of writing, basically code. So you see here we have the variable names there. So what we could do is we could just say, if you want to be more descriptive, hero name, hero age, and hero workplace. You will have to update that then inside of here. So hero name, hero age. We're just being descriptive, that's all. Hero age. And then hero workplace. So hero workplace. Okay, and just make sure you spell the variables correctly. Okay, awesome. So basically, it's just a more convenient way for basically putting variables into some sort of string of text. Remember, technically, this variable has been assigned the value of a template literal. So it's a template literal, but it's very useful if you think about it. Imagine if, someone's logging into YouTube and you're saying, like, hi, name, I hope you're having a nice day. You'd be able to basically get their name, get them to fill in a form. So now you store their name in a variable and you're able to then put this out onto the screen for them. Okay, awesome. So we've been working quite a bit with strings now and template literals and all that sort of stuff the last few tutorials. We're going to dive now a bit more into working with other data types such as numbers and Boolean over the next few tutorials. So I'll see you then. Okay, awesome. Okay, in the last few tutorials we worked with strings. What I want to do now is introduce you to a different data type we can work with in JavaScript, and that is numbers. So working with numbers. So in JavaScript, you're able to do a number of things with numbers. You're able to perform math operations. So when I say math operations, I mean you can add numbers together, you can subtract a number from another number, you can do division, you can do multiplication. And how you do that is with the math operators. So there are quite a few to get through. In this tutorial, we're just going to do the basics. We'll just do maybe one example of addition, one example of subtraction, division, and multiplication, and then we'll continue on working with numbers in future tutorials. But how you perform math operators are with the how you perform math operations are with the math operators. So we have the plus sign here if you want to add numbers together, addition. We have the subtraction. We have division. So that's with the slash, and we have the little asterisks here. You press Control-8 on your keyboard, and you can perform multiplication. Okay, awesome. So you can store numbers in variables, but what I want to do is just to show you the math operators in use for the first time. Let's just log some stuff out of the console. So what we can do is we can just perform some math operations here. So I might say, okay, let's say 5 plus 5. Semicolon to end our statement. This line here is a statement, and let's see what we get. So 5 plus 5, as we know, is 10. I'm going to scroll down to my Google Chrome icon and refresh, and we get 10. Awesome, congratulations, you've just performed your first math operation with me in this tutorial series. Now let's do some subtraction. So let's say console.log. Maybe you have $100 and sadly you owe your friend $25 because they bought you a burger and a milkshake. Yes, $25, inflation is a real thing. So let's save and refresh, we should get 75. Okay, awesome. You can also perform division. So we could say console.log, maybe you set up a business, cutting grass, mowing people's lawns, you raise $200, we have to split it between 5 people. What's that going to be? So let's just save and refresh, and you get 40 there. Okay, great. And you can also do multiplication. So console.log, maybe, I don't know, you're going to save $2 a day for 365 days in a year. And what will you have saved after a year? Let's find out. You have saved $730. Okay, awesome. So we'll end that tutorial there. We'll work more with maths in the next tutorial. But key point here is in JavaScript, you are able to work with numbers. You can perform math operations such as addition, subtraction, division, multiplication using the math operators. And in this tutorial, we actually used 4 of them for the first time. So I'll leave it there, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, friends, welcome back. Okay, in the last tutorial, we worked with numbers for the first time, adding numbers together, subtracting numbers, division, multiplication, etc. What I want to do in this tutorial is introduce you to the increment operator. So let's say hypothetically, we have a friend, right? So you want to store their variable we want to store their age in a variable. We'll call it age. So we'll say let age is equal to, and we'll say 29. We'll just assume we're friends with Bruce Wayne, even though Bruce Wayne is more like 40. But assuming he's 29 years of age, right? So now we have this variable called age. We want to just log out to the console. You know, let's say like, happy birthday, Bruce. You are, and then we'll just put in the age variable here. So what we should see logged out to the console is happy birthday, Bruce. You are 29. So let me just refresh. And we see that here. Happy birthday, Bruce. You are 29. Okay, that is awesome. Right now, let's assume that next year it's Bruce's birthday and we want to increase the age variable. And you will want to increase variables and, increment them up. So what we could do is we could just say age is equal to age plus 1, okay? Right? So remember, we want to write code that is reusable. So the problem with writing, let's say, age is now equal to 30 is then next year I'd have to say age is equal to 31 and then age is equal to 32. And it's best that we can write our code in a more reusable way. So what you could do is say age is equal to age plus 1, right? So what I've done here is, remember, we've already declared the variable age here. That's where we use the let keyword, right? So you don't need to reinitialize the variable later on. You're able to create and initialize a variable with a value for the first time. So age is basically initialized or created as a variable for the first time in this line of code and assigned a value of 29, the number, right? And here what we're doing is we're just saying that age is equal to age plus 1. So I'm not using the let keyword. The age variable has already been declared or defined. So what we're saying is let age be equal to itself, i.e. 29, and then add 1 to it. So that should give us a value of 30, right? And that's because age already has a value of 29. So we're saying age is equal to itself, i.e. 29 plus 1. So we should see now that age now has a value of 30. To prove that to you, if I just log out to the console, great party again this year, Bruce. You are now, and we're going to log out that age variable. Right, we're going to see 30, aren't we? We're going to see 30. So let me just save and refresh and show it to you. So this year, because we get invited every year, we're good friends with Bruce, we say, great party again this year, Bruce. You are now 30, right? Now, assuming we get invited again the following year and Bruce is now 31, what we could do is we could say age is equal to age plus 1 again. But there's another way you can actually do this, and that's using the increment operator. And the increment operator allows you to add 1 to a variable, in this case a number, right? So all you need to do is just say plus plus. So the increment operator is basically used by typing out plus plus. So what I can do is just write age plus plus, semicolon to end our statement. And this piece of code here actually does the same as this piece of code. So instead of saying age is now equal to itself plus 1, you can just take the variable and use the increment operator. So we're saying age plus plus, right? We're adding 1 to it. So now what's going to happen is, up here we saw age at a value of 30. So if you use the increment operator on a variable with a value of 30, well, 30 plus plus, that's going to give you a value of 31. And to prove this to you, I'll just say console.log happy 31st B-Day, Bruce. And let's log out the variable of age. And this should now be 31, okay? Just to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we now see 31. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the increment operator in JavaScript, the increment operator, and it is denoted by the plus plus. And it is very useful later on in this course and working with JavaScript when you start working with loops, okay? So that's the increment operator, very powerful. I'll see you in the next tutorial where we'll do the opposite. We'll use the decrement operator using minus minus. So I'll see you in the next tutorial for that one. Hello friends and welcome back. Okay, in the last tutorial we saw the increment operator where we're able to add 1 to a number by using the plus plus signs or the increment operator. In this tutorial we're going to learn about the decrement operator. Minus minus is how you use that. So what is the decrement operator? Well, basically the decrement operator is a way in which you can use shorthand notation to subtract 1 from a number. So let's hypothetically assume we're 18 years of age. Our friend has gotten us a job working in their parents' restaurant. Maybe, we're a burger restaurant somewhere in Texas or California, and assuming we're getting paid, let's say $500 a week, right? So we do our first week in work and we get paid. Congratulations. So we say, let's say bank balance. So let's say bank balance. You can just do balance as well if you prefer. So let's say let balance equal 500, okay? So we've just been paid $500. I know you believe me that balance is 500, so if we just constant.log out bank balance, and then let's just type out balance there. So all we're doing is logging out to the console this text, that string of bank balance, and then 500. So let's just save and refresh. We get bank balance is now 500. Okay, awesome. Now, let's assume we go out for coffee with a friend and we buy a can of Coca-Cola and it only costs $1. We want to reduce our bank balance by 1. Well, what we can do is we can say balance, if I can spell balance correctly, balance, our bank balance, is equal to balance, i.e. itself. So 500 is equal to 500 minus 1. And now if we log out our new balance, if I say console.log new balance, what are we going to get? Well, what we should get is 499. So let's save and refresh. And now our new balance is 499. It's gone down because we bought a can of Coca-Cola. Now, similar to the increment operator, there's shorthand notation, and that is what brings us to the decrement operator in this tutorial. So all we need to do, instead of saying balance is equal to balance minus 1, we can just say balance minus minus, and that's going to work for us. So balance minus minus using the decrement operator, that is shorthand notation. Look at how much shorter that is compared to this there, that line of code there, okay? And to prove this still works, let me just console.log out new balance again. So let's say new balance again. This should now get 498. Let's save and refresh. And we get our new balance again is 498. We like cans of Coca-Cola, so we're after spending $2 of our hard-earned cash, and we've reduced our bank balance by $2 in total. So guys, that is the decrement operator in JavaScript, where whatever variable it is, you want to subtract 1 from it. You don't need to say, the variable name is equal to the variable name minus 1. You can do that if you like, if you want to make your code quite easy to read, but using the decrement operator is shorthand notation. So here is where we have used the decrement operator for the first time in this course to take 1 away from our variable called balance. And by the way, both the increment operator and the decrement operator are very useful when working with loops. So for example, say hypothetically you want to make a guessing game where, a user has to guess maybe a number between 1 and 10, but you're only going to give them a few guesses. What you'd want to do is, if they keep guessing wrong, take 1 away from their guesses each time. But we can talk about making a guessing game later on in the course. Key takeaway from this tutorial is we've now been introduced to the decrement operator, how we can take 1 away from a variable using minus minus, i.e. the decrement operator. Guys, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, in this tutorial we're going to learn about the modulus operator in JavaScript. So the modulus operator is represented by the % sign, okay? So what it does is it checks to see basically a number dividing into another number, and then if there's anything left over, okay? So let me just explain that. So for example, if we were to say 2 mod 2, okay, 2 divides in evenly to 2 with nothing left over, okay? So 2 mod 2 would give us 0. Where if we were to say, let's say 3 mod 2, well, 3 divides into 2 only once, and then there's 1 left over. So this is what the modulus operator is about. And it's very useful if you wanted to see if a number was an odd number or an even number. So let me just do some examples. So let's just say console.log. I'm going to say 2 mod 2, semicolon, come down to Google Chrome and refresh, and we get 0. And that's because 2 divides in evenly to 2, and then there's nothing left over. So for example, if I was to then, let's say, I'll say 8 mod 2. Remember, that's a string, so that's only a string. I'm just doing that so you can see what the result was. So if we console.log 8 mod 2, okay, well, 8 divides in evenly to 2. It goes in 4 times, and then there's nothing left over. There's a 0 left over. So this will also give us 0. You see that? 8 mod 2 is 0. But what if I was to do, let's say, console.log 9 mod 2? So let's do a string here, just so we see the output. So 9 mod 2. Well, if I say 9, use the modulus operator 2, we saw here that 8 divides in evenly 4 times with nothing left over. And we know, let's say, 10 would divide in evenly 5 times. But with 9 mod 2, there's going to be a 1 remaining. So 1 will be remaining. It's hard to get your head around modulus when you first learn about it, but it is very useful to check to see if a number is odd or even. You don't always have to do mod 2, by the way. So for example, you could check to see if a number divides in evenly to 3. So let's say 9 mod 3. Well, if you were to do that, there would be 0 left over, right? Because 9 divides in evenly to the number 3 with nothing left over. So 0 will be left over. Basically, there's nothing left over. There's no remainder. Okay, let's just save and refresh. And we see that there as well. Okay, awesome. So guys, that's the modulus operator in JavaScript. Very useful if you want to check to see if a number is an odd or an even number. Okay, so in this tutorial, we're going to learn about the last operator that we haven't covered so far in the course, and that is exponents. And that is this guy here. It is a double asterisk. You press Shift and the number 8 on your keyboard to get that double asterisk. Now, this feature was introduced quite recently, around kind of 2016. So it's a relatively modern addition to the JavaScript language. And what it allows you to do is essentially to erase the first operand or number to the power of the second operand or number. So the best way for us to do this is to just do an example with the console. So if I say console.log, and how it works is you could say, for example, 2 to the power of 2 and log that out to the console. So if I go to Google Chrome, whoops, sorry, after shutting down my console, I apologize for that. Let's refresh. So we get 4, okay? 2 to the power of 2 is 4. You could do another example as well. So for example, we could say console.log, maybe 5 to the power of 5. So let's have a look at that. Save and refresh. And we get 3,125. If you wanted a smaller number, you know, we could just say, okay, maybe we want to raise 5 to the power of 2. So Control S to save, little circle disappears. And if I refresh, and we get 25. Okay, awesome. So far in the course, we've seen the mat operators now. So we've learned about the plus sign for addition, the minus sign for subtraction. We've seen the slash, you know, for division. We've seen 1 star where you want to multiply a number by another number. Now we've learned about exponents. We could raise, for example, 2 to the power of 2. We've seen modulo or modulus in a previous tutorial. We've seen the increment operator plus plus and the decrement operator minus minus. And the increment operator and the decrement operator are very useful when working with loops, which we'll cover on later on in this course. So the next thing I want to teach you about is the order of operation. So you've that to look forward to in the next tutorial. Okay guys, in this tutorial I want to talk to you about the order of operation. The order of operation is essentially the order in which JavaScript will execute or essentially evaluate your code if you're doing some sort of, you know, mathematical expression that will eventually resolve to some answer. So what I've done here is I've created a variable called result. I've said let results equal to using the assignment operator, and this expression is eventually going to evaluate to something. So previously we've seen things like, you know, 2 plus 2 or, you know, 10 minus 5, you know, doing just addition by itself or just subtraction or whatever the case may be. But what happens if you had an expression like this? Well, JavaScript will execute this in order of bedmass, okay? So bedmass stands for brackets, So we have brackets there, exponents, no exponents in this expression, division, no division, multiplication, we do have multiplication within the brackets, addition and subtraction, okay? So basically JavaScript will look at this code and it's going to say, okay, the first thing I need to do is evaluate everything inside of brackets. So the number 2 is just there by itself. Okay, great. 2 times 5, well, that's going to be 10. Then we need to evaluate 4 times 4. That's going to be 16. And then there's no more brackets to evaluate. And we just have then, you know, the +1 and the -5. So JavaScript says that's great. We've done the brackets. Are there any exponents? No. Division? No. Multiplication? No. Then it does the addition. So the addition, for example, basically it would add those numbers together. So I think we've got 12 and 16 and 1 would be 17. So basically that would be 26, 29 I think. So that would be 29 minus 5. Let's see, that's 26 and 3, 29, yep. And then finally JavaScript will then say, okay, brackets, exponents, division, multiplication, addition, that's all been done. What's left? Subtraction. So then it's going to say, okay, I must take 5 from 29. So that will give us an answer of 24. So let's just log that out to the console. This will be embarrassing if I get it wrong, but then, you know, that's how we learn. So let me just save and refresh. And we get 24. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is bedmass, a concept in JavaScript. It's basically the order of operation, or something to be aware of, you know, in terms of the order of operation. What way will JavaScript perform and, you know, some sort of mathematical expression or equation? Well, like I say, it'll look to the brackets first. If once that's done, or if there are no brackets, it'll move the exponents. If there's no number, let's say 2 to the power of 2, and remember exponents, we have the double asterisks. Then it'll move on to the division, multiplication, addition, subtraction, etc. Okay, awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, in this tutorial, I want to introduce you to random numbers in JavaScript, and I'm going to show you how you can make a random number in JavaScript, okay? So the reason you want to do or be able to, you know, generate random numbers in JavaScript is it's actually very useful later on in this course when you want to have a situation where the computer maybe makes a decision. Okay, so for example, maybe you're creating a game of, we call it X and O's in Europe. I know it's called tic-tac-toe in America, possibly Canada as well. I should know that because I'm Canadian permanent resident. I don't know what we call it in Canada. Anyway, when it comes to making decisions, you know, even something like chess, for example. Chess is universally known as chess around the world. You know, although you kind of want to be a bit more strategic rather than just generate random numbers. But the point is, you want to be able to generate random numbers in JavaScript. You can use random numbers to help the computer make a decision. So for example, if a number is between 0 and 0.5, maybe the computer will take this action, but if it's above that, the computer will take another action, okay? So in order for us to generate random numbers, we need to know that there's something in JavaScript called the mat object, okay? So it's inbuilt into JavaScript. And what we can do is we can use syntax such as mat with a capital M, a little decimal, say the word random, and then have parentheses following it, and that will generate a random number for us. And what we can do is we can store that in a variable. So let me just show you this. So I'm going to say we can call it random or random number. So we can say let random number equal to, so the assignment operator, and all you need to do is just use this code here, okay? mat.random. I'll type it out. So it's mat with a capital M. So you say mat dot random, and then what you want to do is have your parentheses and semicolon to end the statement, okay? Now if I save and refresh, we had the last tutorial, nothing's going to happen because I haven't logged it out to the console, right? So what we can do is just say console.log random number semicolon to end statement and save, and I'm going to refresh the browser a few times and let's see what happens. So we get 0.20, now we get 0.4, 0.6, 0.73, 0.01. So every time we're getting a random number, and you'll notice we're getting numbers between 0 and 1. So what mat.random does is it generates a number between 0 and 1, or more specifically, it generates a number that is inclusive of 0 but exclusive of 1. So really it goes from 0 all the way up to like 0.9999999, etc. Okay. Now, if you wanted to round that number, okay, you know, to the nearest decimal, whether it be 0 or 1, you can do that as well. So how you would do that is you would use mat.round. So what you want to do is you want to wrap mat.random in basically wrap that, put it inside of the parentheses here, mat.round, okay? So don't be intimidated by this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say mat.round, okay, open parentheses there, and add a parentheses at the end here and save, okay? So let's just recap. I'm using the let keyword to create a variable. I've named it random number. Notice that it's camel case. There's two words, random number, so the second word number begins with a capital N. Then I've used the equal sign, which we know is the assignment operator, to assign some sort of value into this variable called random number. So what we're doing here is we're saying mat.random, and the mat object is built into JavaScript. We do have access to it. It's like I suppose like a power we're able to use. So I'm saying mat.random. Don't forget your parentheses there. And then I'm putting that mat.random into the parentheses of mat.round. So we have let random number equal to mat.round, open parentheses, mat.random, parentheses there for mat.random. That generates a random number, this bit of code here, between 0 and 0.99999. And we've put it in between those parentheses of mat.round. And then what we're doing is we're just logging the results out to the console. So if I save and refresh, every time I refresh now, we should get a number of 0 or 1. So we get 1, we get 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is just an introduction to how you can generate a random number in JavaScript. You just say mat.random parentheses. You can also round that number to the nearest whole number, 0 or 1. There are other things you can do in JavaScript as well, such as mat.floor and mat.ceil. So I'll show you those in the next tutorial. Hey friends, welcome back. Okay, in the last tutorial we were introduced to mat.random, whereby we can use the mat object in JavaScript to generate a random number between 0 and 1, or as I said more specifically, between 0 and 0.999 continuous. We also saw that we can use mat.round to essentially round a number to the nearest whole number. So obviously 0.12 would be rounded down to 0, but something like 0.89 would be rounded up to 1. There's other ways as well you can round off numbers. So there's mat.floor and there's mat.ceil, which I'll introduce you to. Mat.floor, what that will do is that will essentially round a number down and then discard everything after the decimal place. So let me show you an example of this, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a variable. We'll say let number equal, and I'm going to assign it the value of 1.44, okay? 1.44. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out to the console that number, but I'm going to use mat.floor. So remember, when you're using the mat object, you just write the word mat with a capital M, dot floor, and then parentheses. And what I want to do is I want to pass in that number variable. And remember, number has a value of 1.44. So what's going to happen when I refresh this in the Google Chrome and we look at the console? Well, what's going to happen is mat.floor is going to floor this number down to the nearest whole number. So that'll be 1, okay? It'll basically discard everything after the decimal place. So to prove that to you, if I just refresh, we get 1, okay? I could change that number, let's say, to be 5.34. Again, as I say, mat.floor will essentially round down to the nearest whole number and discard everything after the decimal place. So if I refresh again, we're going to get 5. It is also the case as well that even if I, let's say, put in 5.99, you're probably thinking that's going to give us 6. Well, let's have a look. We still get 5, and that's because, as I say, mat.floor will essentially just discard everything after the decimal place and round the number down to the nearest whole number. If you feel, for whatever reason you're working with the number 5.99 and you want it to round to the nearest number, well, then you could use mat.round. That will round the number to the nearest whole number, but mat.floor will basically round it down. Believe it or not, it's quite useful when you're trying to mimic a dice roll, which we can do in the next tutorial. The other thing then I want to show you is mat.ceil. So what mat.ceil will do is actually round up a number. Ceil, you could almost think of it as like ceiling. Okay, it's like the top. So if we say console.log, I'm going to say mat.ceil, if I can spell ceil correctly, parentheses. Let's pass in number here and semicolon to end the statement being that line of code. So we saw with mat.floor how that would round down 5.99. With mat.ceil, this should round up and give us the number 6. So if I save and refresh, we get the number 6. And if we try a different number, maybe I'll say like 2.555, what's going to happen? It should round that number up to the number 3. And we get 3. Again, what if we had, let's say, 2.1345? Well, again, if you want to go to the nearest whole number, you use mat.round. Mat.ceil will round up to the next whole number. So that would actually, in this case, still give us 3. And just to prove that to you, if I change the number to be 4.1345, again, what ceil will do is round it up to the nearest, or to the next number, which in this case will be 5. So mat.ceil rounds up and mat.floor will round down. Okay, right, that's awesome. I think what we'll do is we'll take what we've learned over the last few tutorials now working with numbers and learn how to create a dice roll in JavaScript. So I'll show you that in the next tutorial. Welcome back, friends. Okay, in this tutorial we're going to learn how we can mimic a dice roll in JavaScript. So see if you can do this yourself. What we're going to do is we're going to use the let keyword to create a variable called dice roll. Then we're going to assign that variable the value of whatever we get back from using mat.random. So we'll use the assignment operator here. Remember, mat.random will generate a random number between 0 and just under 1. So inclusive of 0, but technically just under 1, okay? So then we're going to multiply this number by 6 to see what happens, and then I'll talk you through the final steps. So we're going to say let dice roll be equal to, and remember when I say dice roll, I just want to get a result that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So we're writing code that will mimic the result of a dice roll in the real world. So let dice roll be equal to, and we're going to use the inbuilt mat object in JavaScript, and on that we're going to call or invoke the random method. Don't worry about the syntax for now. Later on in the course we'll be talking about objects and we'll be talking about methods. So right now we've said let dice roll be equal to mat.random. This will get us a result between 0 and just under 1, so 999 continuous. So if I now say console.log dice roll, if I just log this out to the console, I'm going to go down to Google Chrome here and refresh. We see here I get 0.1, okay? So if I refresh again, I get 0.7, 0.79, 0.05, 56, etc. So we're getting numbers between 0 and just under 1, okay? So now what we can do is multiply this by 6, and let's just see what happens now if we do that. So now what's going to happen is we're getting 3 there, we're getting 2, we're getting 1.999. The only problem with this is, we have numbers after the decimal place. So what we can actually do is we can floor that. What we can do is just say mat.floor, and we're going to wrap mat.random times 6 inside of these parentheses, or more accurately and more specifically, we're going to do what's known as, we're going to pass in this piece of code here, mat.random times 6 into mat.floor. So let's now see what happens when we do that. We get 0, we get 4, we get 2, 0, 4, 2, 2, 3, any 5s here, we get a 5. Okay, so what this is going to do is this is going to give us a number between 0 and 5. Okay? But we don't want a number between 0 and 5. We want a number between 1 and 6. So all you have to do is at the very end here outside of the parentheses, just add 1 to that. Okay? So now what's going to happen is we're actually going to get a number between 1 and 6. So if I just save and refresh, I'll prove this to you. We get 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 4, 3, 5. Do we get a 2 yet? I'll just keep going until we get a 2. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So that is how you can write the code to create a dice roll in JavaScript. What we did was we used mat.random to get a random number between 0 and just under 1. We multiplied that by 6, and then we passed all that into the floor method. We used mat.floor to essentially throw everything away after the decimal place, but that was getting us a number between 0 and 5. So by just adding 1, we get a number between 1 and 6, and we just log it out to the console. Okay, awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to the Boolean data type. So far in this course, we've seen strings. So for example, we've seen we could create a variable, say let name is equal to a string, you know, maybe Jessica, okay? Maybe we have an age variable. Jessica is 27. She's in her, party years, going out drinking and having fun, right? So we've seen this data type here. So we've created a variable, assigned it the value of Jessica. So Jessica, that text, is a string. It is a data type known as a string. And let age equal to 27, well, that's going to be a number, isn't it? Obviously, if we put a number inside of quotes, then that would actually be a string. Anything inside of, single quotes or double quotes is a string, okay? Now, the next data type I want to show you is true or false. So we're going to be speaking in this tutorial about the Boolean data type. So Boolean refers to true or false, and it's very useful in JavaScript when you're trying to make decisions later on in the course, when we start learning about comparison operators and if statements, control flow and loops and that kind of thing. But for now, all I want you to be aware of is that there's another data type, and it's called Boolean, okay? And Boolean has a value of true or false. So to see this in action, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable. Imagine a situation where you're a game developer, and if the user is logged in, you show them like a welcome screen. But if the user is not logged in, you have like a login screen or a sign up screen, right? So you want to keep track of whether a user is logged in or not, depending on what actions they take. So all you need to do for that is create a variable. You could say let, and we could say is user logged in, and that could be either true or it could be false. Notice as well with Visual Studio Code that I'm getting it in blue, okay? So true and false are key words in JavaScript. They are reserved words, right? So let me show you this in action. If I say console.log true, that's a Boolean true, okay? However, if I put true inside of quotes, these are different, okay? You'll see this when we log it out to the console. True here in blue is a Boolean value, okay? Whereas true here in strings, that's just in quotes, in single quotes, that's just a string, okay? So if I just save and refresh the browser, you see the way that true is still blue, and that one is in quotes, okay? So that is a string, okay? So basically, Boolean has a true value or a false value, but true, the Boolean value is different from the string true, okay? Because that's just a string. The same with false. So if we were to say console.log, so false, that is a Boolean value, but if I was to do false in quotes, whether single or double, right, that's only a string. So true and false are Boolean data types. Okay, awesome. Right now, I want to show you this again, but rather than just logging stuff out of the console, let's actually, create a variable and check to see if some condition is true or false, right? So we had Jessica earlier, right? Remember Jessica, our friend, who said let name equal Jessica? Well, maybe we want to check to see if Jessica is of a certain age. Well, I said to you, Jessica was equal to 27, right? What if I want to test to see if Jessica is 27 or not? Well, what we can do is we could do some sort of check, right? We could check to see if her age is equal to 27. Okay, so we'd say console.log, and we could say age, okay, and I want to check to see if she's equal to 21, so I might just do a double equal sign, check to see if age is equal to 21. Let me just save and refresh, and we get false here. We get false, right? So what did I do here? Well, remember, age is a variable, okay, equal to 27. I can't do a check. I can't say, for example, age is equal to, you know, whatever value it is we're checking. Let's say we're checking if she's 30, right? If I say age is equal to 30, I'm not actually doing a check here, right? Remember, we know if we want to assign some sort of value, whether it's a string or a number or even a Boolean, okay, we know we use the assignment operator, one equal sign. So if I wanted to check if age is equal to 27, if I write age is equal to 30 with just one equal sign, I'm not doing a check to see if age is equal to 30. What I'm doing is I'm actually updating the value of age to 30, or assigning a new value, okay? So assigning a new value. And this is a common mistake people new to programming make. Essentially, if you want to do a check if one variable, in this case Jessica's age, is equal to a value, in this case 30, what you want to do is you want to use either a double equal sign for loose equality or a triple equal sign for strict equality. We'll talk about the difference later on in the course between loose and strict equality, but for now the key takeaway is if you want to check to see if Jessica's age is equal to 30, right, we can't do like this, age is equal to 30, because all we're doing is overriding the value. So using one equal sign will reassign a new value to the age variable. If you want to do a check, what you'd have to do is basically check to see, you know, if age was equal to 30, and what I can do is I can just paste that into console.log. So the console is great. You can also check to see, you know, if one variable is equal to another. So this should be false, right? Because we know she's not 30, but maybe a few years go by and Jessica actually does reach her 30th birthday. Congratulations, Jessica. Hopefully we get an invite. So now what we're doing is we're saying, okay, let age equal 30. Jessica's age is 30. And now down here we're doing a check. You know, is age loosely equal to 30? Note the use of two equal signs. And let's find out. True. Yeah, Jessica is equal to 30. So guys, the key takeaway from this tutorial is, I know I spoke to you about, you know, loose equality, strict equality, very briefly. We'll talk about later in the course. The key takeaway from this tutorial is I just want you to be aware of the fact that there's another data type in JavaScript known as Boolean values, and Boolean can be essentially true or false, okay? So we can basically perform checks to see if one variable is equal to another, and if you're able to check to see if something is true or false, you're then able to make decisions later on in JavaScript when we start covering, you know, if statements as part of control flow. You know, if statements are used for making decisions, loops are used for maybe running a piece of code over and over again. So Booleans are an important data type to understand, and for this part of the course, just be aware of that they exist. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. We're going to talk about arrays in JavaScript. Array! All right, we are going to cover arrays in JavaScript. Arrays are one of my favorite topics in JavaScript. Arrays are very cool. So what is an array? An array is essentially a collection of data. So far what we've seen is we know how we can create variables, right? We might say, you know, let name equal to, let's say, Jessica, right? Okay, maybe we have an age for Jessica. We said it was her 30th birthday in a previous tutorial, but now we want to get her email address, and we're starting to get like a lot of data just, you know, in these random variables, right? There are different ways to organize data when you work with more than just a name or an age, etc. And this brings us nicely to other data types such as arrays and objects. So what is an array? Well, an array is a collection of data. An array can store multiple different data types, but for this tutorial, we'll just work with an array of strings. So we can do an array of heroes, for example. So let's say let heroes, I beg your pardon, equal to. And what you do is you use square bracket notation. So this is going to be an array. So we're going to work with DC heroes. So we're going to have Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Robin. Okay, right. So these are the heroes. Right. So this is an array. Okay. So we're saying that heroes equal to, and we have this array here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just log out the heroes array to the console, and let's have a look and see what we get. Okay. Let's try that again. Heroes. Awesome. Okay. Semicolon to end that statement. So what I've done is I've created an array called heroes, let heroes equal to, using square bracket notation, and we have this string here. So Superman is known as the first element in the array, Wonder Woman is the second element, Batman is the third element, and Robin is the fourth element, right? So let's now log this out to the console and see what we get. So if I save and refresh, we're seeing here we're getting our array. So we have Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Robin, okay? Now the first thing you'll notice is, while we as humans would say Superman, and by the way, every different string in this array is known as an element, okay? So Superman's an element, Wonder Woman's an element, Batman, Robin, etc., right? So we would say, like, Superman is the first hero in the array. But what you'll notice is you have a 0 here, okay? Then a 1, then a 2, then a 3. So JavaScript is a 0-based language. And what that means is JavaScript starts counting at 0. Actually, computers start counting at 0, right? So what we have are these key value pairs, okay? So for JavaScript, it's going to say that heroes at index 0 is Superman, heroes at index 1 is Wonder Woman, heroes at index 2 is Batman, and heroes at index 3 is Robin, okay? So you notice we have these key value pairs. So at index 0, you've access to Superman, and at index 1, you've access to Wonder Woman. So what do I mean by that? Well, instead of logging out the entire array using const.log heroes, we can just access, using square bracket notation, whatever element we want based on their index. So if we want to access Superman, I just, inside the square brackets there, put 0. So if I now save and refresh, and remember, heroes at index 0 is Superman, so if I now refresh, we get Superman. Okay, awesome. Now, if you wanted to access Wonder Woman, what do you think you would do? Well, you change that to be 1, right? Because remember, this is heroes at index 0, heroes at index 1. So this is an important concept to know when you're working with arrays, that JavaScript starts counting at 0. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3. And then we get Wonder Woman. Okay, awesome. Now, just for practice, can you get Batman? Well, yeah, change that to 2. Remember, heroes at index 0, heroes at index 1, heroes at index 2. So that will get you Batman. I'll just save and refresh to show you. Good practice. And then if you want Robin, we just change that to the number 3. Okay? And why is it 3? Remember, heroes at index 0, heroes at index 1, heroes at index 2, heroes at index 3. So that will be Robin. Okay? Awesome. Okay, so the next thing to note is if I just don't access an individual element in the array, and let's just log out all the heroes again, there's another piece of data we're provided with an array. And you'll notice here, if I hit on the drop down, we get this property called length, okay, of 4. So you're also able to access the length property of an array. So if I, at the end of heroes, type heroes.length, okay, this is going to log out the length of the array, which we know has 4 elements in it. So if I go down to Chrome and refresh, we access the length property of 4. So being able to know the length of an array is very useful. We'll see that later on in the course, because arrays work beautifully, by the way, with loops and arrays, very well work together. Okay, so the key takeaway from this tutorial is we've now seen in this course our first array together. It is an array called heroes. It has 4 elements in it, and it is an array of strings, okay? But you don't always have to have, an array of strings. You can also have an array of numbers if you like. So let's work on that in the next tutorial. Okay, so in the last tutorial, we were introduced to arrays. We know what an array is. So this is an array here, this line. Okay, awesome. So just for a bit of practice, you could make an array of cities as well if you wanted to. So you could say let cities equal to, and then just come up with some cities here. We might do European cities. So let's say like, Madrid, Paris, Rome, and maybe we'll do like Warsaw or something. Right. Okay. Warsaw. Okay, awesome. Right. So now we've created a new array using the let keyword. We've created a variable called cities. What we've done is using one equal sign, i.e. the assignment operator, we've assigned it the value of this array. Okay, so we have our opening and closing square bracket there, and we have our different elements. Each one is a string, comma, separated. Okay, awesome. Now, as I said in the last tutorial, an array can store multiple data types, okay? So, it doesn't have to be an array of strings. You could also do an array that had numbers in it, maybe even a non-value as well. We'll learn about something called null later on in this course where we just don't have a value for something. So let's actually do an example of an array with numbers, okay? So what we're going to do is, let's just go back to our heroes, okay? Sorry about this now. Should have left the array. Whoops. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new array, and we're just going to call it like pocket change or change for our heroes, okay? So let me just delete that there. Okay, so let's assume we're in a situation where our heroes were out drinking with Superman and Wonder Woman and Batman and Robin. We're having a great time. Let's say we're somewhere in Texas, maybe we're near Dallas or Houston, but we're staying like 20 minutes away in like a slightly more rural area of Texas. So we're out in some sort of bar, and then we want to get home, and it's going to cost $50, and we want to ask around, Superman, Wonder Woman, what sort of change do you have? Okay, so maybe Superman, because he's a reporter, has $30. Wonder Woman only has $10. We're like, oh, we're short, right? We need $50. Batman has nothing. Batman has nothing. He's so used to everything being paid from. No, I'm joking. Batman is very wealthy, but like, why don't you have money with you, Batman? Come on, Bruce. And Robin has maybe left his wallet inside, right? So we have a null value there. We've no value for Robin, and we'll, as I say, learn more about null later on in this course. So right now, we don't have enough change, i.e. money, to pay $50 for a taxi back to where we're staying, because we're all out partying, right, as I say. Robin goes back into the bar, he finds his wallet, and he actually has a lot more than we thought. He's like $100, so that's totally great. We can now totally afford to pay for the taxi. So guys, very briefly, that is an example of an array with numbers. We can just change it to money if you don't call it change where you're from. But basically, it's comma separated as well. I mean, you could just, as well, if you wanted, you could create a random array, and it could have a combination of strings and numbers. But, typically when you're organizing data, you probably won't have that, okay? If you want to mix up data, strings, numbers, that kind of thing, Boolean, you can do that in an object. It's another data type, which we'll discuss later on in the course. And the last thing I want you to be aware of as well is you can actually create an empty array, okay? So maybe we want to create an array called movies, and we don't have any movies yet in our database, so it's just going to be an empty array. So this here is me creating a variable called movies, and we've assigned it the value using the equal sign, an empty array. So that there is an example of an empty array. And you're probably wondering why you'd ever want to create an empty array. Well, hypothetically, maybe you're creating some sort of like YouTube or Spotify clone, and there's going to be like a watch later or favorite songs, a user can add to. Maybe their favorite songs is an empty array for now, and every time they see a song they like, they click on a button, add to favorites, and then we add a song or a movie, whatever the case is, into an array. Okay, so guys, that is arrays in JavaScript. We'll touch upon them later again in the course when we start looking at loops. So we've now covered a few different data types in this course so far. We've seen strings, a string of text. We've seen numbers, like the number 30 or 10 or whatever. And we've also seen arrays, okay? So let's continue talking about data types in the next tutorial. Hey friends, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to cover two new data types in JavaScript, one of which you've actually already seen before, and these are null and undefined, okay? Null and undefined. Null actually has a lowercase n, okay? So essentially, so far we've seen strings. We want to intentionally write a string, maybe let name equal Jessica, or let age equal a number. and we've seen arrays. But sometimes we're not always going to have data, for example, right? So say hypothetically, you know, I was to ask you to create some variables for Superman. I say, I want you to create a variable, say let name equals Superman. You can do that, that's a string. Maybe I tell you he's 35. I say, you know, let his age be 35. But then I say, well, what's his address? And you're saying, well, I don't know his address. I don't know his address. We'd all be there with our cameras, right? We'd say Superman. Anyway, long story short, if we have a variable where we don't have the data for it, we can explicitly state we don't have a value. So we could put that value to be null, okay? So for example, we could say let Superman address be equal to null. So just imagine in the real world, you're working in a human resources department and, you know, you've just offered a candidate a job and they've accepted, and you know, your boss says, oh, that's fantastic, we really need new people, can you send me on some of their details? You know, and again, you might be saying, okay, well, their name is Jessica, their age is this, but you're thinking, oh, I never got their phone number. So what's Jessica's phone number? You might say, let Jessica's phone number be equal to null. So null is basically us explicitly stating that a variable has no value. So null we can use to explicitly state that a variable has no value. Okay, awesome, right? And we saw an example of this, by the way, in the last tutorial. Do you remember where Robin went in, he forgot his wallet, so we didn't know how much money he had, so we had to say that was a null value until he came out and needed $100. So we can use null to explicitly state a variable has no value. Now, undefined is another, you know, essentially data type we have to learn in JavaScript, and you'll come across undefined when you work with programming where, you know, maybe you're trying to access a part of an array that doesn't exist, or you're trying to access a variable, you think you've defined it, but you haven't. So what do I mean by that? Well, so far in this course, whenever we've created a variable, we've used the let keyword, we've given it a name, the variable name, and we've assigned it some sort of value, right? But what if I just did this? What if I said let age semicolon? Well, age is a variable, but it hasn't been like assigned a value or anything like that. So if I say console.log age, what do you think we're going to get here, right? So that's the only thing we're logging out to the console. What are we going to get? Let's have a look. We actually get undefined because this age variable has not been defined, okay? So that's a boo-boo on our part. Essentially what I'm trying to say is you can have essentially no values in JavaScript. Null is where we intentionally assign null. Okay, we don't know the age, so we could do that here as well. Or we don't know the address Superman, we could do it for age here as well, let age equal to null. But undefined is something you will come across. So the difference between null and undefined is really about intent, right? Null is where you know you don't have a value for, let's say, Jessica's phone number, Superman's address. You know that, so you can essentially take that variable and assign it a value of null, okay? It has no value. We're explicitly saying that. It prevents errors. Where undefined, you know, you kind of don't want to be coming across that, but that can happen. For example, like I say, in age, the variable has not been, you know, essentially initialized and assigned a value. It had no value. Another way I could show you this as well is if you take our array, our heroes array, right? So we learned previously that JavaScript starts counting at 0. So hopefully by now you can access each of these. So for example, if we say console.log heroes, so we're getting our heroes, that's the name of our array. And we know if we use square bracket notation, we can access any of the elements in that array. So at index 0, we'll get Superman, right? Let me show you this. That's awesome. We know that if I type in 1 here, we'll get Wonder Woman, 2 for Batman, 3 for Robin, right? But what happens if I put an index 4? Well, there is no index 4, right? It's 0, 1, 2, 3. There's nothing there. So that would be undefined. So if I come down to Chrome and refresh, we actually get undefined, okay? So key takeaway from this tutorial is we have null. We can explicitly state a variable has no value, like I did here. And we can also have undefined, And we saw two examples of that. Maybe you're trying to access a part of an array that doesn't exist, or you're trying to do something with a variable that actually hasn't been assigned a value. So for example, we saw let age, okay? Also, hopefully you're getting the hang of this by now, but null, that keyword in JavaScript, so that is null, okay? But if you put it in quotes, that's a string. So that's just a string, right? That's not a data type called null. So you want to have null outside of quotes, right? Okay, awesome. Guys, I hope that tutorial made sense. So we've now covered a large number of data types in JavaScript. We haven't covered objects yet. That's something we'll have to learn about. But so far in the course now, we've seen strings, numbers, arrays, Boolean values, true, false. We've seen null a couple of times before. Now we've really been introduced to it. It's where you explicitly state a variable has no value. And we've seen undefined. Perhaps we're trying to access or do something with a variable that doesn't exist. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello friends and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can get user input, how you can have some sort of prompt for the user, and then we're going to store that in a variable. I'm also going to show you how you can check the data type and, if necessary, how you can actually change a data type. So we've that to look forward to in this tutorial. So how you can prompt a user is with window.prompt, parentheses, and then have some sort of string message inside of that. So what I'll do is I'm going to say window.prompt, then we have our parentheses, and what we can do is we'll have some sort of message. Maybe we'll say something like, please enter your name, and semicolon to end our statement here. Remember, a line of code in JavaScript, you can just call it, this here is a statement. Okay, so now if I go to the Google Chrome browser and refresh the page, we get a prompt. It says, this page says, please enter your name. So maybe Bruce Wayne is looking at our application for some reason, he wants to invest, so we enter that. But what you'll notice is, while we've done that prompt, we haven't actually stored the data anywhere, so we're just prompting the user to input some data, but we haven't actually stored that anywhere. So what you can do is you can just take all of that and store it in a variable. So what we're going to do is we're going to say let user input, and note the use of camel case here, so lowercase u for the first word and uppercase I for the second word, and all we're going to do is just use the equal sign or the assignment operator to assign that the value of whatever the user inputs. Okay, so that's all I'm doing. So we're saying let user input, our variable, be equal to, assign the value of window.prompt, and then we have please enter your name. So whatever the user types in will be stored in our variable. And just to prove that to you, I will just console out to the console the user typed in, okay, and whatever the user input is. Okay, so let's try this again. So this time, instead of just putting out a prompt to the window, we're now storing it inside of a variable, user input, and then we're just saying console.log, the user typed in, and whatever the value was. So let's try this again. Let's save and refresh. Please enter your name. So I'm going to say Bruce Wayne, press OK, and then we get the user typed in Bruce Wayne. We don't even have to have this message here. You can just simply log out to the console, whatever it is the user typed in. So let's try this one more time. And by the way, this is really awesome, by the way, because if you think about it, we're now able to get user input. So we'll say, my name is Batman. Okay, maybe it's 8 o'clock, Bruce has had too many cocktails. My name is Batman. Okay, awesome. Now, what I want to do is, I want to show you how you can essentially check the type of a variable, okay? So all you need to do is, let's just delete this. We can say console.log type of, okay? So type of, it's all one word, there's no space and it's lowercase. And what you can do is just pass in the variable, okay? So if we just save and refresh, what I'm doing is I'm just logging out whatever the user typed in its data type. So please enter your name. We'll just say Bruce. If I press OK, see here we get string. Okay, so see it is of type string. So guys, that's how you can send out a prompt message to the user, and you can store it in a variable. But you can also check the type by using type of parentheses and passing in to type of whatever variable it is you're looking to check the type of. Now there are some weird behaviors in JavaScript you need to be aware of. So what I'm going to do is let's change the request for the user to enter their name to enter their number. You know, maybe we've gone out drinking with Bruce and we met someone we really liked, and you know, we're single right now for some reason, we want to meet someone. So we say, oh, you know, please can I have your number? Please enter your number, right? So let's now save and refresh. Okay, and let's see what happens when I enter a number. So please enter your number. I'm going to do 647-101-0000, right? Press OK. We get type string. You're saying, what the hell? That was clearly a number. So this is the interesting thing about JavaScript. There will be some weird behaviors which we can talk about throughout this course, okay? But you know you're asking for a number, but yet JavaScript is given that as a type string. So what you can do is you can actually change the type, okay? You can actually change the type that the user has input, okay? So how you could do that is, so we've said let user input equal window.prompt in the message. We've stored it inside of user input. What we could do is we could reassign the value of user input equal to itself and then pass that into something in JavaScript called number. So in JavaScript that there's this inbuilt power we can use called number, and if you pass in whatever it is you're looking to pass in this case the user input, it will convert that to type number. So what we can do now is we can just store that inside of user input. So I know this is a bit confusing. Let me just talk about what we've done. Let me just show you this first and then we'll talk through it. Okay, so on this line here we've created a variable called let user input, okay? So when we declare let user input, we're creating a variable. We're creating a variable called user input, and we are assigning that the value of the user input. Because remember, we're using window.prompt. You know, we're saying please enter your number, okay? Then what happens is, assuming the user enters the number, what we're going to do is we're going to take that user input, maybe, you know, that 647 number, and user input, we're going to pass it inside of parentheses to this number power here, and then assign that to user input. So really what I'm doing here is I'm taking the user input, converting it to type number, and then storing it in the variable of user input. And then if we just console.log out to the console type of, what we'll see is this should now actually be of type number, and we'll just log out the user input. Okay. So let's save and refresh. I know this is a bit confusing, by the way, so we'll talk through it again. So save and refresh. So we have, please enter your number. So we'll say 647-101-40. I just made this number up, by the way. I hope this isn't someone's actual number. So you see here, now we get it is of type number, and we log out the number. So how do we do that? Well, we use window.prompt, okay, that inbuilt superpower in JavaScript. We then, inside of parentheses and inside of quotes, we say please enter your number. We store that in this variable called user input. But we saw how JavaScript can act a bit weird sometimes, so even though we entered a number, it was coming back as type string, and we didn't want that. So all we do down here on this line is we take the user input, we pass it into number inside of parentheses, and that then means that user input, whatever the user has typed in, has now been changed to type number. And then all we do is we just log out to the console the type of user input, which we've converted to a number here. So on this line, we basically change the data type from a string to a number. And then all we're doing here is we're just logging out to the console. We're just logging out to the console, the data type, and the value, whatever it was the user typed in. Okay, so just to save and refresh this one more time, please enter your number, or we could even say like please enter your age. So let's do that. So we could say please enter your age. Maybe, you know, for conversation starter, we're going to ask their age before we get straight to asking for their number. Bruce is drunk though, he's just asking everybody. So please enter your age. Well, let's pretend I'm 29. I'm actually 32, but age or number there is 29. Okay, awesome. So I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. Key takeaways are essentially you can use window.prompt to prompt out a message to the user. Then there's like an input field that appears. You can store that in a variable by just using the equal sign or the assignment operator. So let user input equal to window.prompt and then the message. We saw when we used type of that even when a user was putting in their digits, their number, their age, it was coming out basically as type string. So if you I just showed you how you can convert that to a number. Just pass in the variable name inside of number, and then you can store that in a variable, and then we just logged out the type of variable and whatever it was the user typed in. Okay, watch that tutorial again. I know that was a bit of new information we learned here together. So guys, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial we're just going to do a quick review of what we've learned so far. So I went and got a coffee before recording this video, hence why over an hour has passed. I got Tim Hortons, it's very good. Okay, so far in this course we've covered a few different topics. Okay, so we've seen variables and the different types of variables. We've seen let, var, and const. So var was the old way of declaring a variable. So for example, we might say, you know, var name is equal to, and you might say, you know, Bruce Wayne or Jessica or something like that. So we've created a variable, it's called name. We've seen the equal signs, that's the assignment operator. That's where you're assigning some sort of value, in this case a string, to a variable, okay? But we also saw that let is now the more modern way of creating variables in JavaScript. So we've let name equal to Bruce Wayne. So maybe, for example, the variable is actually our friend's name. So like our friend's name. So, you know, Bruce Wayne is a really good friend, and then he goes off traveling and we don't see him for a while. So then we make friends with, like, you know, the Flash instead, or Wonder Woman. So now Wonder Woman is now our new friend while Bruce is off traveling, okay? So basically the key thing about let is you're able to reassign a different value to a variable. You can't do that with const, okay? So for example, maybe your date of birth, so date of birth, you know, let's say hypothetically my date of birth was, you know, May 5th, 1989. It's actually not, by the way. How dare you? I'm younger than that. But, you know, that would hypothetically always be my birth date. So I couldn't reassign, you know, date of birth later on, because as far as I'm aware, you're only born once, right? So I couldn't now come down here and say date of birth is now equal to, we'll say April 11th, 1995, right? That, you know, you're not able to reassign the value of a variable. So if I console.log out, you know, date of birth, what do we get in the console? Well, let's have a look. So const date of birth is equal to this string, and then here what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to reassign the value, a different birth date basically, to that variable, and we know with const that's not going to work. Okay, so we actually get an error, assignment to constant variable. Okay, so remember, if you have a variable where you want to update the value of it, potentially you can use let. With const you won't be able to do that, right? Because it's const for constant. Okay, awesome. We also saw in JavaScript that we can create comments. So for example, this is a comment that would be a single line comment, and use the forward slash and the asterisk to create a multi-line comment. So this is a multi-line comment, okay? And comments are very useful if you're working on a very large project, you know, writing basically instructions or snippets of code or explaining things for other developers. You know, this is where we maybe create a user, this is where we get data, etc. Now, crucially, in this course so far, we've also seen the different data types, okay? So we've seen, for example, string, so let name equal to Jessica. And remember, when you're working with a string, if you start with a single quote, you must end with a single quotation. And similarly, you can also use double quotes. Just make sure you start and end with the same quote. Otherwise, you know, you're going to get errors. So for example, if I was to start Jessica with a single quote and then come in at the end and try to do a double quote, that's not going to work. So you just need to be consistent, okay? So that is a variable called name. The variable is called name, okay? You see that there. And it is of type string. We can also create, you know, ages in JavaScript, so that'll be of type number. So let age equal to 37, okay? And remember, 37 in quotes would actually be a string, so that's different to 37, the number, okay? We've also seen Boolean, so we could say, you know, for example, has paid, maybe we're running a gym, and that's true. Jessica is very diligent. Thanks for paying, Jessica. So this is a string, that is a number, and this is a Boolean value. We also saw arrays in JavaScript. For example, we could have an array, we could say let heroes equal to, maybe we have, you know, Superman, comma separate, Batman, Wonder Woman. Maybe we're also going to have the Flash, and, you know, let's include Aquaman. We're getting the whole team together. We're going to have a bit of a party or something, okay? So we saw that we have an array here. So basically, you can say let the array name, so it could be heroes, it could be cities, use the equal sign, and we open and close the array with square bracket notation, and then this is the 0th index of the array. So if we wanted to log out Superman, we just say console.log heroes at index 0, so it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is an array, and it is an array of strings, okay? It is an array of strings. We also saw undefined. So for example, if I was to try log out to the console, an index in the array that didn't exist, we get undefined. So we know, for example, this array starts at 0. So if I console.log heroes, so just the array name at index 0, that's going to give us Superman, right? So just to prove that, we get Superman. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, if I was to try, you know, constant log at index 4, we're going to get Aquaman, okay, because that's the last value in the array. But if I go one beyond that, beyond, like we're talking Star Trek, like index 5, well, that's not going to work, right? There's no index 5, so we're going to get undefined, okay? So we've seen the undefined data type. We've also seen, of course, as well, null, where, you know, we explicitly say a variable has no value. So maybe we want to get another hero invited over, but, you know, we've said, well, we want to get someone else. We don't have a value yet. We're waiting to see who's going to join our team. You know, you could put in null there, okay? So now we get null rather than undefined. We spoke previously about the difference between undefined and null. Null is where we explicitly state a variable has no value, and undefined, we've made a mistake in our code, basically. So I don't know if any of you watch a superhero series called Boys on Amazon Prime. They often talk about the seven best heroes. Well, maybe there's a vacancy, right? So if we were to say console.log the 7 and have, like, you know, Homelander and whoever else, you know, potentially there's a vacancy, so we could have like null in there, okay? Objects is a very important data type in JavaScript. I don't say it's the most powerful, but if you get good at coding, you end up working for a company, you're going to have to know about objects. I decided we'll cover that later on in the course, so we will talk about objects later on in this course. So you don't need to worry about that for now. Just be aware that objects do exist in JavaScript. We also saw how we can use the console. You've seen that here, console.log. And in the previous tutorial, we saw how we could, you know, prompt a message to the user and get them to basically put in some input. So we saw that previously, you know, where we did window.prompt, some sort of message, and then you can store that in a variable. So guys, that's just a quick recap of what we've covered so far. So we've covered, you know, the different types of variables, let, var, const. We've seen multi-line comments and single-line comments in JavaScript. Just be aware of the different data types for now: string, numbers, Boolean, null, arrays, undefined objects. Don't worry, it'll come more natural to you as we progress through the course. We saw arrays, one of my favorite data types. And like I say, we haven't covered objects yet, but we will. Okay, that's awesome. In the next part of the course, kind of chapter or part 2, we're going to start talking about control flow in JavaScript, how we can make decisions, how we can repeat code. So we'll be looking at things such as if statements and loops, etc. So it's a pretty cool power to know. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, everyone, welcome to chapter 2 of this JavaScript for Beginners course. So in this part of the course, what we're going to learn about is how we can make decisions in JavaScript. So we're going to be learning about Boolean logic, taking expressions and finding out if they evaluate to true or false and making a decision based on that. We're going to be looking at how we can repeat code using loops, making decisions with if statements. So we have all of that to look forward to, okay? And then we'll do some exercises at the end of this chapter. So we're not just learning the syntax, how to make an if statement, how to make a for loop, but also how to actually, apply them and make decisions in JavaScript. So that's what this section is all about. It's all about decision making in JavaScript. And the reason that is important is in the real world, so for example, I'm on the Netflix homepage, applications like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, not just streaming services, but dating apps, banks as well, they all make decisions, right? So I've gone on to Netflix, and I'm currently in Canada right now, so it's netflix.com/ca. And it has decided that I am not logged in. So therefore it shows me this piece of content, right? Now, maybe you're someone who already has a Netflix account. So if you click on login, you enter your username and password correctly, you'll then be able to log in and see all the videos. Maybe you don't have a Netflix account, okay? So you would have to enter your email, get started, and if you're able to successfully pay, you'll then be able to log in. So applications make decisions. A decision, for example, is user signed up? Maybe that's true, so you show them videos. If user is not signed up, then show them this email address and get started, call to action or CTA button here where you want them to sign up, right? So you notice this about applications. They've got like buttons, call to action buttons, where they want you to take an action. So if you're already a user, please log in. If you're not a user, please get started. Sign up to our platform and give us some money, okay? So that's what this chapter is going to be about. So it's chapter 2, so we're going to be covering Boolean logic, some sort of expression, is 5 greater than 2, is 2 less than 5, has user paid, is that the value of true, so that's Boolean logic. We're evaluating expressions, and depending on whether they're true or false, we then enter the control flow, where we make decisions, okay? So if something's true, show this content. If something's false, show some other content. And for order to us to make those comparisons, we're going to have to learn about the comparison operators in JavaScript, which we're going to talk about in the next tutorial, okay? So the comparison operators are things like greater than, or equal to, less than or equal to. We also are able to compare data types as well. For example, we have loose equality with a double equal sign and strict equality, okay? So we have all that to look forward to in the next tutorial where we talk about the comparison operators. But just a quick overview for this chapter, we're going to be learning about the comparison operators. There are 8 of them, these guys here, but there are 9 if you include the ternary operator, which is very useful. We have the logical and, logical or, logical not. So if condition 1 and condition is true, if condition 1 or condition is true, that kind of thing. We're going to look at loops, for loops, while loops, etc. We're going to do some loop exercises, and we'll obviously look at things like, the if statement and the switch statement as well. So we've all of this to look forward to in this chapter. The next tutorial will start talking about the comparison operators. So I'll see you in the next one, and we'll get started with those. Okay guys, welcome back. This is going to be the tutorial on comparison operators part 1. Okay, so in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're just going to cover the first 4 comparison operators that I want to talk to you about in JavaScript. So we can use the comparison operators to compare different values, and that will evaluate to a Boolean true or false. Okay, so for example, we could check to see if the number 10 is greater than the number 5, that would evaluate to true. If the number 10 is greater than the number 7, that would also evaluate to true. Okay, or for example, if the number 2 is greater than the number 2, well, that would evaluate to false because they're the same, right? So we're just going to get a bit of practice with this, how we can do some sort of expression that evaluates to true or false, and then throughout this chapter we'll begin to learn how we can actually then make decisions based on that. Run this piece of code if something is true, but run that piece of code if something evaluates to false, okay? So let's get started. What we can do is we can just console.log out, console.log, and we're going to do our first comparison. Let's check to see, let's hypothetically assume that we're the manager of a bar and we want to let people in if they are greater than 21. So our first guest arrives. So we're going to use the term guest because we're fancy, right? We want to be an up-class bar. We're selling cocktails and espresso martinis. So Kira is our first guest, and we check her ID and she's 32. So 32 is greater than 21. Semicolon to end our statement. Okay, so do you think that will evaluate to true or false? Well, 32 is greater than, it is a bigger number than 21, so that will evaluate to true, the Boolean true. So if I save and refresh, we get true. So Kira is now allowed into our bar. We now have one person there. She goes over and gets herself a drink. We're starting to make some money, okay? Her friend Jessica arrives next, and Jessica's a similar age. Jessica's 29. They met at work. So is 29 greater than 21? Well, that's true. So we decide we're going to let her friend in as well, okay? So we get true. Okay, awesome. So they're at the bar. They're having a great time. Now, a guy appears, okay, so console.log, maybe his name is Jake, we check his ID, so he's 24, okay, 24 is still greater than 21, so it's 24 greater than 21, that is true, so we're going to let him in, okay, awesome. Then we get a bit of a drunk guy comes up, and it turns out he's only 19, so is 19 greater than 21, semicolon, well, that's going to evaluate to false, right, because 19 is not greater than 21. No, it is less. So that will evaluate to false. So let's have a look. So that is false. So we're not supposed to let him in, but the bouncers, they're only new. They're like, what do you think, Dara? And I say, you know what, let's let him in. No one's looking. Let's pretend, let's change it now to being greater than 18. So is 19 greater than 18? Yes, it is. Awesome. So now we're after letting 4 people in a row in because, we want to make some money. We don't want to go bankrupt for our bar. So everyone's been brought in. Welcome, everybody. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the comparison operator greater than. Okay, we can also do greater than or equal to. So let me just delete all of this. That kind of young 19-year-old we let in, his friend also appears. And, maybe we're gone lax now. So it's like, we'll let them in if they're like 19 or older, right? But this guy's only 18. So let's say we're saying const.log 18 is greater than 18, okay? So what do you think is going to happen here? Well, 18 is actually not greater than 18 because it's the same value, right? 18 is equal to 18, but it's not greater than. So that's going to evaluate to false, right? Because 18 is not greater than 18, but it's the same value. So that's false. But we're going to loosen our conditions again. Now we're going to say, let them in if they are 18 or older. So we could say, let them in when 18 is greater than or equal to 18. So that now will evaluate to true, okay? So just to remind you, if we do console.log 18 is greater than 18, that's going to evaluate to false because 18 is not greater than 18. But if we then use the greater than or equal to, okay, the chevron and the equal to sign, 18 is greater than or equal to 18? Yes, it is. So we're going to get false for the first expression and true for the second. Okay, so let's refresh and have a look. Awesome, false and true. So I think you get the idea. We can also do less than or equal to as well if you wanted to do those comparisons. So for a bit of practice, let's move away from our bar example. Let's just check it out. Say, okay, is 10, less than 15? Well, that will evaluate to true because 10 is less than 15. So let's have a look. That evaluates to true. You could also do 10 is, less than or equal to 15. So that will also evaluate to true because it is, less than or equal to. It is less than. Okay, awesome. So, guys, there are the first 4 comparison operators I want you to be aware of in JavaScript. We have greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. One last thing I want to show you is we can do the comparison operators with variables. So we don't need to directly just start typing in numbers. We can also do a check with variables. So we're going to say let Jessica age be equal to 32. Remember Jessica. So now what I want to do is I want to do a comparison of a variable to a number. So I want to say, okay, console.log is Jessica age, that variable, greater than or equal to 21. So now what we're doing is we're actually comparing a variable, with a value of 32 to a number. So we're saying Jessica age, that variable, is that greater than or equal to 21? Well, what we know is the value of that variable is 32, so we're really checking is 32 greater than or equal to 21, and we know that that will evaluate to true because yes, 32 is a bigger number than 21. So let's save and refresh. Awesome, and we get true. Just to show you an example where that would be false, we could say let Jake's age equal to 7. Okay, so Jake should not be anywhere near a nightclub. No offense to Jake, you should be out playing with your friends. So we're going to say Jake age, is that greater than or equal to 21? Well, that's going to evaluate to false, right? Because really what we're saying is the variable Jake age is equal to 11. Okay, we're assigning 11 to that variable Jake age. And then here we're doing our check. We're saying is Jake's age, we can put in the S here if you want. Make sure you do it in both places. So Jake's age. So const.log, Jake's age is greater than or equal to 21. Well, 11 is not greater than 21. No, it's like 10 below or less. So that's going to evaluate to false, okay? So let's save and refresh, and we get false. Okay, awesome. So guys, in the next tutorial, we'll look at the next 4 comparison operators in JavaScript. And just one thing to be aware of, remember, the Boolean true and false are not equal to the string true and false, okay? So remember, console.log, the Boolean true, that value there, is different to true inside of quotes, because the first value is a Boolean value, the second is just a string. Okay, so let's just show them on the console. So see here, Boolean is true, and the string is type. It's red. It's in quotes. Okay, awesome. So guys, congratulations. We've just covered the first 4 comparison operators in JavaScript. I hope that makes sense. If you found it a bit confusing, please feel free to watch this video back and get a bit of practice. But in the next tutorial now, we're going to look at the next 4 comparison operators in JavaScript. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hey friends, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to teach you the difference between loose and strict equality. So what this tutorial is going to be about is us essentially comparing the value of a variable, let's say let age equal to 23, and compare that, to check if it's equal to 23, right? And I'm going to show you loose equality with a double equal sign and strict equality with a triple equal sign. So 2 equal signs is we're testing for equal to, 3 equal signs is we are testing for basically strictly equal to. So strictly equal to, also known as strict equality. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's say hypothetically I'm in college, I'm 23 years old, great year, and my lecturer wants me to pair up with someone of the same age for some reason, right? So we can do a check, right? So we can say we'll say Dara age be equal to 23, hashtag I wish, and we'll say let Jessica age be equal to 23 as well, right? So our lecturer person is basically wants to do a check to see if my age is equal to Jessica's age. Well, they can do a check for that, right? So they can say console.log is Dara age equal to Jessica age. Okay, so what do you think that's going to evaluate to? Well, what I'm doing is I'm saying Dara age is equal to 2 equal signs Jessica age. Okay, now the 2 equal signs is for the test, right? If you do 1 equal sign, you're not doing a test, you're actually assigning a value. Okay, so remember that, right? We saw before, let me just do a multi-line comment here. Apologies. Oh, Derek, come on, what are you doing? Sorry, hon. Okay, so we've seen before how if we use 1 equal sign, right, that's the assignment operator, okay? We are essentially assigning, if I can spell, a value to a variable, okay? So for example, we might have let city equal to Sydney or something like that, right? Hello, Australia, right? Where when you want to do a test, you want to do 2 equal signs at the minimum. So that is loose equality, okay? So 2 equal signs is we're basically checking to see if something is equal to another variable, and we call it loose equality because we're only checking to see if essentially the values are the same. We're not necessarily checking for the data type. I'll explain that in a minute, right? Let's just see what this is equal to. Well, this is going to be true, right? Because my age, let our age equal to 23, that's what we're testing for here. Is that loosely equal to Jessica's age, also 23? Well, that's going to be true, right? Okay, so that's awesome. Now, what were to happen if instead of, me putting 23 here and 23 here, we were to get the input from the user? So like, Dara, what's your age? Okay, we know it's 23. The lecturer doesn't have to ask me that. They just know because they were at my awesome party. Where maybe Jessica, they got user input, right? And we saw that with user input previously, we might get a string, okay? So now I've got a question for you. If we're testing to see if Dara age, my age, is equal to 23, if that is loosely equal to Jessica's age, what do you think is going to happen? Well, I'm going to tell you the answer. It's still going to evaluate to true. Loose equality is going to check to see if 23, the number, is equal to 23, the string, and it is actually going to come back with true, right? To prove that to you, let's just save and refresh, and we still get true. And that's because loose equality cares about the values, it doesn't care about the data type. So it's saying the number 23, is that equal to the string 23? Yeah, that's good enough, okay? However, with strict equality, if we add another equal sign, that will now evaluate to false. And let's just save and refresh, and I'll prove this to you. And it evaluates to false. Why is that? Well, loose equality basically only cares that the values are the same. It's checking to see if the values are the same or equal to each other. So in this case, 23 is string and 23 the number, it would come back and say, yeah, they're the same, right? Where strict equality, when using three equal signs, 1, 2, 3, so this is strict equality, this is checking to see if two variables and data types are strictly equal to each other. And what that basically means is, are the data type and the value the same? Equality. So it's going to say, no, 23 the string is not equal to 23 the number because one's a string and one's a number, okay? So for us to get this to evaluate to true here, what we'd have to do is we'd have to change either my age 23 to be a string. So now we're checking to see if the string 23 is equal to the string 23. Let's have a look. That's true. Or what we could do is we could make both of them to be a number. So 23 the number and 23 the number. Okay, so are they equal to each other? Let's have a look. And they are. Okay, awesome. You can also, by the way, you don't need to do variables if you wanted. You could also do a check directly. So we could say, console.log, is the number 10 strictly equal to the number 10? Let's have a look. Well, that should evaluate to true, right? Because they are the same value and the same data type, where, the number 10, would that be equal to the string 10? Well, that will evaluate to false, right? Because they're not the same data type. And let's just prove that to ourselves. Okay, awesome. So basically, strict equality is more powerful because it's testing for both the value and the data type. So when you use a double equal sign, that's loose equality, you're checking that the value of two variables are the same, and that can evaluate to true or false. However, when you use three equal signs or strict equality, you're basically checking that both the value and the data type are the same. Okay, so for this reason, when you see code in a code base, if you become a developer, using three equal signs is more powerful because typically you want to make sure that the data type and the value are equal to each other. Okay, awesome. So guys, that's that tutorial. We've covered loose equality using two equal signs and strict equality. Remember, if you want to check if two variables evaluate to the same value, you want to use at least two equal signs, because remember, one equal sign, you're not doing a comparison operator. That's the assignment operator. Okay, so if I was to say let age equal to I don't know, we'll say 30, and then I want to do a check, and then I said okay, age is equal to 40. I'm not checking if age 30 is equal to the value of 40. What I'm actually doing here is I'm reassigning the value 40 to the variable age. So remember, one equal sign is the assignment operator, okay? And that is when you are assigning, putting a value into a variable. So what I'm actually doing here with one equal sign is I'm reassigning the value of 40 to the age variable, but that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do a check, so I would have to do two equal signs if I wanted to do a loose comparison, or three equal signs if I want to do strict equality. So when people are new to coding, programming, development, etc., it's quite an easy mistake to make for newbies to coding. You often see that where they're trying to compare one variable to another, or one variable to a value, and they use one equal sign instead of two or three. Remember, you're actually reassigning the value. You're not doing a comparison there. Okay, awesome. We'll leave it there for that tutorial. So key takeaway, two equal signs is you're checking to see if two variables are equal to each other under loose equality. So the number 10 would be equal to the string 10, where if you want to use strict equality, you want to use three equal signs. Okay, that's awesome. That's loose and strict equality. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hey friends, welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to talk about not equal to and strictly not equal to in JavaScript. So I just realized I need to add another equal sign there. My apologies. Okay, so in this tutorial we're going to cover not equal to and strictly not equal to. So not equal to is you can check to see if two numbers are not equal to each other. Okay, so this number is not equal to that number, and if the two numbers are not equal to each other, this would actually evaluate to be true. Okay, so you're probably wondering why that might be helpful. Well, imagine you're new to JavaScript and you have to create a program where the user has to guess a number. Okay, so if the user guesses the right number, the game is over. But if the user doesn't guess the right number, you want to give the user a couple more chances, right? So in other words, the game is continuing while they have not guessed the right number. So that is just a small example of where you could check that one variable is not equal to another, okay? So what we'll do is we'll do a little test here. We'll just say, we want to check if two people have the same age. So we'll say let Bruce age be equal to 38. And we might say let what's Superman's real name? Clark? I don't know how to spell Clark. Is there an E at the end? Maybe there is. We'll say Clark is equal to, I don't know, he's 35. He's a bit younger, right? So we just want to do a check. Clark age. Do Bruce and Clark have the same age? Well, let's do a check. So what we can do is we can just say console.log, okay, is Bruce's age not equal to, so exclamation mark equal sign. So we're doing a check to see if Bruce's age is not equal to Clark's age. Okay, so what do you think is going to happen? Well, really what we're doing is we're checking to see if 38 is not equal to 35. Okay, and what's that going to evaluate to? Well, that's going to evaluate to true, right? Because Bruce's age is not equal to Clark's age. So if we just save and refresh, we get true. Okay, so they are not equal to each other. Okay, awesome. Now, what if instead of getting Clark's age, we got the user age? So we say let user age is equal to, and for some reason we did prompt them to enter their age, but we actually get a type. We get a type of string. Okay. Well, now let's see if we do the test. Okay. Bruce's age is not equal to user age. So what we're doing here is we're just saying 38 is not equal to 25, the string. What's going to happen? Well, that's going to evaluate to true as well, right? Because the number 38, it's not equal to the string of 25. So that will also evaluate to true. Okay, so we see that. Awesome. Okay, but what if we then had, let's say, the string value of 38? Okay, well, under loose not equal to, so the exclamation mark and one equal sign, we're testing here if 38, the number, is not equal to 38, the string. Okay, so what do you think is going to happen? Well, let's have a look. Let's delete that. I'm not going to tell you. So is 38 the number not equal to 38 the string? Okay, so we get false, right? But 38 the number and 38 the string, maybe you just want to check to see you know, if that was the case under strict equality, right? So to do that, you just add another equal sign, and let's have a look, and we get true. Okay, so basically, when we did it with just one, loose equal sign, sorry, one, when we did it under loose not equal to, so the exclamation mark and the equal sign, it came back saying like the 38 was not equal to 38 the string, okay? But if you do it with the strict equality, it's checking to see both the data type, and the value. So when you use strictly not equal to, it's saying, yeah, 38, the number, is not equal to 38 the string, so it's going to return true. It's saying they're not equal to each other. Okay, so this gets a bit confusing, but just make sure that whenever you're doing comparisons, you're basically making sure that you're comparing the same data types. Okay, okay, awesome. So guys, that is basically not equal to in JavaScript, and then strictly not equal to. Okay, so key takeaway from this tutorial: if you want to check if two variables are not equal to each other, you can use the exclamation mark and the equal sign. Okay, so that is going to be not equal to. And if you want to check that they're not equal to with the same data type and the same variable, just use the double after the exclamation mark. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this tutorial, we're going to learn about the if statement in JavaScript. So the if statement is really cool. We're finally getting to a part now of this course where we can start to make decisions in JavaScript. So how the if statement works is you have the keyword if, you then have parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, you can do a test. Okay, so does a password have a certain number of characters? Does an age variable equal some sort of number? If that condition inside of the parentheses evaluates to true, we then enter the code block, i.e. the area between the curly braces, and just run whatever piece of code is in there. Okay, so that is an if statement in JavaScript. So let's actually write one out. So as I say, we use the keyword if, we have parentheses, and basically we run some code inside of the curly braces if some condition is true. Now to start off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hard code this to be true and just show you how JavaScript would execute all of this. So you might just say console.log I am some text, if I can spell correctly, before the if statement. Okay, awesome. We'll just do a console.log I am inside the if statement. Okay. And then just after the if statement, we'll just do a console.log I am running after the if statement. Okay, so let's just have a talk about this. Well, on line 12 here, because I've all this comments up here, on line 12, we're just logging out to the console. I am some text before the if statement, okay? So JavaScript is going to run or execute that. Then we come down to our if statement. Now, I told you that with an if statement, if the condition inside of the parentheses evaluates to true, we're going to run the code inside of the if statement. So I have hard coded that to be true, okay? So in other words, we're not doing some condition test that JavaScript has to evaluate. I've just told it, yeah, I want that to be true, so run the code. So we're going to log out to the console. I am inside the if statement, and then once the if statement completes, it's executed all of the code in between the curly braces. We're then just going to log out to the console. I am running after the if statement. So let's just save and refresh and have a look. And like I say, we get the text before the if statement, inside the if statement, and I am running after the if statement, okay? So just to show you that, we could do numbers as well. So basically, we're running number 1, number 2. I'm just showing you essentially the order of execution. So basically, whatever code is before the if statement will run first, then the if statement will run if true, and then whatever is after the if statement. So if I save and refresh, whoops, we get 1, 2, and 3. Okay, that's awesome. Right, now, instead of just doing that, what I want to do is let's actually just do some sort of test, okay? So let's just say, a bank balance. We'll say let, bank balance be equal to 200, okay? We get a call from our friend, and he's like, hey, I want you to come out and party with us, right? So go drinking. Well, we're kind of like, right, it might be an expensive night, so we kind of need at least $100. So if we have $100 or more, we're going to go out and party. So console.log, let's say something like, yeah, I love this party, woohoo, or something like that, right? Okay, parties on the beach are my personal favorite. It's winter right now, it makes me sad. Okay, so we've created our variable, let bank balance equal to 200. Then we're doing our if statement here. When I say doing our if statement, what I really should say is we are evaluating some condition, okay, to be true or false. And if that condition is true, we're going to run all of the code inside the code block, i.e. between the curly braces. So, is the bank balance of 200 greater than or equal to 100? Well, yes, it is. So that's going to evaluate to true. And when that condition evaluates to true, we're going to run or execute the code inside of our curly braces, i.e. the code block. Okay? i.e. that code block. So let's have a look. If I save and refresh, we should log out to the console. Yay, I love this party. Okay. Yay, I love this party. Okay, awesome. And by the way, you don't just have to run one piece of code inside of the if statement. You could do multiple lines. So just to show that to you. Okay, you really like the party, hence why you're saying it out like 4 times. Okay, so yay, I love this party. Okay, awesome. Okay, so another thing you can do, by the way, is this is kind of cool with Visual Studio Code. If I hard code that to be false, okay, notice how like it's kind of grayed out all of the text. It's basically saying that, you know, this code is not going to run. Okay, so it has here unreachable code detected, i.e. that code will never run because the condition evaluates to false. Okay, awesome. Now, we'll do another basic example of Jessica's age or something like that, and then what we'll do is we'll just do check to see if a password is greater than a certain number of characters, right? So remember previously I was talking about letting people into our nightclub. Well, now we can do an if statement to check to see if that's true. So we can say let Jessica age, remember Jessica from earlier? Well, she's 32. Oh no, it's her birthday. She's 33 now. Happy birthday, Jessica. Okay, great. Now we're going to do our if statement. We're going to say if Jessica age is greater than or equal to 21, we want to let her into the nightclub. So we can just log out of the console. Welcome to the club. Have a great night. Okay. Personally, I'm not mad on nightclubs. I just prefer bars because I can hear people talking, but we're all different preferences. Okay, so Jessica is 33 years of age. So I've said let Jessica age, that variable, and I've assigned the value of 33. So we have assigned the variable called Jessica age a value of 33 of type number. Then here we're doing our if statement, okay? So here's the condition. Here's our check. So do you think this evaluates to true? Well, yes, it does, right? Think about it. Jessica age is 33, okay? So is 33 greater than or equal to 21? Yes, it is. That evaluates to true, and because that evaluates to true, we then enter the if statement, i.e. run the code inside of the curly braces. So we're just logging out of the console, console.log, welcome to the club, have a great night. So if I save and refresh, we get welcome to the club, have a great night. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the if statement in JavaScript. In the next tutorial, I want to show you basically a way where you can run a piece of code if the if condition evaluates to true, but run another piece of code, i.e. another code block, if this condition here evaluates to false. So I'll show you that in the next tutorial. Okay, welcome back. In this tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to cover the else statement. So far we've seen the if statement. If some condition inside of these parentheses is true, we run some code. But what happens if the condition we're testing for or evaluating for actually evaluates to false? We don't know how to do anything. We just skip the if statement. So that brings us to the else statement. So how this works is we have the if keyword and our parentheses to test if some condition is true and our curly braces. So in between those two curly braces is the code block that runs if some condition evaluates to true. Else, if the condition we've tested for is not true, we actually enter the else code block and run the code here instead. Okay, so let's do an example of this. We could test for the length of a password. We could test a grade, some sort of Boolean value. So do a couple of quick examples, okay? Let's say hypothetically we want to test a user's password. So let's say let password equal to, and right now we'll just put it to an empty string. So a string with no value, right? And we want to test to see if the password length is above, let's say, 9 characters. So we can test for that. We can say if, okay, and what we want to do is we want to say password, use the decimal, right, dot, we're going to access the length property of password. We'll talk more about properties and methods later on in the course. But we're going to say if the password.length is greater than 9 characters, we just want to say to the user, you know, console.log, you have a good password. We'll say good password, if I can spell. Alternatively, we want to say else, and we'll just console.log, you know, please enter a longer password. Please enter a longer password. Okay, awesome. So let's save, go to the browser and see what we get. So we get please enter a longer password, right? Because if we were to log to the console the password length, right? Let's just show you this. Console.log password length is, okay, and then let's access the password variable and access the length property, right? We just come over here. We see the password length is 0 because it is an empty string, right? If I say something like, I like lemons, okay, well now the password is going to be longer than the required length, so we get good password. So let me just explain how that works. So I like lemons has 9 characters. So then we come down here to the if statement and it says, okay, is the password length greater than 9? And it's saying, well, that would evaluate to true. So therefore we come in here inside of the code block and we just log out, you know, good password. If I was to change my password to be just lemons, okay, that looks like what? Is that 6? Yeah, 6 characters, I think. So password length is going to be less than 6. So 6 is less than 9. It's not greater than 9, okay? So is 6 greater than 9? No, it's not. So that will evaluate to false. Therefore, we don't enter this code block here. We come down to else and enter this code block here. And then we just log out to the console. Please enter a longer password, okay? Awesome. Please enter a longer password. Okay, we'll get a couple more examples in the next tutorial with the else statement. We'll do a few more tests. We'll look at Boolean variables and some stuff like that. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey team, welcome back. Just want to do another couple of examples with the else statement, and then we'll move on to other concepts in JavaScript. So if you feel confident with the else statement, feel free to skip this video. Otherwise, let's continue learning together. Okay, so we saw in the last tutorial how we can create an else statement with the if block and the else block, and we did this example here where we basically just had a password and we checked for the password length. But let's just do an example of a grade, okay? Let's say hypothetically we want to check to see if someone got a score of 60 or above, right? So check for a score of 60 or above, right? Could you create an else statement with the if block and the else block where we just say if the user gets a score of, let's say, 60 or higher, we'll say great score, and if they get below that, we'll say good job anyway, or something like that, right? So how I would do that is we have the if keyword, open up parentheses for our check, right? Whatever we're checking here, if it evaluates to true, we'll enter the if code block, otherwise we'll enter the else code block. So we want to say if, well I can't say the word grade because we haven't defined it yet, so we'll say let grade be equal to 65. So someone got 65 in our test. So we're going to check to see if grade is greater than or equal to 60, okay? If that's the case, we'll just console.log out, you know, great job. Otherwise, we'll just say good job because we're kind of mean, right? We'll say console.log, good job, anyway. Maybe give them a little smiley face, why not? Okay, so what do you think is going to happen? Well, we've created a variable called grade, and we've assigned it the value of 65. So then JavaScript is going to do our check for us. It's going to say, okay, is grade with a value of 65 greater than or equal to 60? Well, that's going to evaluate to true, isn't it? That's going to evaluate to true. Therefore, we're going to enter the code block between the curly braces, and we're going to run whatever code is in there. So, we could just log out great job 2 or 3 times if we wanted. Okay, so let's save and refresh and see what we get. And we get great job 3 times because we're very happy our student did well. Okay, awesome. So you can also do another check as well. You can also check Boolean values. So whenever you're creating games in JavaScript, you want to see you want to test for the value of a Boolean. Maybe you'll keep letting the user have guesses if they haven't guessed the right number, for example, right? But we're going to do a check called is sober. We're going to say let is sober be equal to true. We're deciding if we're going to let people into our nightclub. Remember, Jessica, it's her birthday, so we're going to have a lot of people come into our nightclub. So let's just do another example. So we want to say if is sober is strictly equal to true, then what we want to do is we want to let people into our nightclub. We'll say, welcome to the club. Else, we might just say, not tonight, pal, or not tonight, friend. Not tonight, dude. If I can spell, not tonight. Okay. So here what we're doing is we're actually testing a Boolean value. So the variable is sober up here. Notice the camel case, by the way. The first word begins with a lowercase I, and the second word begins with an uppercase S, right? So what we've done is we've created a variable. We've created a variable called is sober and assigned it the value of Boolean true, okay? So this variable is a Boolean value, right? So you see here it's telling you it's of type Boolean, right? So here what we're doing is we're testing a Boolean value to see if it has, or a Boolean variable to see if it has a value of true or false, okay? And the reason I use 3 equal signs here is, remember, if you were to use 1 equal sign, you're not doing a test, you're just assigning a value, okay? And then 2 equal signs, we saw loose equality, but it's better we get into the habit of using 3 equal signs when we want to test for strict equality. So what do you think is going to happen? Well, is true the Boolean value strictly equal to true? It is, okay? It is. So we're going to just log out welcome to the club, just to prove that to you. If I save and refresh, we get welcome to the club. And if I was to change that to be false, because the person has actually had a bit too many drinks, now is sober has been assigned a value of Boolean false. And remember, we want people to be sober. We want is sober, the variable, to be true. So this person comes up to the door. We're testing, are they sober? Well, they're not, right? False, the Boolean false is not equal to the Boolean true. So this condition will evaluate to false. We will not enter the code block, i.e. the space between that curly brace and this curly brace. Instead, we're going to come down here to the else block, and we're just going to log out of the console, not tonight, dude. So just to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we get not tonight, dude. Okay, awesome. So guys, that was a few examples of the else statement in JavaScript. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. Okay, so far we've seen the if statement in JavaScript and we've seen the else statement. But the limitation with the else statement is it's very much binary, right? We're checking if this condition is true, run a piece of code, or if it's false, run another piece of code. But what if you want to check, for more than 2 conditions? You want to check what day of the week it is, what month of the year it is, and that kind of thing, right? Well, there is another thing we can do in JavaScript, that is the else if statement. And how that syntax works is we essentially have the if block, and then we have an else if block, okay? And then finally we have an else block, okay? So hypothetically, let's assume we're creating a game where the user has to roll a higher dice number than the computer, right? Well, what we've learned so far, we wouldn't be able to do that because there's 3 potential outcomes here. The human gets a higher score, the computer gets a higher score, or it's actually a draw. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to introduce you to the else if statement, and we're just going to write some code basically checking to see who won, right? So we need to create some variables first, like the human score and the computer score. So we'll say let computer score be equal to, we'll just hard code this to be 4, okay? And then we can say let human score, and let's say we hypothetically roll a 4 as well, right? Well, this is going to be a draw, so how would we test for that? Well, let's check to see if the computer score is higher than the human score first. So we know what we need to do. We have our if statement, we have our curly braces, okay, we're going to test for some condition. Then we have our else if, testing for some condition here. And then finally we have our else block, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to test to see if the computer score was greater than the human score. If that's the case, then we know the computer wins, right? So computer wins, okay? If, however, the computer score was less than the human score, okay, then the human has won, okay? So then the human wins. Otherwise, well, if the computer didn't win and the human didn't win, then it must have been a draw. Or in other words, if the computer score was not higher than the human score, but the computer score was also not lower than the human score, then we know it must have been a draw. So then we just log out to the console, it was a draw, okay? So this is the syntax of how we write an else if statement. So let's just basically do a console.log. So console.log, computer wins. Then we can just do human wins, and then it was a draw, okay? So we're actually getting to the point now where if you think about it, you could potentially code up your own game to check to see, you could actually create a dice roll game. We'll do that later on in the course where basically we'll get user input. That's more of a guessing game. We'll get the human to press a button, it rolls a dice score. We'll get the computer to do it, and we'll check who got the higher score. We will do a dice roll game later on in the course, okay? But for now, let's see. We have computer wins, then we have human wins, and then we have it must have been a draw. It was a draw. It was a draw. So this is pretty good. We're getting to the point now where we're starting to see multiple powers that we're learning together. So for example, we have here, we've learned now at this point how we can create variables and assign a value to those variables. We know how to do the if statement, the else if now, and the else, logging out things to the console, doing a comparison operator. So we're starting to slowly make progress in this course, build to your knowledge of JavaScript, right? So let me just review the code before we run out of the console. So what's going to happen? Well, computer score is 4, human score is 4. So we're going to enter this code block. Is the computer score greater than the human score? When we do this check using the comparison operator, that will evaluate to false, so we will not enter this code block. Then we come down here to this else if fella. Is the computer score less than the human score? Well, it's not, they're the same. So that will evaluate to false, and therefore we will not enter this code block. Then we come down to this bit here, and it's saying, okay, well, that didn't evaluate to true, that didn't evaluate to true, so I'm entering the else code block, and we console log out, it was a draw. Just to prove that to you, we get it was a draw. Okay, awesome. And then we could do, a situation where the computer wins. So the computer got a 6 in the dice roll, the human got a 4. What's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is this condition here will be checked. Is the computer score greater than the human score? Is 6 greater than 4? Yes, it is. That will evaluate to true. So we log out to the console, computer wins, and we do not enter these code blocks down here. Okay, so let me just show that to you. And we get computer wins, awesome. And then finally, let's have a situation where the human wins, like the way we prevailed at the end of Terminator 2 against the machines. So now what's going to happen is the computer got a 3, we got a 4. What's going to happen? Computer score is not greater than the human score. 3 is not greater than 4, so that will evaluate to false. Then we're going to do our comparison operator here. Is the computer score less than the human score? In other words, is 3 the number? Less than 4 the number? Well, that is true, right? So that will evaluate to true. Therefore, we enter this code block and we log out to the console, human wins. Let me just refresh. We get human wins. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the else if statement in JavaScript. It's very useful when you want to check, for more than 2 conditions, okay? So for example, days of the week, months of the year, that kind of thing. Why don't we do another example in the next tutorial, just get a bit more practice, and then we'll continue on learning new concepts in JavaScript. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so we're just going to get a bit more practice with the else if statement. Let's just do one where we're testing for the day of the week. Don't worry, we're not going to do like Monday all the way to Sunday. We'll do like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we'll have an else block where, you know, it's basically the weekend, right? I assume you don't work on Fridays, right? Okay, so how do we do this? Well, let's create a variable. We'll say let day of week, and we'll assign it the value of Thursday, and let's begin our if, else if, and else blocks. So we want to say if day of week is strictly equal to Monday, we're going to run a piece of code. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have our else if day of week is strictly equal to Tuesday, we'll run a piece of code. This is just good practice. This is why I'm making you suffer. Else if day of week is equal to Wednesday. Can I type it out correctly? Wednesday, awesome. Then we're just going to have an else if for Thursday. And what you'll notice is the great thing about the else if statement is you can have multiple else if blocks. So we're going to have one if statement, if that condition is true, then our multiple else ifs, and then finally an else block at the end, okay? Now, obviously, if you were to test for, let's say, the months of the year, or where there's a bit more, you probably want to use a switch statement as well. And don't worry, we will cover that later on in this course. You have my word. Okay. So for each one, then we'll just log some out to the console. So we'll say console.log, semicolon to end statement. We'll just paste these in here. I'm just going to use the tab just to indent, just to make it a bit easier to see what's going on. Hope that's easy to read. Okay, so if the day of the week is equal to Monday, we're just going to say, oh my god, a full week of work ahead. And then go like, no, like Eric Cartman in South Park, no. Constant.log, if it's Tuesday, say, I'd like to get coffee on Tuesdays. Maybe you do. Personally, I have coffee every day. Wednesday, you might say, I meet my friends for a midweek beer. Thursday, you might say like, oh my god, OMG, it's the weekend tomorrow. It's the weekend tomorrow. Else, you might say, well, it is the weekend. It's the, oh, sorry, it's the effing weekend. We can't say that. We gotta be professional. It's the weekend. Woohoo! All right, no cursing in this tutorial. Okay, so what's going to happen? Well, we've created a variable called day of week. We've assigned it the value of Thursday. And now what's going to happen is we're going to enter the entire else if statement just to test multiple conditions and find out which day of the week it is. So we're going to come here inside of this part of the if statement and test for is the day of the week equal to Monday. That will evaluate to false, okay? Then we're going to do our test, and remember, if that evaluates to false, the condition, the code inside of the code block does not run, so that's not going to log out of the console. Then we're testing if the day of the week is equal to Tuesday. The day of the week, the variable is Thursday, that's what we're testing for, so that is not going to run. Then we're testing for if the day of the week is Wednesday. It's not. Then we're testing for the day of the week is Thursday, so that's what's going to log out of the console. Oh my god, it's the weekend tomorrow. Else then we just log out, it's the weekend, woohoo. So if I just save and refresh, what do we get? We get, oh my god, it's the weekend tomorrow. You could change that as well to be, what if we change it, let's say to Tuesday, what's going to happen? Let's have a look. So Tuesday, well then what should happen is we just log out, I like to get coffee on Tuesdays. Okay, so again, we enter the else if statement, that evaluates to false. This evaluates to true, this else if here, so that's what we log out to the console. We get, I like to get coffee on Tuesdays. Okay, so if condition evaluates to true, we enter that part of the code block. I like to get coffee on Tuesdays. Awesome. And then just for practice, what happens if we are testing for the day of the week? but it's an empty string. Well, what's going to happen? All the conditions will evaluate to false until we get to the else. So by default, it's the weekend. Congratulations. Okay, guys, that's awesome. As I say, we've now covered the if statement, the else statement, and the else if statement. So just for recap, the if statement is if you want to check if something is true, if some condition, and then we have our code block there, okay? But you're only testing if something evaluates to true. So if you want a bit more power, you want to do a binary test, like has someone paid for a Netflix account? Are they sober? Do we let them into the nightclub? Are they a certain age? We give them a discount on insurance. Then instead of using the if, what you want to do is you want to use the else statement, where you have essentially the if and you have the else. And then if you want to test for multiple conditions, you can do that by having the else if and then the else, okay? So for example, who has won in the game, the computer or the human? What day of the week is it? What month of the year is it, etc. But you don't want to make these things very long, so a switch statement is better in that scenario. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Hey friends, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to create a guessing game whereby when we refresh the browser, the page says, prompts the user to enter a number between 1 and 3. We're trying to guess whatever number the computer has guessed. So if I guess 2, for example, I got it wrong. I guessed too low. If I refresh again, let's do number 3. Awesome, I won. Okay, so basically we're guessing a number between 1 and 3, and we're trying to see if basically we're guessing the right number. Okay, so believe it or not, we actually know how to do this with all the code we've learned so far. So what we want to do is, first of all, we want to prompt the user to enter a number. We know how to do that. We've seen window.prompt before. Inside of parentheses, we'll just have a message like please enter a number or please guess a number between 1 and 3. We'll store that in a variable called userGuess. What we can do is we'll take that input that will be of type string and just convert that to a number. We've seen that before. Then we'll just log out of the console, the human or the user guess, whatever. Then what we want to do is we want to get the computer to have a guess, and we can just use mat.random for the computer to have a guess. So we'll multiply that by 3 and floor it and add 1. So we've seen this before. We'll store that in a variable, and then what we'll do is we'll do a comparison to check to see if the user guessed the same number as the computer, in which case they won. Otherwise, did they guess too low, did they guess too high, etc. Okay, so that's what we have to look forward to in this tutorial. So really what we're doing is we're starting to bring together everything we've learned so far in this course, because I definitely have to teach you all the syntax, like if statements, prompts, all of that. But at some point we have to start bringing it all together so you can see the logic of how you'd actually start building some games and some cool apps down the line. Okay, awesome. So this is the code I actually wrote. So just delete all of that and start from scratch. Okay, so we're going to be using everything we've learned so far, like I say, comments, using the console, getting a prompt, etc. So I'll start talking and we'll start coding. Okay, so basically we're creating a guessing game in JavaScript. I don't know why I went for all caps there. I'm not shouting at you. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is, well, let me write out the instructions here. Okay, we want to do a couple of things, right? Number 1, we want to prompt, if I can spell correctly, I was out for a walk in the cold, so I hope I can type. So prompt the user to guess a number between 1 and 3. Okay, that's the first thing we need to do. Obviously we need to store that in a variable and convert to a number. Okay, basically you need to generate a computer guess using mat.random. We've seen that before. And then what you want to do is you want to essentially use an else if statement and the comparison operators that we've seen. So comparison operators are, like strict equality, greater than, less than, that kind of thing, to do a comparison. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is basically get the human guess or the user's guess. So we'll say human guess. So how do we do that? Well, we want to prompt the user to enter a number between 1 and 3 and then store that in a variable. So I'm going to say let user guess, note the use there of camel case, and that's going to be equal to window.prompt, okay? So we'll say guess a number between 1 and 3 and add a few exclamation marks there to create a sense of urgency, okay? So that's going to prompt the user to enter a number between 1 and 3, right? But then what we want to do is we want to take that guess and convert it to type number and then store it in a variable. So what we can do is we can say user guess again. So we're going to override the value of user guess up here, which should be of type string, and convert this here. So basically what we're doing is we're getting the user to enter a number between 1 and 3. Assume I press the number 2 on my keyboard. We store it here, but it's going to be of type string, right? So what we want to do is just pass that in to number, the inbuilt power in JavaScript, and convert it to a type number, and then store it inside of user guess. Don't worry, I'll talk through this code again if this is a bit confusing. And remember, we don't need to say, let user guess like that, okay? We've already essentially initialized and assigned a value to the variable originally, so all we're doing here is just overriding or assigning a new value. You don't need to redeclare a variable you've already declared. Okay, awesome. Now what we can do is just log that out to the console. So we can say, you guessed number. Then what we'll do is we'll just input user guess. Okay. So I hope all that makes sense. Basically, all we're doing is we're just prompting the user to guess a number between 1 and 3. We're storing it inside a variable called user guess. Then what we're doing is we're taking that user guess, whether it's 1, 2, 3, the string, converting it to type number, and then we have it of type number, okay? And the reason is we want that to be of type number. When we generate a random number for the computer, we want to be able to compare, the same data type. We want to ensure we're getting the same data type and values, just for consistency. Okay, so now we need to get the computer guess. So computer guess, how do we do that? Well, we want to store this in a variable, right? So we'll say let computer guess be equal to number 1, 2, or 3. So we don't want to hard code this, okay? We want to use mat.random. So we've seen mat.random before. So if I say mat.random, okay, that's going to generate a random number, more or less between 0 and 1, okay? But what we want to do is we want to multiply that by 3, okay? So that could give us a value anywhere between 0 right up to like 2.999, etc., okay? So what we want to do is we actually want to floor that, so wrap all of this inside of mat.floor. So basically whatever is after the decimal place we're getting rid of, okay? So for example, if we generate a random number of 1.71, we'd get the number 1. If we got a number of like 2.55, we'd get the number 2. If we got 0.12, we'd get 0, okay? So by using mat.floor, what we're doing now is we're ensuring we're getting a number 0, 1, or 2. So what we want to do then is take all of this and just add the number 1 to the end of it. Okay, so just like that. And now instead of getting 0, 1, 2, we're getting 1, 2, or 3. Okay, awesome. And then what we can do is just log that out to the console. So we can say console.log, the computer guessed, comma separate, and then just whatever the computer guessed, okay? Awesome. Okay, so now the user has a guess and the computer has a guess, and we're logging them out to the console, okay? But we need to do our comparison. So how do we do that? Well, we can use our else if knowledge that we've learned before. So there's a few different ways we could do this. Yeah, because like it's between 1, 2, and 3, we could basically say, okay, if the human guesses above the computer, they guess too high. If they went below, they guess too low. Because it's only 3 numbers, else then, basically they probably won. But to just be a bit more accurate, we're just going to test that the human guess was the same as the computer guess. I'm going to start saying user guess. I think human guess is a bit weird. Makes me sound like I'm an android. I'm actually not. I'm a real person with feelings and preferences. Okay, so I like coffee. Sorry, just grabbing some water. Okay, so basically, we want to check that the user guess is strictly equal to the computer guess. Now remember, I need to use 3 equal signs here for strict equality, okay? So now we're checking to see that the user guess is the same as the computer guess, okay? And if that's the case, we want to log out to the console, congrats, you won. We'll do it in capital letters, congratulations, you won. We want to get the endorphins running in their brain, else if, okay, now, if the user guess was greater than the computer guess, okay, basically we know they guessed too high, didn't they? So say console.log. I'm just going to copy this, okay, an empty string there in const.log. We'll say, oops, you guessed too high. Okay, so basically the user guess was greater than the computer guess. Else if the user guess is less than the computer guess, basically the user guessed too low. So we'll console.log, oops, you guessed too low. I just realized I have bad grammar here. That should be you guessed too high. And then else, well, if the user hasn't won, but they haven't guessed too high or too low with three numbers, I don't know what's going on. So we'll just console.log system error. We'll do it in capitals to be dramatic. System error. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I believe this should work. Let me just review it and we'll talk through it together. So basically what we're doing is we're prompting out to the user or the window, guess a number between 1 and 3. So a user can press 1, 2, or 3. Then what we're doing is we're storing it in the variable user guess. And remember, when we declare a variable for the first time, you want to use the let keyword, okay? Unless it's a constant variable, which we spoke about previously. For example, a date of birth, where you don't want to override the value of a variable later on. Of course we do, because what we want to do then is we want to take the user guess and just convert it to a number data type. And then we're just logging out to the console, you guessed number, and then whatever they guessed, right? Then down here we get the computer guess. So we generate a number, a random number, using mat.random. So that gets us a number between like 0 and 0.999. Then we multiply it by 3, so we're getting a number anywhere between like 0 and almost 3. Then what we're doing is we're using mat.floor to disregard everything after the decimal place. So we're going to get like, 1, 2, or 1, 0, 1, or 2. And then we just add 1 to it. So we're getting a number between 1 and 3. So 1, 2, or 3. Then we just log that out of the console using console.log. And then we just say the computer guessed, where's my grammar today? Computer guess, okay. And then down here is where we're doing our comparison. So this is where we're doing our check. So checking who won, essentially, okay. So basically, if the user guess was the same as the computer guess, maybe we guessed 3 and the computer guessed 3, then we won. We guessed the computer's number. So congrats, we win. Else, if our guess was greater than the computer guess, we guessed too high, we didn't correctly guess the computer's number. Else, if our guess is less than the computer guess, we guessed too low, otherwise system error, okay? So let's go have a look. Okay, guess a number between 1 and 3. Let's say the number 1. Oh, I guessed too low, okay? If I refresh, guess a number between 1 and 3. Let's go for 3. Oops, I guessed too high. Let's try again. Go for number 2. Guess too high. I'm going to keep guessing the number 3. Hopefully I win eventually. Oh my god, I won. You guessed 3. Woohoo! Okay. USA. Alright, guys. So that is how we can create a guessing game in JavaScript. I really hope you enjoyed that tutorial. For the first time, we've really started to bring together everything we've learned. So we have our comments here. We're basically creating variables. We're storing a user guess into a variable and converting it to type number. We've seen mat.random before, how we can generate random numbers, and there we're doing a check to see who won the game. Later on in the course, we're going to basically have a complete dice roll game with actual dice on the screen. So that's way later on in this course, but I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. We're finally starting to bring together everything that we've learned, but we've a lot more to do. So for example, I had to refresh the page to be able to guess. So if you don't want the users to have to refresh the page, which is kind of annoying, we're going to have to start talking about loops and that kind of thing. So that's it for that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one, and we will continue our JavaScript journey together. Hello everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial I'm going to talk to you about the logical operators in JavaScript. So we are now introducing the logical operators. I hope you're excited. The logical operators are one of my favorite topics in JavaScript, and they're absolutely fantastic if you want to test for multiple conditions. Okay, so for example, so far in this course, we've essentially been learning about, the if statement. If some condition is true, run some code. Otherwise, maybe run another piece of code. So, for example, maybe you're testing if the bank balance is above $500. You might say let bank balance be equal to, I don't know, someone has 12,000 for some reason, and you're testing if the bank balance is greater than or equal to 500. You might say, okay, we will give you credit. Okay, we'll say you can get a loan. Okay, awesome. But what if you wanted to test multiple conditions? So maybe someone, to get a loan from our bank, not only do they need to have a bank balance of greater than or equal to 500, but they have to be currently employed. They had to have a job. How would you do that based on what we've learned so far? Well, this is where we're going to bring in the logical AND operator. So the logical AND operator allows us to test that multiple conditions are true. And all you need to do is use the AND symbol, okay? But we're not going to type out AND. It's represented by a double ampersand, okay? So for example, maybe this person is employed. So we might say, you could say like has job or is employed. We're a bit professional, so we'll say is employed, okay? And we're going to set that to the Boolean value of true. So now what we could do down here is we could test, okay, is their bank balance greater than 100 and are they employed? So is employed strictly equal to true, okay? So guys, this is the AND operator in JavaScript where we can test for multiple conditions. So this is a bit of a tough example, is employed and bank balance. So let's just take a step back and make it more simple. Do you remember Jessica had her birthday party and it was her night out, okay? Well, maybe we want to test that, Jessica's friends are over a certain age and that they've paid, okay? So Jessica's friend Rachel comes up, right? So we want to test that Rachel has paid the cover charge to get into the nightclub and that, she's over 21 years of age. So we'll say that Rachel is 29, right? So Rachel is 29. So we say let age equal 29. And then we want to have some sort of has paid variable. So we could say let, has paid be assigned a value of true, okay? Maybe actually she hasn't paid, but Jessica has paid the cover charge for everyone. So really it is true, right? They have paid. So how would we check this? Well, what we can do is we can have our if statement. And remember, both conditions have to be true for us to let them into the club. So we can say you can enter, otherwise, else, we'll just say console.log, you cannot enter tonight, or something like that, okay? Awesome. All right, so now we have to test our conditions. So the first thing we're testing is age greater than or equal to 21, okay, and double ampersand. So ampersand is above the number 7 on the keyboard. I hold down shift and press 7, that's how I get it. And has paid is strictly equal to true, okay? So what do you think is going to happen? Whoops, sorry, bit of a space there. Okay, so we're checking that age is greater than or equal to 21, okay? So that's the greater than or equal to that we're using there. And double ampersand, we're checking that has paid, the Boolean variable, is strictly equal to true, okay? So anything that's true, that would be considered truity in JavaScript, okay? So what do you think is going to happen? Well, both conditions have been met, right? Rachel, Jessica's friend, is above 29, so age greater than or equal to 21 evaluates to true, and has paid, this Boolean variable, is equal to true. So both conditions have to be true for us to enter this part of the if statement, okay? So that's the key thing about AND. Both conditions have to be true. If one condition is not true or is false, then this entire thing here, this entire condition evaluates to false, right? But in this case, it's true, so we let them in. So we have, you can enter. Okay, awesome, right? Now, as I say, all of that has to evaluate to true. For housekeeping purposes, I actually like to wrap both conditions I'm testing inside of parentheses. I just think it makes it easier to read. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're just wrapping this condition here, this test, inside of parentheses, and then we have this second test here. So the person's over 21, are they, and have they paid? Okay. Now, what happens if one of these conditions evaluated to false? So maybe they were actually only 19. Okay, well, as I say, if one condition evaluates to false, then the entire statement, this entire condition will evaluate to false. So now we're doing our check. Is age greater than or equal to 21? No, it's not. Okay, so that check is false. And has paid. Is has paid true? Well, has paid is true, but the age is not greater than or equal to 21. Because we haven't met both conditions, this entire statement here evaluates to false. So we don't enter this code block, okay? So this whole expression here is considered falsy. We don't enter this code block of the if statement. We come down here to else, and we log out, you cannot enter tonight. Because while they've paid, they're not over 21, okay? So you see there, you cannot enter tonight. If hypothetically a few years went by and they were 24 years of age, so now they are technically able to come in based on the age check, but maybe has paid is false, they're trying to pull a fast one on us, we're not letting them in, okay? Key thing about the and statement is both conditions have to be true for someone to be admitted to our nightclub, okay? If both conditions are false, so maybe the next person's 20 years of age and they haven't paid, well, that's false. They're not greater than or equal to 21, and they haven't paid. So they're definitely not getting in, okay? So guys, that is the and statement in JavaScript. A real world example of this is, imagine a streaming service like, Amazon Prime or Disney Plus or Netflix or whatever the case may be. Let's say me and you are making our own streaming service with some sort of fun content. I don't know, walking tours of Berlin or something like that, right? Maybe we want to check to see that a user has signed up to our platform, okay, but that they're also logged in, right? So we could test that as well. So we could say let has signed up, or you could say is subscribed, is a user, is subscribed is equal to true. And then let has logged in, or we could say is logged in is also equal to true. So we could say if both these conditions are true, so someone has basically signed up to our streaming service and has paid, looks like they have, and they're also logged in, so logged in, yes, then we want to show them the walking tour video of Berlin. I was actually in Berlin in 2015, nice place, haven't been back since. So what we could do is we could do our check. We could say is subscribed, so have they signed up to our platform? Okay, we want to check to see if that is equal to true, and we want to see if they've logged in, okay? So if both things are true, we will basically say, here are the walking tour videos of Berlin. Maybe we'll say like, enjoy or something like that, right? Else we might say, just please sign up, okay? Else console.log, please sign up and log in to view the videos. Okay, awesome. So is logged in is strictly equal to true. So what are we doing here? Well, we've created two variables. Is subscribed is a Boolean value assigned a value of true, and is logged in is a variable assigned, it's a Boolean variable also assigned a value of true. Okay, so what we can do is we can just wrap these things here, our two conditions we're testing for, inside of parentheses just for readability. Okay, so what do you think is going to happen? Well, is subscribed has a value of Boolean true. We're testing that it is strictly equal to true with three equal signs, and double ampersand, we're testing is logged in is strictly equal to true. So what do you think is going to happen? We're going to let them view the videos of Berlin, aren't we? Because both conditions are true. They've paid, they've signed up, and they've logged in. So here you are, enjoy the walking tour videos of Berlin. Now, when you are testing that a Boolean variable is equal to true, okay, you don't actually have to use the triple equal signs and then assign it the value or test to see if it's equal to true there. Any variable that has a Boolean value of true is considered truty in JavaScript, okay? So what you can do is you can actually delete that, delete strictly equal to true for both variables, and this is still going to work, okay? So testing is subscribed and is logged in. That will still work for us, okay? To prove this to you, if I refresh, we still get to see the videos, okay? So basically, when you're testing for a Boolean variable, if its value is true, you don't need to test, the variable name strictly equal to true. You just can put in the variable name, and that is essentially the same thing, okay? So basically, if I say is subscribed, i.e. the variable name, inside of an if statement, basically that's the same thing as testing for, is subscribed strictly equal to true, okay? Awesome. And then because it's just, two variables, the names, you don't really have to have them wrapped in parentheses there if you don't want to. We can just shorten that code up. So now we're just very quickly just saying, is the user subscribed in? And, is the user subscribed? And are they essentially logged in? And in case you're wondering with and, the double ampersand, the logical and here, so this is the logical and, where, both conditions have to be true. You're probably wondering, can you test for multiple conditions? And have another ampersand and test for something else? You absolutely can. So if you wanted, you could do that. So an example of that might be, remember in our nightclub example, maybe you want to test that number 1, you're over 21. Number 2, you've paid, and number 3, you're sober. So that's an example of where you could test for multiple conditions. But we'll leave it there for now. So remember, the key takeaway for this tutorial is we've been introduced now to logical and. The logical and basically means that whether you're testing for 2 conditions or multiple conditions, they all have to be true for the expression to evaluate to true, okay? And remember, the logical and is with 2 ampersands. Okay, awesome. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay friends, welcome back. In the last tutorial we saw logical and. We're basically doing a test to see if basically multiple conditions are all true. So basically if we're doing a test for one condition and another, both or all conditions must be true for the entire thing to evaluate to be true. So that was logical and in the last tutorial. In this tutorial we're going to cover the logical or, where one condition must be true or another condition for the entire thing to evaluate to true. So the logical or is represented by 2 little pipes. So how I get them is I press shift on my keyboard and I press the button to the left of the letter Z on the keyboard. Z or Z depending on your pronunciation. So like Z for zebra, okay? Awesome. So where would you do this? Well, one example would be maybe you're looking to end a game and you want to end the game if the user has won, if that Boolean value turns out to be true, or basically the user has run out of guesses. So you might have a Boolean variable like no more guesses or something. So basically if one of those things happen, the game ends. Another example might be, you're looking to hire somebody and you want to make sure they have relevant experience or the relevant qualification, okay? You're kind of busy right now, so they don't need the qualification and the experience. One or the other is good, and if they have a positive attitude, you feel you can, you can train them up, right? So how do we test for that? Well, let's create a variable called has experience, okay? So do they have experience in our fields? We're actually interviewing a young candidate and they've no relevant experience. So that's false, okay? So that's no good. But what we're saying to them is, hey, listen, you don't really have any experience, but we're going to give you a test. And if you can score 60 or higher in the test, we're going to give you the job, right? So basically, they do the test, and they're very enthusiastic, and like, oh my god, they get like 75, so that's really good. So now let's do a test to see if we're going to hire them or not. Well, what we do is we have our if condition. So we want to say we want to hire them if they have a score that is greater than or equal to 60, or they have relevant experience. Okay, so or has experience, that variable is strictly equal to true. Okay, remember, you could also as well just delete all of this. So has experience, just passing that variable in there, that's basically the same thing as testing. For has experience is strictly equal to true. I'll just use this syntax for now, but you'll get more comfortable with the more shorthand notation as we go through the course and write more code together. So what we want to do is, if they have a score greater than or equal to 60, or they have relevant experience, we want to give them the job. So we will say console.log, congrats, you are hired. Okay, we're assuming we're running a business in the middle of a booming economy. Recessions are no fun. Alternatively, we say, sorry, you are not hired. You are not hired today. We'll do the whole like, please try again another time. We don't want to be, what's the word? We want people to feel like they can come back and apply again. We don't want them to be disheartened. Okay, so what's going to happen if I save and refresh in the browser? Well, let's have a look. Has experience, the young candidate, has no experience, so that Boolean value is false, but they got a score in the test greater than or equal to 60. 75 is greater than or equal to 60. So now we do our test, right? Now remember, with the logical OR, only one condition has to evaluate to true for the entire statement to evaluate to true. Okay, so in the last tutorial with logical AND, both conditions would have to be true for us to hire the candidate. So if, for example, I was to say the logical AND, basically in a strict environment, maybe there's a recession now, we're not hiring unless you have the relevant experience and you have a good score, because when recessions happen, employers have more power. Basically, in that situation, we're not going to hire the candidate. Sorry, you were not hired today. So while they got a good score, they didn't have relevant experience. But then the economy grows again. Yay. And, we need to be a bit less picky about who we hire, even though we have a great company. So now we're saying, okay, you know what? This young guy doesn't have experience, but he got a good score. So while has experience is going to be false, right? So has experience, that Boolean value of false there, that's not equal to true, right? So false is not equal to true. That side of the expression evaluates to false. However, because they got a score greater than or equal to 60, that evaluates to true. And remember, with the logical OR, if one of the conditions is true, the entire statement evaluates to true. So what happens? We now hire the candidate. So let's have a look and see. And refresh. And we get congrats, you are hired. Awesome. Okay. We can do another test as well with the logical OR, another example just for practice. Maybe, like I say, we want to end the game if the user wins or basically has no guesses left, right? So we could say let user wins. We'll initially set this to be false. Maybe the user hasn't won the game yet. And we'll say let out of guesses be assigned a value of false, right? So basically if the user wins, if that becomes true, the game is over. Or if the user is out of guesses, the game is over. So then we could say something like, some condition here. We could say if user wins is strictly equal to true, or, and remember, to use the OR operator, it's a double pipe. Press shift and hold down on the button to the left of the letter Z, Z for zebra or Z, depending on your pronunciation. So if the user wins, we want to end the game, or if they run out of guesses, right? So obviously, if you win, the game is over, but you could lose and the game still ends if you run out of guesses, right, hypothetically, okay? So user wins, we're testing if it's true, or out of guesses, we're testing if it's true, okay? So what we'll do is we'll just console.log, game over, okay? Otherwise, the game keeps going. So we'll just say console.log, game in session or something. Like game is currently being played, okay? So what do you think is going to happen here? Well, let's have a look. For us to enter the code block here for the if statement, okay, this has to evaluate to true, okay? So we need one or more conditions to be true. So remember, this, with logical OR, only one condition needs to be true for the entire thing to evaluate to true. Okay, now we're testing if the user wins is equal to true. Right now, user wins is equal to false. False is not equal to true. That evaluates to false. Okay, is the user out of guesses yet? No, they're not out of guesses yet. So out of guesses, we're testing is that strictly equal to true. False is not equal to true, so that evaluates to false. So we don't log out game over. Instead, we come into the else block and we see game is currently being played. So to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we get game is currently being played. Okay, awesome. But good news story, we want the user to get the right guess and they win. So now that has become true. User wins is now true. What happens? Well, when we do our test inside of the if statement, user wins is now true. True is strictly equal to true. So the entire thing evaluates to true, even though out of guesses has a Boolean value of false. And we know false is not equal to true. So even though this side of the expression evaluates to false, because this side evaluates to true, the entire thing evaluates to true. So therefore we do enter the code block for the if statement in between that curly brace there and that curly brace there. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the logical OR in JavaScript, where we're testing for at least one condition to be true. So we're testing for at least one condition, but not necessarily all, to be true. All right, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome back. In this tutorial, I want to introduce you to a concept in JavaScript known as logical not, okay, or the logical not operator. Okay, so what the logical not operator is, it essentially is you take some sort of expression, okay, and then you can negate it with the exclamation mark. The exclamation mark can be found by pressing Shift and pressing the number 1 on your keyboard, okay? So what the logical not operator does, apologies, let's go back to writing a comment, okay? So the logical not operator, okay, negates a value. So what do I mean by that? What do I mean by it negates a value? Well, what it does is it essentially changes a false value to true, okay, or it can change a true value to false, okay? Right, so let's do a couple of examples. Well, if I go to the console, if I say console.log and I just log out the Boolean value of true, semicolon, what we're going to see in the console is a Boolean true, okay? To prove that to you, if I just come down to Google Chrome and refresh, we see we get true the Boolean value. How the logical not operator works is you can essentially negate a value by just putting the exclamation mark on front of it. So now this is going to be not true, okay? So what is not true? Well, not true will have a value of false, so therefore we should see the Boolean value of false logged out of the console. And just to prove that to you, we now get false. Okay, awesome. Another example of this is if I log out of the console, false, okay, we're going to see the Boolean value of false. Okay, I hope you believe me, but let's just have a look and refresh. So we get false again, okay? However, what I can do is I can actually negate false by using the exclamation mark or the logical not operator. So now, when we have not false, well, not false will evaluate to true. So therefore, we should now see the Boolean true logged out to the console. And we do, we have true. Okay, awesome. So you don't just have to negate a hard-coded Boolean value such as true or false. You can also do it on variables. So maybe, for example, we have a user and they're playing a game and you might have like game over. So we could say let game over be equal to false because maybe the user has started the game, okay? So basically, if we were to log out of the console the value of game over, the variable, it would have a Boolean value of false. Just to prove that to you, if I console.log out, we'll say game over value, and then just log out to the console that variable. Let's have a look. What do you think the value is going to be? Well, it's going to be false, right? It's going to be false. So let's just see here. So we get game over value is false, right? But let's say hypothetically the user runs out of guesses and therefore the game is over. Well, what we could do is we could change the value of the game over variable, assign it the value of itself, negate it, okay? So game over. Okay, so what am I doing here? Well, what I'm doing is, using the logical not operator, I'm negating the value of false, okay? So now that's going to be true, okay? So remember, not game over. Game over has a Boolean value of false. By negating it, I'm changing the game over value to be true, okay? And then what I'm doing is I'm assigning it to the game over variable, okay? So this is us using the logical not operator to actually change the value of a variable. And now if I log out to the console, new value of game over variable when the game is over, what's that going to be? Well, let's log it out to the console and have a look. What is the new value of the game over variable? Well, it's now going to be changed to true because the game is now over, okay? So guys, that is the logical not operator in JavaScript. I know it's a bit confusing to get your head around, so we'll do another example in the next tutorial, but the key takeaway from this tutorial is that the logical not is another operator in JavaScript, okay? So basically what you do is you take whatever expression you have and just put an exclamation mark at the front of it, okay? So like not true, not false, etc. So remember, when you negate a value, what's going to happen? Well, if you were to negate true, if you were to say not true, that would be false. And if you were to say not false, that would be true. Very basic way of thinking about it is it just flips a Boolean value to the other value. So from true to false or from false to true. We'll do an example in the next tutorial, so I'll see you then. Okay, in this tutorial, I just want to do another example of us using the logical not, just so we can conceptualize it, and then we'll start looking at other concepts in JavaScript, such as the switch statement and loops. So we're getting to some interesting content now. So what I want to do is I want to create a fictional situation where essentially a user is logged up to our platform, and our boss wants us to alert out, awesome videos if they are signed up to the platform. It's a streaming service like Netflix or Paramount or whatever, okay? So we could say let is member, or you could do is signed up. Let's assign that the Boolean value of true. So if someone is signed up, we want to alert out something. Oh, we know how to do that. All we need to do is use an if statement. So remember, with the if statement, we have the if keyword, parentheses, some condition we're going to check for, and then curly braces our code block. So what we're going to do is we're going to check to see if is member is strictly equal to true, okay? And if that is the case, what we want to do is we want to alert out awesome videos, okay? Semicolon to end the statement. So now what's going to happen is we have this variable is member. It has been assigned the Boolean value of true. Then we're checking to see if is member is strictly equal to true. Let's just alert out awesome videos. So let's just save and refresh, and we get awesome videos. Okay, great. Now, you don't need to use the triple equal signs equal to true. You can just delete all of that and use shorthand notation. So we're just checking to see if is member is truety. So is member is true. So we're checking if is member. So if true, run the code. Okay, so that will still evaluate the true because it is member has the Boolean value of true. So it still works. Okay, great. Now, what if our boss says instead of alerting out awesome videos if they're signed up, they want to alert out, sign up now if they're not a member, okay? Sign up now. So how would we basically test for that if they were not signed up, okay? So how would we execute this code here? Well, what's going to happen now is, right, we've created a variable called isMember. We've assigned it the Boolean value of false. So is this going to run? Well, if isMember, we're checking to see if this is truety. If it's true, it's currently false. So if that condition evaluates to false, which it does, we don't enter the curly braces and execute all of the code or the statements inside of that code block. So now what's going to happen is, if I save and refresh, nothing is going to happen. The condition has evaluated to false, therefore we don't enter the if statement, we don't execute the code. So how do we want this? How do we get this to run? Well, all we need to do is negate it using the logical not operator. So now what we need to do is, instead of testing to see if they are a member, let's test to see if they're not a member. So all we need to do is just say not is member. So now what's going to happen is we're testing to see if they are not a member. So remember, the logical operator negates a value. So for example, if we had false and we used the logical not operator on it, so not false, that would evaluate to true, okay? Now in this example, is member has a value of false. We are negating it, we're saying not false, so not false evaluates to true. So therefore, if not is member, that is true, we are now going to alert out sign up now. Use the exclamation mark there for the fun of it, why not? So now if we save and refresh, we get this page says sign up now. Okay, awesome. So guys, that was just an example of the logical not operator in action. You know, maybe you're working for a streaming service and you're checking to see if someone is not logged up to the platform. You're alerting out, please sign up. Okay, that's great. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay guys, welcome back. In the next 3 to 4 minutes, we're going to learn about the ternary operator in JavaScript. As soon as my clock hits 26 minutes, I'm going to end the video. So I've got a limited amount of time to teach about the ternary operator. So the ternary operator in JavaScript is an alternative to using the else if statement. It is a more concise way of testing whether a condition evaluates to true or false, so it is more concise syntax. How it works is the ternary operator has 3 operands to it. There is the condition, what it is you're trying to test for, followed by a question mark. Then we have the truity expression, the expression that executes if the condition you're testing for evaluates to true, followed by a colon. Then we have the false expression, the expression that executes if the condition you're testing for evaluates to false. Okay? So for example, the condition might be, is the number 20 greater than 10, followed by a question mark. If that's true, you run this piece of code. If it's false, you run that piece of code. Let's just do one very quick example, okay? So what I want to do is let's test to see if the number 20 is greater than the number 10. So we're testing our condition. Well, we say 20 greater than 10, is it? Question mark. And then we have our piece of code we want to execute if that condition evaluates to true. So we'll just log out to the console true. Alternatively, we have our colon, then the piece of code you want to run if that condition we're testing for evaluates to false. So we can say false and then semicolon to end our statement there. Okay, so what's going to happen? Well, 20 greater than 10, question mark, is it? 20 is greater than 10, so the condition evaluates to true. And if the condition evaluates to true, we execute that piece of code there, the truity expression, which comes right after the question mark. So we're going to execute this piece of code, console.log true. If I save and refresh in the browser, we get true. Okay? Then we have our colon, and then we have the false expression, the piece of code that executes if the condition we're testing for evaluates to false. In this case, 20 greater than 10 evaluates to true, so we execute the truity expression, not the false expression. Okay? What we could do is we could check to see if the number 20 is greater than the number 55. What's going to happen? Well, is the number 20 greater than 55? No, it's not. So question mark, no, it's not. This will evaluate to false, and we know that if the condition evaluates to false, we do not execute the truity expression, no. We execute the false expression. So we're not going to log out to the console. We're not going to execute this piece of code, console.log true. The truity expression only runs if this condition evaluates to false. Sorry, I should have said, apologies. The truity expression only runs if the condition evaluates to true. If the condition evaluates to false, you run the piece of code after the colon. So we're going to run out this piece of code here, or execute this piece of code, console.log false. So to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we get false. Okay, awesome. We're now out of time. So guys, that was the ternary operator in JavaScript. It is used for testing whether a condition evaluates to true or false. If the condition evaluates to true, you execute the truity expression, or that piece of code there, after the question mark and before the colon. If the condition evaluates to false, you run the piece of code after the colon, i.e. the false expression. In this recent example, it was this piece of code here that executed. Thank you. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to the switch statement in JavaScript. So this chapter 2 in this course, is all about decision making and control flow in JavaScript. So far, we've seen different ways we can make decisions. We've seen 4 different ways. We've seen the if statement. If you want to evaluate if a condition is true, run some code. We've also seen the else if statement and the else statement, and we've also seen the ternary operator. But what if you were looking to check for a value that had potential multiple values, such as days of the week or months of the year? Days of the week, there's 7 days. What you could do is you could write an else if, but it is quite messy. We're writing an if statement to check to see, or the if block here. So this is an else if statement, but we're using the if condition to check to see if the day of the week is Monday. If not, we have an else if for Tuesday, an else if for Wednesday, an else if for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then an else for Sunday, right? So it is quite a bit messy. So there's another way we could check for this in JavaScript, and that is with the switch statement, which I've written down here. So what the switch statement is, essentially, let me just paste this up here. We'll delete this guy and uncomment that guy out. The switch statement is another way where we can check for a condition in JavaScript if something has evaluated to true or false. So for example, we want to check to see what the day of the week is. We could say let day be equal to, it actually is Saturday as I record this video. That's what I do on my Saturdays. I could be going for a walk, but there you are. So basically, the day is Saturday. And how the switch statement works is you have this switch keyword, and then inside of parentheses, the condition you're checking, okay? So in this case, we're checking for day, right? And then you have curly braces, so the opening and closing curly brace. And inside of here, you're checking for different cases. So if the case is Monday, we run this code here. We log out to the console Monday. You'll notice as well, we have a break condition. So basically, if the condition was true, if the day of the week was Monday, what you want to do is you want to break out of the switch statement. There's no need to get JavaScript to check to see if the day is Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday if you know it's Monday. So basically, in terms of the syntax, let me just write this out for you. You use the keyword switch. Inside of parentheses, the condition you're looking to evaluate. Okay, so what condition is it you're looking to evaluate? And then you have the different cases. So you use the keyword case. So for example, it could be Monday. Okay, then you have your colon, then whatever code it is you want to execute. So code that you want to execute, in this case, maybe logging something out of the console. And then you use the keyword break to break out of the switch statement if that condition evaluates to true. You can also have a default condition as well if none of the conditions evaluate to true. So to just show you that in action, if I just delete this, let's say the day of the week was an empty string, so it had no value. Well, we enter the switch statement. We're checking to see if day has a value of Monday. It does not, so we do not enter this code block here. Okay. Is it Tuesday? No. Is it Wednesday? All the way down, the switch statement is essentially switching through each of these cases, trying to find the match. Basically, because there's no Monday to Sunday in the day variable here, we actually revert to the defaults and we just say console.log unknown day of week. And there's no need to use the break statement down here because it's the end of the switch statement, okay? There's really no point. So unknown day of week. Okay, awesome. So that is the switch statement in JavaScript. What we can do is just write this out together, okay? Just for practice. So we'll set the day of the week to be, let's do Saturday. I like Saturdays. Okay. So how do we do this? Well, like I say, let's just use the syntax we've just learned. You use the switch keyword, parentheses, then we have our curly braces, okay? You want to check for whatever it is you're checking for. So, you know, days of the week, months of the year, etc. So we'll check for the day, okay? And then what you want to do is you want to have your different cases. So I'll say case, Monday. Please bear with me, okay? So we have the case of Monday. And what do we want to do if the case is Monday? We want to just log something out of the console. We'll say console.log Monday, okay? And then if the day of the week is Monday, we can use the break keyword to break out of the switch statement, okay? So feel free to pause this video and see if you can write out a switch statement by yourself, save, run it in the browser and see what happens, or you can continue to code along with myself. So now what we'll do is we will just paste this out a couple of times. So each time, so that's going to be Tuesday. So we have, let's see here, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday. So basically the switch statement, the syntax is a lot easier to read than, a long else if, so it's just another way that you can make decisions in JavaScript. Okay, so let's just come down here. I'll just do case. I'll do like an empty string. I'll put in Thursday in a moment, and then we'll just log out to the console.log, empty string, and then break, and then I'll just copy and paste that in a few times. So this is going to be Thursday. Okay, so that's just Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, so case is Thursday. We want to log out to the console Thursday. Okay, and we have a break condition. Expression expected. Oops, my apologies. Yeah, so the case is Thursday. So that's why I'm getting an error there. So just have to correct it. So case is going to be Thursday. Case is Friday. We're going to log out Friday. Console.log Friday. So the case is going to be Saturday. So that's my bad. I apologize. Yes. So you have case, the keyword, colon, the condition, or the code that's going to execute with the break keyword. So apologies for that. Okay, so we have Sunday, constant logout Sunday, and then let me just make sure I've indented this correctly. So we've case, nice nesting there. You want to bring that back. So case Friday, case Saturday, case Sunday. This is making me happy now getting this correct. And then you want to have basically the default, right? So remember, we have the default here. So it's not a case, it's just default, colon, and then whatever code you want to run if there's no day of the week. Maybe we'll just say, day of the week unknown or invalid or something like that. Okay, so let's just have a look at this. We've created a day variable assigned the value of Saturday. Then we have the switch keyword. We're trying to check what day of the week it is. So we enter the switch statement. Remember, the day of the week is Saturday. So the switch statement is going to evaluate if case is Monday, day is not equal to Monday, so we don't enter this code block here. It's going to evaluate, is it Tuesday? No. Is it Wednesday? No. Thursday? No. Friday? Remember, if any of these conditions were true, you'd execute the code block, so const.log Friday, and then break out of the switch statement. In this case, it's Saturday, but I've logged out an empty string, so let's fix that. So console.log Saturday. Then we have the case of Sunday, we log out Sunday, break, and then we have the default. So if I save and refresh, I'll change the day variable as well, so you see this in action, Saturday. But if I was to change the day to be, let's say, let's do Thursday. Thursday's an okay day. We enter the switch statement. Our switch statement is going to evaluate if the day is Monday. That is not true, so we do not enter the code block. We do not log out of the console that the day of the week is Monday. Then it's evaluating if it's Tuesday, nope, keep going, Wednesday, nope, Thursday, this evaluates to true. Case is Thursday, so what we do is we enter this code block, we execute that line of code, console.log Thursday, then we break out of the switch statement. We don't check to see if the day of the week is Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We've already got our answer, so the break keyword breaks us out of the switch statement. Okay? If I just save and refresh, you see the day of the week is Thursday. If hypothetically the day variable had a value of, let's say, null, okay, what happens? Well, let's save and refresh. It's not a string, so we're not going to get any valid day of the week. What's going to happen is we're going to get our default day of the week is unknown. So the default is quite useful. You can run a piece of code if the condition you're looking for, in this case the day of the week, isn't actually one of the days of the week. Okay, so that is the switch statement in JavaScript. I'd encourage you to see if you could write a switch statement with maybe the months of the year just for practice, but it is another way of making decisions in JavaScript, and the code is much more easy on the human eye to read rather than a messy else if statement with just multiple conditions. So the switch statement is quite appropriate to use if you're checking the value of a variable and it is potentially multiple possible outcomes. So it's quite useful if you're looking for, let's say, the day of the week, the month of the year, maybe even a US state, right? Because there's a lot of US states, okay? Right, so that is a switch statement in JavaScript. I will see you in the next tutorial. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to start talking about loops in JavaScript. So what is a loop? Well, a loop in JavaScript is used to run some piece of code over and over again. So in other words, let's say hypothetically, you want to log out to the console numbers 1 to 100, okay, for some reason. So far, based on what we've learned, we'd have to say console.log, the number 1, and then const.log the number 2, like this, right? So we could say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I will make you suffer. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, okay? So I'm now going to log out to the console numbers 1 through 10. Let's save and refresh, and we get numbers 1 to 10. Okay, awesome. Now the problem is, if we have to do that up to 100 or 1,000 or whatever the case may be, we'd have to write an awful lot of code. So a more concise way of doing this is with a loop. So that's what we're going to talk about in this tutorial. Specifically, I'm going to talk to you about the for loop in JavaScript, okay? So loops are great because, as I say, you can execute a piece of code over and over again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to talk to you about the syntax of a for loop before we write one out together. So how it works is you write the keyword for, okay? Then you have your parentheses, and then you have your curly braces. So inside of the curly braces will be the code block, i.e. the code you want to run. So we've seen code blocks before, okay? Now, when we saw with an if statement, when we looked at if statements, if some condition evaluated to true, we would then run some code. But with a for loop, okay, if you think about it, if we're going to start counting at one variable and count up to another variable, the for loop needs some information. So there's actually 3 pieces of information you have to provide a for loop with, okay? So they are, and don't be intimidated by the terminology here, I'm going to basically spell it out in simple English just in a moment. But what you have first of all is the initialization variable, okay? So the initialization variable. Then we have the condition we're evaluating. So while that condition is true, the loop will run. And then we have what is known as the final expression, okay? Now, let's write that out again, but I'll translate it into English. Initialization variable, what is that? That's basically us initializing the count, okay? So for example, if we want to start counting the loop at, let's say, number 1 up to 10, so this would be number 1. So what this is just us basically initializing, I can't spell, I'm sorry, initializing the count, or starting the counter is another way of talking about that. We have our condition that we're, running the loop while that condition is true. And then the final expression, well, really what that's going to be is that's going to be an increment or decrement counter, okay? So if you are circling through a loop, let's say you print out the number 1, after you run the loop, you then want to increase the counter, so we know then that we need to do the number 2, okay? So that is the theory, and remember, the code block is another way of us saying, run some code, okay? So that's the theory of a for loop. It's probably best we actually just write one out in practice. So let's do that. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the for keyword, then we have our parentheses, and then we have our curly braces, okay? Now, inside of the for loop, what we first of all want to do is we want to initialize the count. So we can set our counter variable. So we can say let counter be equal to, we'll start the count at 1. Then we have a semicolon, okay, because we're now on to another statement. We're going to have our condition. We want to run the loop while the counter is less than or equal to 10, because I want to count from 1 up to 10 inclusive. And after each loop, because the thing about loops is loops run over and over again, the loop has to know when to stop, okay? So if you don't have a counter at the end or the final expression, you're never changing the counter variable. So you could enter what is known as an infinite loop. The loop just keeps running forever, and we don't want that. So what we can do is we can just have our counter variable and say counter plus plus, okay? Now, in terms of syntax, right? So we have our counter variable. In the opening part of the for loop, where we initialize the variable or the counter, I'm saying let counter be equal to 1, okay? I've already declared the counter variable. So over here, I don't need to say let counter again. We've already initialized that variable. So here we're saying we're going to run the loop while counter is less than or equal to 10, okay? And then after each loop iteration, we're just going to increase the counter. So what I'm going to do is, let's just log out to the console, console.log, I am in loop number, and then whatever counter we're on. Okay, so the counter variable, comma separate. Okay, so what's going to happen is, let me just first of all, so you understand the control flow, the order of execution here. So I'm going to log out to the console. I am before the loop, and after the loop has run multiple times, we're just going to log out to the console. I am after the loop. Okay, awesome. So what's going to happen? Well, all of this is just comments, right? We can delete all of that. Okay. So we're going to log out to the console, console.log, I am before the loop, okay? JavaScript will do that for us. Then we're going to come down to the for loop, okay? So we have the keyword for, we have our opening and closing parentheses, okay? So the loop is going to run, okay? So how this works is this. We start the counter variable at 1. So we've used the let keyword, we've created a variable, we've said let counter equal 1. That is us initializing the variable. Counter has a value of 1. Then the for loop is going to say, okay, is 1 less than or equal to 10? That will evaluate to true. The number 1 is less than or equal to 10. So using the less than or equal to comparison operator, we're doing a check here. So the first time the loop runs, it's going to say 1 is less than or equal to 10. That evaluates to true. Then what happens is we enter the curly braces. So we enter the code block. So we're going to log out, I'm in loop number 1, okay? Then what happens when the loop has run for the first time, we come up here to the counter variable, and we just increment it. So remember, plus plus means just add 1 to the counter variable. So now it has a value of 2. So now what's going to happen is the counter variable has now a value of 2. So we're going to come here and it's going to say, okay, is 2 less than or equal to 10? Yes, it is. That evaluates to true. So we enter the loop again and we say, I'm in loop number 2. That loop has now ran again. So after the loop has executed, we come up here to the final expression. We're going to add to the counter again. We're going to add 1. So now counter has a value of 3. So then we say, is 3 less than or equal to 10? Yes, it is. That's true. So we enter the loop, execute the code. After it runs, we come up here and increment the counter again. So this is going to run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, stop. What happens is, when the counter variable eventually has a value of 10, it's going to say, okay, is 10 less than or equal to 10? Yes, it is. 10 is less than or equal to 10 because they're the same. That evaluates to true. We enter the loop for the last time. We log out to the console. I'm in loop number 10. Then we come up here. We add to the counter variable using the increment operator. Remember, the increment operator is just plus plus, so that adds 1 to a number each time. So when we add 1 to the number 10, we're going to have 11. Then the loop's going to say, okay, is 11 less than or equal to 10? That evaluates to false. We no longer run the loop. We exit the loop now, and we continue executing the code in our JavaScript file. So then we're going to see I am after the loop. So what's going to happen when we save and refresh? We're going to see I am before the loop. Then we're going to see I'm in loop number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we're going to see I am after the loop. So let me just save and refresh. And we see here I am before the loop. I am in loop number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 10. And then we have I am after loop. So that is the for loop in JavaScript. Let's talk about this again in the next tutorial, because we're new to loops. So we'll see you in the next one. But the key thing about the for loop in JavaScript It is very popular because it can be used to run a piece of code over and over again while some condition is true. Okay, great. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome back. In this tutorial, we're just going to continue working with the for loop in JavaScript, but instead of just logging out numbers to the console, I want you to be aware that for loops actually work very well with arrays. So for the first time in this course, we're going to use the for loop to iterate over an array of values, okay? So we have that to look forward to in this tutorial. Before I do that, however, I just want us to log out to the console numbers 1 to 10, just for a bit more practice, okay? So just so you're familiar with the for loop syntax. So we know what we can do is we can use the for keyword. So we have our for loop, and what we need to do is initialize our counter variable. So I'm going to say let counter be equal to 0. We're going to start counting at 0, and what I want to do is I want to run the counter variable while it is less than or equal to 10. So we've seen this syntax before. And after each loop iteration, I just want to use the increment operator to increment the value of counter. Okay? And then what I can do is just log out to the console. I am in loop number. Okay? And all we're going to do here is just comma separate and log out our counter variable. Okay, awesome. So what have we done here? We've used the for keyword to create a for loop, and inside of parentheses we have our three expressions. Here we are initializing our counter variable. We're saying let counter equal 0. So the let keyword is used for the first time here as we initialize a counter variable with the value of 0. So we're going to start counting at 0. You can change that to be 1 if you want to count from 1 to 10 inclusive. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have our while condition, and essentially we're going to run the loop while counter is less than or equal to 10. Okay, so while this condition evaluates to true, we're going to keep entering the code block for the for loop or running the loop. Okay, so then what we do is we enter the loop for the first time and we just log out to the console. I am in loop number 1. Then we come up here to the final expression. After each loop iteration we come up here, and essentially what we do is we just add 1 to the counter. Remember, we've seen the increment operator. The increment operator using plus plus just adds 1 to a number. So counter had a value of 1. After the first loop runs, we add 1 to it, so now counter has a value of 2. So we log out I am in loop number 2. Then we add 1 to it, so now counter has a value of 3. And then we check our condition. Is 3 less than or equal to 10? Yes, it is. So we enter the loop, etc., etc. Okay? So let's just save and refresh. And we get I'm in loop number 1 all the way up to 10. And if you wanted, you could change that to 20 to run from numbers 1 up to 20. Okay, awesome. Okay, great. Now, what I want us to do is I want us to use a for loop to iterate over an array of values. Okay, so that's what I want to do in this tutorial. Now, we know how we can log out different values of an array. So remember, arrays start counting at index 0. So heroes at index 0 would be Superman. Heroes at index 1 would be Batman. Heroes at index 2 would be Wonder Woman. And heroes at index 3 would be the Flash. To prove that to you, if I just say console.log and I want to log out heroes, okay, but I want to log out the various indexes. So that's going to be Superman. We're going to just log them all out to the console. I want you to see this. We can change this for loop, by the way, just to, run from numbers 1 to 5. I don't necessarily need multiple values. Okay, so index 1, index 2, and index 3. So what's going to happen? Well, this is going to log out to the console Superman, Superman. This is going to log out Batman. And remember, the reason this logs out Batman is heroes is an array. Arrays, we know in JavaScript, start at the 0 at index, okay? So when you log out heroes at index 0, it's going to be Superman. Heroes at index 1 will be Batman. Heroes at index 2 will be Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman. And then finally, heroes at index 3 is going to be the Flash. Okay, so let's just save and refresh. And we see there we've logged out Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, the Flash, and then all of these different loops, right? Now what I want to do is, instead of logging out to the console, I'm in loop number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's start counting at 0 and use that to log out the values of the heroes array. So what we can do is, instead of having to console.log out, heroes at index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, let's just essentially use a for loop for that. So what we're going to do is, we're going to start counting at index 0, okay? And then instead of logging out console.log, I am in loop number and whatever loop we're in, let's just paste in here console.log heroes at whatever index our counter variable is on, okay? So remember, when we log out console.log heroes at index 0, that's going to be Superman, right? Now, we can use a for loop to replace all of this code, and believe it or not, we've actually already done it. So to prove this to you, if I just delete all of this code, okay, what we can do is we can run the for loop for 0, 1, 2, 3. So we'll run this loop while the counter is less than or equal to 3, and this is going to log out our heroes, okay? To prove that to you, let me just save and refresh, and then we will explain what happened. We see here Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and the Flash, okay? So how does that work? Well, we've declared a for loop. We initialize the counter variable to be 0. So when we enter the loop, and we do, because remember, 0 is less than or equal to 3, that evaluates to true, we enter the code block here. So we say console.log heroes at index of counter, and this starts off at 0. So heroes at index 0 will be Superman, so we log that out to the console, okay? Then, after the loop runs, we increment the counter variable, so 0 plus 1 is 1. Then we log out console.log heroes at index 1, that'll be Batman. At index 2 will be Wonder Woman, and index 3 will be the Flash, okay? So let's just save and refresh, and we still get that. Okay, awesome. Now, just a couple of things to improve our code. It's common, I don't want to say behavior, what's the word I'm looking for? It's common practice or shorthand notation in JavaScript to use I. It's common convention when essentially writing a for loop. So instead of having counter, quite a very long word, you can just replace counter with I. So I is just a variable, and what it essentially denotes is essentially our counter variable. So this is still going to run. We're saying for let I be equal to 0. Okay, I is just a counter variable. It's still a counter. While I is less than or equal to 3, we want the for loop to run. And after each loop iteration, and when I say loop iteration every time you run the loop, just come up here and add 1 to it. Okay. Now, here's a problem. I've hard coded this for loop to run while I is less than or equal to 3. But what if we were to add another hero to our array? Let's say Aquaman, right? Apologies for my spelling. Well, if I save and refresh, what's going to happen? We're not getting Aquaman. And that's because we've hard-coded this loop to run while I is less than or equal to 3. So you might be saying to yourself, okay, well, let's run it while I is less than or equal to 4. Problem solved, we now got Aquaman, right? Let's have a look. And we do, but here's a better way to do it. What you can do is you can actually access the length property of an array, okay? So for example, if I just show you this, if I say console.log heroes.length, this is actually going to essentially tell us how many elements are in the array. So if we save and refresh, we get 5, okay? So here we've written code that says, let's run the loop while I is less than or equal to 4, okay? But what we can do is we can actually change this. We can say, run the loop while I is less than heroes.length, okay? So we were running the loop from 0 to 4. This is still going to work, okay? I'll tell you why. Heroes.length, this array, has 5 elements to it, okay? And now I've changed the code here. I'm saying run while I is less than heroes.length. So run while I is less than 5. And the great thing about this is this code is dynamic. So if you add elements to the array, the code is still going to work. Let me just show you this, okay? So the code still works, right? No need to log that out to the console anymore. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another element to the array. So let's add cyborg. I can't spell that, believe it or not. I apologize. I hope that's correct. But now if I save and refresh, our code has dynamically changed to include this. See? We get all the elements of the array. And this is because we know we have to start counting at index 0, but what we can do is we can run our for loop while I is less than the array name dot length, okay? So right now this array has 6 elements to it. So if we run while I is less than heroes dot length, that'll be I is less than 6. So it's going to count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's going to stop. Because once we run for cyborg, the last element in the array, we then come up here to our final expression, add 1 to I. So remember, plus plus is the increment operator. So now we have our counter variable I is at 6. So then when we check is 6 less than 6, that will evaluate to false, okay, because they're the same. So therefore, this condition evaluates to false. We stop running the loop and we continue on running the code in our script or our JavaScript file, okay? So guys, that is just a bit more practice with the for loop in JavaScript. I'll see you in the next tutorial. We'll continue to get a bit more practice with the for loop. It's very powerful. For loops work very well with arrays. And just a little takeaway, you're probably wondering, okay, Dara's showing me a for loop and he showed me that works with an array, but why should I care? Well, just imagine if you were creating an application and you were sending a GET request to an API, you were getting in data, maybe the weather in various cities, okay? You could use a for loop to iterate over all the different elements in an array and then print it out to the screen, okay, if you're making an app. So we'll leave that tutorial there. I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in the last tutorial we saw how we could use a for loop to iterate over an array of values, so that was good. We're starting to build on our knowledge of for loops, because I don't just want to show you the syntax, i.e. the structure of how to write a for loop. I actually want to get you starting to think about how you can combine various pieces of code that we've learned to actually perform some sort of task. So in this tutorial, what I'd like us to do is I'd like to use a for loop to essentially log out to the console numbers 1 to 100 inclusive, so include the number 100. And after you've logged out a number, I want you to say whether it is an odd or an even number, okay? So how we're going to do this, I'll just tell you, and then I'll write the pseudocode, and then we'll write this out together, but see if you can do this yourself. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a for loop. We're going to initialize our counter variable, so we'll say let I equal to 1. We'll start counting at 1. We'll have some sort of condition, so we'll run the loop while I is less than or equal to 100. After each loop iteration, we want to increase our counter variable I, so we'll say I++. And then inside of our for loop, what we can do is, because we need to make a decision whether a number is odd or even, we can use an if statement. And we can combine the if statement with the modulus operator, which we've seen previously. So we know that an even number, let's say the number 10 mod 2, will divide unevenly, so there will be nothing left over, okay? Whereas if there is 1 left over, an odd number doesn't divide evenly into 2, there'll be 1 left over, so then we know it's an odd number, okay? So how we're going to do this, like I say, is basically create a for loop, create a loop that runs from 1 to 100, okay? Inside of the loop, what you want to do is you want to have an if statement. And inside of that if statement, you want to just log out to the console whether a number is odd or even, and you can do that using the modulus operator, okay? So that's what we're going to do in this tutorial. Feel free to pause the video and see if you can write this yourself, otherwise feel free to code along with me. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to write our for loop. So we're going to say for, and what we want to do, we want to run while we want to run from 1 to 100. So first of all, we have to initialize our counter variable. So we could say let counter equal 1, but we'll just use I. I will denote our counter variable. Forgive my pronunciation and accent. So we're going to say let I equal to 0. Let's increase that to 1. My apologies. Then what we're going to do is we're going to run the loop while some condition is true, while I is less than or equal to 100, because you want to include the number 100, okay? If you were to say I is less than 100, it'll only run to number 99, assuming you increment the I operator, or sorry, the I variable, I should have said it's a variable, and you do that using plus plus. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say I plus plus, okay? So I is a variable. Curly braces, okay. So what we've done now is we've created a for loop, and it's going to run from the number 1, let I equal 1. It's going to run while I is less than or equal to 100, and after each loop iteration, every time you run the loop or cycle through the loop, what we're going to do is we're just going to add 1 to our counter variable. So in here, what we can do is we can have our if statement. So I'm just going to say if, and remember, I is our counter variable, okay? So I'm going to say, well, essentially, I mod 2. So remember, if you're on, let's say, the number 2, right, let's say the counter variable was I equal 2, 2 mod 2 would divide in evenly, okay? So therefore, there'd be nothing left over. And that'll be the same for every even number. So we know that any number that divides in evenly to 2 will have a remainder of 0, okay? And that's because 2 divides in evenly to 2, there's nothing left over. 4 divides in evenly to 2, there's nothing left over. 6 divides in evenly to 2, there's nothing left over. So every even number, when you use the mod operator, I mod 2 will have nothing left over. So we know that will be an even number. So what we can do is just log out to console, console.log, the value of I, and then we'll say is an even number, semicolon to end the statement. You can put a space there as well. And therefore we know if that condition doesn't evaluate to true, so whatever counter we're on, mod 2, if this condition doesn't evaluate to true, we know we must then be iterating over an odd number rather than an even number. So then we can just say else console.log I is an odd number. I is an odd number, and semicolon to end the statement, and you just put a little space there, and yeah, I'm happy with the code. You can delete that line of space if you want. Okay, so let's save and refresh. Should this work? Let me just double check. We've created a for loop. We're saying let I equals 0, so we're starting our counter variable I at 1. Sorry, 1, not 0. Force a habit. Then we're going to run while I is less than or equal to 100. I++, we're iterating 1 to the counter each time we go through the loop. So the first time we enter the loop, I is a value of 1. We're going to say, okay, 1 mod 2. Well, 1 does not divide evenly into 2. That will evaluate to false. So the first time we run the loop, we're going to log out to the console. 1 is an odd number. We come up here, increment the I counter variable. So now I is a value of 2. So then we enter the loop again. 2 mod 2 is strictly equal to 0. That will evaluate to true because 2 mod 2 divides in evenly. There's nothing left over. So then we log out to the console. 2 is an even number, okay? And then what happens is we add to the counter variable again, etc., etc. So if I just save and refresh, let me just see, we get 1 is an odd number, 2 is an even number, 3 is an odd number, 4 is an even number, all the way down to 100. 100 is an even number. Okay, awesome. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. In this tutorial, we used the for loop to actually log out numbers 1 to 100, and we did an if statement inside of the for loop to check to see if a number was odd or even using the Modulus operator. So one of the key things you're starting to learn now about JavaScript is you can actually use different pieces of code together. You can use a for loop to iterate over an array of values. You can nest an if statement inside of a for loop, okay? So there's quite a lot we can do. So I'll see you in the next tutorial where we will continue our learning journey together. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what I'd like us to do is I'd like us to just create a for loop, but instead of counting from 1 to 100, let's count from 100 down to 1. So rather than increasing the counter variable I using the increment operator after each loop iteration, i.e. every time the loop runs, let's actually start counting at 100 and use the decrement operator to take away every time our loop runs, to take away 1 from our counter variable. So just to remind you how this works, I don't know why I was going to comment code that. Let's actually write the code. Tell you what, I'll comment, tell you what, just follow on. If I was to create a variable, if I was to say let number be equal to 20, okay, and then I use the decrement operator, I say number minus minus. If I was to then log out the value of number, number would have a value of 19, okay? So remember, we've seen the decrement operator before. So let's just create a for loop. So we'll say for, we'll say let I, our counter variable, remember I is just a counter, so we can say let I equal 100. We're going to start counting at I, and we want to run our loop while I is greater than or equal to 1. And after each loop iteration, we don't want to increase the value of I, our counter variable. We want to decrement it. We want to take away 1. So what we can do is we can say I minus minus, okay? So a good example of this is maybe you have some sort of guessing game, and every time the user gets a guess wrong, you want to take away 1 from their lives, maybe they only have a few guesses or lives, etc. So this is a very good example of where you could use the decrement operator with a loop. And then all we'll do is just log out to the console, console.log loop number, we'll just comma separate and then log out I, okay? So let me just review the code. I want to make sure we don't end up in an infinite loop, a loop that runs forever. So you always have to be careful you don't do that. So for keyword for, we have our for loop. I'm saying let I equal to 100. So we're starting our counter variable at I. We're going to run while I is greater than or equal to 1. And after each loop iteration, we use the decrement operator minus minus to take 1 off the counter variable. So the first time we enter the for loop, we're going to say console.log loop number 100. Okay. Then we're going to come up here and take 1 from it. So it's going to be loop number 99, loop number 98, all the way down to 1. And then the loop doesn't run anymore, because then what happens is I minus minus 1 minus 1 will have a value of 0. So with 0 greater than or equal to 1, that will evaluate to false. We'll stop running the loop. Okay. So if I just save and refresh, we see here we count down loop number 100 all the way down to loop number 1. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is how you can use the for loop in JavaScript with the decrement operator. In other words, you can count from a number down rather than starting at a number and counting up. That's awesome. This is a short tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Hey friends, and welcome back. Okay, what I've done is I've created a variable called letters, and I've assigned it the value of this array, this string array. So as you can see, I've basically typed out all the letters of the alphabet. So what I want to do is I want us to do 2 challenges, challenge 1 and challenge 2. In the first challenge, I want you to write a loop that iterates over this array of letters and just logs out to the console letters A up to Z or Z. And then what I want you to do is write another loop, but that loop you'll use the decrement operator and you'll count backwards from Z to A. Okay? So for the first loop, or loop 1, we're going to use the increment operator. And for the second challenge, loop 2, we're going to use the decrement operator. Okay? So this just gives us a bit of practice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a for loop. I'm going to say for. I'm going to say let I, our counter variable, be equal to 0. Okay? Then what I want to do is I want to iterate over this array of letters while I is less than letters dot length. Okie dokie. And I want to increment I after each count. Okay? So what we're going to do here is just use the increment operator. Okay? So remember, let I equal 0. We're starting our counter variable. So we know if we console.log out letters at index I, the first time this runs, it's going to be A. And we know it's while there's 26 letters in the alphabet, A is at index 0, this is at index 25, but there are 26 elements, so we're going to run while I is less than letters.length, so up to 25, okay? So if I just console.logout, letters, sounds like a Miley Cyrus song, at index I, this should hopefully work. So we should log out A, B, C, D, all the way up. So let's, whoops, apologies, just looking at my tiny little YouTube count, not that many people are looking at these videos right now. So we get A all the way up to Z. Okay, awesome. Now I want us to write a second loop. So I'm going to say for, and I'm going to say, well, I'm going to count backwards, right? So this time I'm going to say let I be equal to, and instead of hard coding what I think is going to be the index, I actually just want to let I be equal to letters dot length. Okay, so we're actually going to start our counter at the last element of the array. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I want to iterate over the letters while I is greater than or equal to 0. Okay, so I want to, because remember we're doing it backwards this time. So this time I'm saying let I, or starter variable, be equal to letters.length. So there's 26 letters here. Okay, so what we can do is we can actually just say that's actually equal to letters.length minus 1, because there's 26, you want to take 1 for it, that's index 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, so my apologies. I is going to be equal to letters.length minus 1, okay, because there's 26 letters, so that would be 26, but letters at index 26 would be undefined, so you want to take 1 from it. We're going to run while I is greater than or equal to 0, and after each loop iteration we just want to say I minus minus. Then we have our curly braces, and we're just going to log out to the console, console.log letters at index I. I could have just copied the code up here, but I just like to get into the practice of writing stuff out. So now what's going to happen is we should start counting from Z down. Let me just, should I comment that guy out? Yeah. Let me just save and refresh, and let's see if we get this to work. And now we're counting from Z all the way down to A. Okay? And remember, there's 26 letters in the alphabet, so this is actually index 5, because like I say, arrays in JavaScript we start counting at 0. So it's actually 0 up to 25 rather than 1 to 26. So that's why here I said let I equal to letters.length, because 26 take 1 is 25, and this is index 25. Okay, so letters at index 25 actually has a value of Z or Z, and then we're counting down. So then what we're doing is we're running the loop while the counter is greater than or equal to 0. So while 24 is greater, 24 is greater than or equal to 0, 23 is greater than or equal to 0, all the way down to A. You want to do greater than or equal to, because 0 is greater than or equal to 0 will run. So you don't want to do like I is greater than 0, because then you won't get A. If I actually just save and refresh, I can just prove that to you, because it'll only run to index 1. So we get to B, but we don't get to A. So just make sure you say I is greater than or equal to 0. And remember, because we're using the decrement operator, we're counting from Z to A. In other words, the end of the array to the start of the array. You want to use the decrement operator. Okay? And then we're just logging out to console, letters at index I. Okay, I hope that was a fun little tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial I'm going to introduce you to the while loop in JavaScript. So there's more than just the for loop in JavaScript. You can also write a while loop, and a while loop runs while some condition is true. So basically, like it says in the tin, while some condition is true. Okay, so basically how you do this is you write the keyword while, you evaluate some condition inside of parentheses, then inside of your curly braces you can run some code. After that code runs, we increment our counter. and you can initialize the counter variable before the loop. So probably make more sense if I should show this to you. So it's a bit unusual in the sense that we actually define the counter variable before we get to the while loop, okay? The while. So what we can do is we can say I'll say counter rather than I, just so you can visualize this a bit easier. I'm going to say let counter be equal to 0, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say while, we want to run our loop while some condition is true, okay? So what we can do is we can say we want to run the loop while counter is less than or equal to 10, okay? Then inside of curly braces, we're going to run code while this condition here evaluates to true. So what we could do is we just say console.log, I am in loop number, I am in loop number, oh, I spelled correctly, awesome, okay, comma separate counter, okay? So the first time the loop runs, we're just going to log out I'm in loop number 0, and then I'm in loop number 1, 2, 3, etc. For that to happen, however, don't forget we need to use the increment operator. So just say counter plus plus, okay? So the syntax is a bit different to the for loop. You use the while keyword. While some condition evaluates to true, you can run some piece of code. I've just gone with a single line statement here, so you can write multiple lines of code. It doesn't just have to be one. After all that code executes, what I want to do is I want to just increase our counter variable using the increment operator. Remember, plus plus is the increment operator. We're simply adding 1 to our counter variable after each loop iteration. When I say loop iteration, I mean each time we've gone through the loop. And up here is where we are essentially initializing and declaring our counter variable. We're declaring our variable and initializing it with a value of 0 for the first time. Okay, so let's see this in action. Let's save and refresh. I'll come down to Chrome. And we see here, I'm in loop number 0 all the way up to 10, okay? So that is the while loop in JavaScript. If you just want to get a bit more practice, let's comment that guy out. Essentially what you do is, maybe we could do a challenge. Can you get a while loop to log out numbers 1 to 5? What you do is you would say while, okay? And remember, I haven't actually declared a counter variable here. So you do that before you get to the while loop. So I can say let I be equal to 1, okay? And we want to run our loop while I is less than or equal to 5. Then we have our curly braces, the code we're going to run while that condition there evaluates true. So we'll just say console.log loop I, okay? So that will be 1 the first time the loop runs, and after each iteration, each time you run the loop, let's just increment I, our counter variable, by saying I++. So what's going to happen is, we've declared I, our counter variable, we've assigned it the value of 1, then our script file, JavaScript, is going to come down here, and it's going to say, okay, they want me to run while some condition is true. Well, is 1 less than or equal to 5? Yes, it is. That evaluates to true. Therefore, we just log out of the console loop 1. Then, after that is ran, we increment our counter variable I++. So now I is a value of 2. So we come back up here. Is 2 less than or equal to 5? Yes, it is. Condition evaluates true. Therefore, we enter the loop. So it's loop 2. Then we increment I. So it's loop 3, loop 4, loop 5, etc. So we're going to run from 1 to 5. Remember, when we enter the loop when I is the value of 5, 5 is less than or equal to 5. That will evaluate to true. Then we log out code for the last time. We say loop 5. Then we increment I. So 5 plus 1 will be 6. Therefore, the next time JavaScript checks, it'll say, is 6 less than or equal to 5? No, that's not true. Do not enter the while loop. Continue executing whatever code is later on in the file. Okay, so let's save and refresh. See what we get. We get loop 1 to 5. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is just an introduction to the while loop in JavaScript. We'll do a couple more videos where we just get a bit more practice with the while loop. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, what we're going to do in this tutorial is we're going to use the knowledge we've learned about the while loop to create a guessing game where the user has to guess a number between 1 and 5. If they guess the correct number, what happens is we just make them guess again. Okay, so just to give the answer, I've hard coded this to be 2. So if the user was to enter the number 2, press OK, we get congrats, you won, and then the game is over, okay, and you won, okay? So how I coded this up, I'll talk you through the code and then we'll write it out again together, is I've created this variable user wins and assigned it the value of false. We want to keep track of whether the user has won the game or not, okay? So basically, while the user has not won, we're going to keep the game running. And then what I did was I just created a variable called correct number and I assigned that the value of 2. So I haven't used mat.random or anything like that to, I suppose you could say, dynamically generate a number. The key point of this tutorial is, now that we've learned the while loop, we're going to apply it in a relatively basic way. So later on in this course, we can actually make a more interesting guessing game where we use mat.random to generate a random number, and then the user has to guess that number. So now we enter the while loop. And remember, the while loop runs while some condition evaluates to true, okay? Now I've set user wins, that variable, I've assigned it the value of false. So the while loop is going to run while user wins is not equal to true. And remember, false is not equal to true, so that evaluates to true, therefore we enter the while loop. Then what happens is, I just use prompt, I prompt the user, and I give them instructions, just this string. I say guess a number between 1 and 5, okay? Then what I do is I just basically convert that to type number. Just want to make sure that when they enter a number on their keyboard, it is converted to the number type, okay? And then all I do is essentially I just store that inside of user guess. Then what I do is I do an if statement to check to see if the user guess was the same as the correct number. So for example, if they were to guess the correct number, what happens is we enter the if statement, user wins has now been assigned the value of true, we alert out congrats you won, and then we just alert out the game is now over. We don't really need to say you won again, so the game is over. That makes more sense. And then what happens is we don't enter the loop again, because remember, we enter the loop when user wins is not equal to true, okay? But if the user guesses the right number, we then update the value of user wins. So therefore, once the user guesses the right game, we're going to have true is not equal to true. Well, that's false, right? Because true is equal to true. Therefore, we don't enter the while loop, okay? Probably make a bit more sense if we code this out together. So let's do that from scratch. Let me just have a sup of tea before we begin to code. Okay, awesome. So, like I say, we want to keep track of whether the user has won the game or not. So we can say let user wins and assign that the value of false. How can they start off the game having won it? They can't. So when the game starts, the user has not yet won. So we can say user wins is assigned a value of false. Then what we can do is we can just say let correct number be equal to, and you can hard code that to be a number between 1 and 5. I'll just say the number 2. Then we have our while loop. So we want to say while user wins is not equal to true, we want to enter the while loop. So our entire game is going to be inside of the while loop. So we know what we need to do is we need to prompt the user to enter a number between 1 and 5. So we can say, please enter a number between 1 and 5. Maybe create a bit of space there. Semicolon to end the statement. And then what I want to do is I want to wrap all of that inside of number and just make sure that we convert that type to number, okay? And that was supposed to be a semicolon at the end there, okay? Now, we've prompted the user, whatever number they type in, we've converted the type number. What we need to do then is then store that inside of a variable. So I would say let user guess be assigned the value of whatever it is the user has guessed, okay? Then we need to do a check to see if the user has guessed the correct number or not. And we know how we can do that. We can use the if statement. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say if user guess, okay, the user has guessed the correct number is strictly equal to correct number, what do we want to do? Okay, well, what we want to do is we want to assign the user wins variable the value of true, because we'll have to end our game. So user wins is now being assigned a value of true, okay? Remember, at the start of the game, user wins is value false, but if they guess the correct number, we want to just update that user wins to be true, okay? Then we want to let the user know that they've won. So we can just say alert, something like congrats you won. Congrats you won. Okay. And then if the user hasn't guessed correctly else, okay, remember we only enter the if code block if that condition evaluates to true. So we'll only enter this code block here, right, if the user has guessed correctly. If the user doesn't guess the correct number, we just come to the else block. So they haven't guessed the number correctly. We haven't changed the value of user wins. We just want to basically alert out guess again because they still haven't guessed the right number. So just say guess again, semicolon to end the statement. And then after the entire while loop is run, the game is over, we can just alert out game over. Okay? So let's save and refresh, see this in action. Guess the number between 1 and 5. So if I say 4, guess again. If I say 5, guess again. But if I say the number 2, congrats, you won. And then the game is over. Okay, awesome. So guys, just to quickly recap, we created a very basic guessing game using the while loop in JavaScript. What we did here was we basically created a variable to keep track of whether the user had won the game or not. Okay, we initialize or start that variable to have a Boolean value of false. We assign it a Boolean value of false because remember, when the game starts, the user hasn't won yet, they haven't placed a guess. Then we do our while loop, we check our condition, while user wins is not equal to true. Basically, while false is not equal to true, we enter the loop. We basically prompt the user to enter a guess. We convert it to data type number. We store it in the variable user guess. Then we use the if statement to check to see if the user has guessed the correct number. If they have, you shouldn't only just alert out congrats you won. You need to make sure we don't enter the while loop again. So all you need to do is just update the value of user wins and assign it a value of true. Remember, you don't need to use the let keyword here. The variable has already been declared for the first time there. So all you need to do is just update the value of that Boolean variable user wins, okay? And then alert out to the user. And the reason the game ends if the user has guessed correctly is because user wins now is a value of true. The next time we check the while condition to see if all of this evaluates to true, we're testing now to see if true is not equal to true. Well, you know, that's false. True not equal to true. They are equal to each other. Therefore, that evaluates to false. We don't enter the loop. So what happens is we continue on executing the code after the while loop, such as this alert here. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. And also as well, feel free to try use mat.random to generate a random number. And after the computer has done that, then do a while loop to check to see if you can guess the right number. Maybe a challenge is get the computer to generate a random number between 1 and 3. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial for more JavaScript learning. Okay, this would be a very short tutorial. All I want to do is just do one revision lecture on the while loop in JavaScript. So what we know is if we want to run our while loop, we use the keyword while, and inside of parentheses we are checking to see if some condition is true. And while that condition is true, we're going to enter the curly braces, i.e. the code block, and run some code. So what I want to do in this tutorial is let's just create a counter variable and just log out numbers 1 to 50 just for practice. So I could say let counter or let I, we'll say I, let I be equal to 50. And remember, oh sorry, we'll start it at 1. Actually what we can do is we'll do 1 to 50 and then we'll do another loop, same while loop, but we'll count from 50 back down to 1. So what I'm doing here is I am initializing the counter variable called I. So remember, I is our counter variable, so I'm just initializing that with a value. And what we want to do is we want the loop to run while I is less than or equal to 50. And while that is true, we're just going to log out to the console, console.log, loop, and then whatever I is. So the first time the loop runs, I will have a value of 1. And remember, after each iteration, each time we run the loop, we just want to increase our counter variable I. And all we need to do is just say I plus plus. And then semicolon to end the statement. So let me just save and then refresh. So this should log out numbers 1 to 50 inclusive. Awesome. Okay, we got 1 all the way down to 50. Okay, awesome. Now what I'd like to do is let's just write the while loop again, but this time let's count from 50 down to 1. See if you can pause the video and figure this out for yourself. But what I'll do is I'll just say let I be equal to 50. Okay. Then we have our while keyword. While some condition is true, we want to run the loop. So we're going to run the loop while I is, we'll say greater than or equal to 0. Actually, to 1. We're counting to 1. And what's going to happen then is we're going to run our code while that condition is true. So console.log loop. So the first time the loop runs, I will have a value of 50. And remember, we want to this time use the decrement operator because we're counting down from 50 to the number 1. You don't want to increment I, okay, or you'll end up in an infinite loop, because what will happen is if you use the increment operator, remember plus plus, we're going to start counting at 50 and then 51, 52, 53. That condition will always evaluate to true, so you will be stuck in an infinite loop. So we don't want to use the increment operator. We want to use instead the decrement operator minus minus to take 1 from our counter variable I after each loop iteration. So we just say I minus minus, semicolon to end statement. Now let me just save and refresh. And now we've counted down from 50 down to 1. So that is the while loop revision lecture and how we can use the decrement operator with the while loop. There's going to be a challenge in the next tutorial regarding the while loop, and then we'll continue working with loops. See you in the next one. Okay, so we've seen the while loop a few times now. What I'd like to do in this tutorial is give you a challenge, see if you can code this up yourself. What I want you to do is, I want you to ask the user how many times they want to run the loop, and then the loop will run that many times, okay? So don't overthink it. It's actually a lot more simple than you think to write. All you need to do is you need to have some sort of prompt for the user. So let's just write out the pseudocode, what we need to do. Well, we know we need to prompt the user with a message, essentially saying, you know, how many times do we want to run the loop? I think that was the quietest I've ever been recording one of these videos, LOL. Okay, the next thing you want to do then is you want to wrap that and just convert it to type number. So we've seen this before. We can use that inbuilt power in JavaScript, use number to convert the data type to number. Because remember, even if the user, if you prompt them, you store it in a variable, and they have, you know, pressed 4, 5, 6, 700, whatever the case may be, it's one of those weird behaviors of JavaScript where it's taken in a number as a string, so just convert it to type number and store it in a variable. And then lastly, use the while loop to run code over and over again. And in the condition, you can run the loop X amount of times, while some condition is less than, you know, the amount of times the user has instructed us to do. Okay, so see if you can pause the video and do this. What I'm going to do is, I'm just going to code this out now, so feel free to, I suppose you could say watch. Well, we know we're going to have to prompt the user, right, to tell us how many times they want to run. So what we can do is we can just say prompt, okay, so we know we have to use prompt. We know we're going to have our parentheses. Inside of that, we have some sort of string message we want to log out to the user, and then we're going to have a semicolon to end the statement. So what I'm going to do is just ask them, how many times do you want, would you want, how many times do you want to run the loop? Okay, maybe give them a little smiley face or something. That's nice. Okay, so we have our prompt, right? But remember, if the user presses the number on their keyboard, we're getting that as type string. So we want to just convert that to the number data type. So I have one parentheses there. And at the end here, I shouldn't have done the smiley face, it's confusing me. We're going to have another parentheses there. So that's good, right? We have our prompt and we are converting it to type number. I've given it away, but we haven't actually stored it in a variable. So that's what you want to do, because we want to keep some sort of record or track of how many times we're supposed to run the loop. So we could say let, and what we can do is just say times, okay, let times, the number of times we're going to run the loop, or iterations. Iterations would be a good one. I'll just leave it at times, okay? So let times equal to this prompt here, converted to data type number, okay? So now, when I refresh the page, we see here how many times do you want to run the loop. I press 4, nothing happens, okay? Nothing has happened, okay? So we want to store that in a variable. So what are we going to do? Well, let's write out the syntax for a while loop. Well, we know that we have to have a counter variable somewhere. So we could say let counter be equal to, we'll start at 1. Then we're going to have a while loop. So while, now we're going to run the loop while some condition is true. So all we want to do is essentially say run the loop while our counter variable is less than or equal to times the number of times the user wants us to run. So for example, if they were to press 5, okay, and we're initializing our counter variable at 1, well, is 1 less than or equal to 5? Yes, it is. Therefore, we enter the loop and we run some code. Obviously, we want to increment our counter variable using the increment operator. So from habit, I was going to type I++ there, but I've called the counter variable counter. So I want to say counter++, okay? And then we just want to run some code. We'll just log out to the console, loop number. And don't worry, the further we get into this course, the more we're going to start doing more interesting stuff rather than just logging stuff out of the console. But this is good practice. You're asking the user how many times they want to run the loop. So let's have a look. So we're prompting out to the user this message. How many times do you want to run the loop? We give them a smiley face because we're nice. Okay. So keep track of your parentheses. So that parentheses there closes with that parentheses. Then have another parentheses because that's all wrapped and being passed in here to number. So then we have times, the number of times we want to run the loop. So we initialize our counter variable here. So we initialize our counter variable called counter, and we're going to run the loop while counter is less than or equal to times, okay? So let's say they press 5, console.log, we enter the loop because 1 is less than or equal to 5, okay? So the loop's going to run, we're going to log out loop number 1, increment or counter, 2, loop number 2, increment counter 3, 3 is less than or equal to 5, loop number 3, increment counter 4, 4 is less than or equal to 5, so that will run, and then finally 5 is less than or equal to 5, 5 is less than or equal to 5, that will value to true, therefore we log out for the last time, console.log loop number 5, and then counter ++, 6 is not less than or equal to 5, it's greater than, so the loop will stop running. Prove that to you. Let me just save and refresh. How many times do you want to run the loop? Let's press 5. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the loop ran 5 times. We can also put in a bigger number if you wanted. For example, if the user wanted to run 101 times, let's have a look. And there we go. We've ran the loop from the number 1 all the way up to 101. Okay. So that was just a little bit of a challenge there in JavaScript where you're asking the user how many times they want to run the loop. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to another type of loop you can use in JavaScript called the do-while loop. Okay, so we've seen the for loop and we've seen the while loop. So this one is called the do-while loop. And the key thing about the do-while loop is that the loop runs at least once, even if the condition it is checking for evaluates to false. So basically how it works is you declare your counter variable, then you have your do part of the do while loop. You're doing some piece of code while some condition is true. So let me just show you this, right, in terms of what the syntax looks like. So what it is you can have a counter variable. So for example, I could say let counter be equal to, we'll say 1, start the counter at 1. And then what you do is you do some piece of code okay? You can do multiple lines as well. Multiple lines of code, okay? You do while some condition is true, okay? So that is the syntax of the do while loop. So you do some code while some condition is true, but what you'll notice is you're actually checking whether the condition evaluates to true or false after the code has executed at least once. So the key thing about the do while loop is that the code will run at least once, okay? Right, let me show you this in action. Well, let's create a counter variable. We'll just say I. We'll say let I be equal to, we'll say 1, okay? Then what we want to do is we want to run some code in here. So we'll say const.log I am in the loop number. Then we just have I. And remember, we have to as well we have to keep track of what loop we're on. So because we're going to count up, I'll use the increment operator here. So we'll say I++. And then we're going to check our condition. So we want to run the code inside of the do part of the do while loop while some condition is true. And maybe we just want to run the loop while I is less than or equal to 10. So we could say while I is less than or equal to 10. So what do you think is going to happen? Well, remember, all of this code is just comments, okay? That's not going to run. So we're saying let I equal 0. We're initializing our counter variable I with 1. And remember, I is just shorthand syntax for really counter. Then we have the do keyword. And inside of curly braces, we're going to run some code. So all we're doing is we're just doing a single line statement here. We're saying console.log I am in loop number I. After that code executes, we then use the increment operator to add 1 to our counter. So you've seen now the increment operator many times. That is the increment operator. Then we have the while keyword, and that's going to run while some condition is true. So what's going to happen is I is going to have a value of 1. We're going to log out of the console. I am in loop number 1. Then what we do is we check to see whether the condition is true. So I is less than or equal to 10, that evaluates true, and then we add 1 to our counter, okay? So the increment operator, that happens after the condition has been checked. So what this means is, even if this was false, even if I had a value of 11, the loop would run at least one time. So let me just save and refresh. So you see here, I'm in loop number 1 to 10. If I was to change I to be 11, what do you think is going to happen? Well, the loop will still run at least once because we're saying I is equal to 11. Then we come down here to do. So it's going to say console.log I am in loop number I11. Okay. Then it's going to check the condition. Then it says, okay, 11 is less than or equal to, it's going to say, okay, that's false. I shouldn't run the loop anymore. And then, essentially we increment I, but we don't enter the loop again. So if we just save and refresh, we get I am in loop number 11, okay? So the key thing about the do while loop is that it runs at least once, and that is because you're checking the condition whether it evaluates to true after the loop has executed or ran at least one time, okay? So that is the do while loop in JavaScript. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hey friends, and welcome back. Okay, we are now approaching the end of chapter 2 of this course. Chapter 2 has all been about control flow and decision making in JavaScript, okay? However, while we've just seen the 3 main different types of loops you can use in JavaScript, the for loop, the while loop, and the do while loop, I just want to do a few for loop challenges with you just to make sure you're comfortable using loops. Loops are very handy when working with other data types in JavaScript, such as arrays. The reason why loops are very important, by the way, is imagine you're trying to get in data from an API, like I've said previously. Maybe you're trying to get in stock data, or you're trying to get in clothes that you're going to have on your e-commerce website or videos, etc. Being able to understand loops is very important. So what I'd like you to do is, I'd like you to pause this video and try your best to do the 4 challenges I've laid out for you. Otherwise, you can keep watching. So the first challenge is, we're going to just use a for loop to log out numbers 1 to 10. Then we're going to reverse that. We're going to log out from 10 to 1, so counting down using the decrement operator. Then I want you to write a loop where you only log out numbers 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30, i.e. multiples of 5. And then lastly, can you write some code where you write out a for loop and you essentially log out just the even numbers. Okay? So that's what we have to look forward to in this and the next tutorial. For this tutorial, let's just start with the first two challenges. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a for loop. I'm going to say for, I'm going to say let counter be equal to 1. We want to start the counter variable at 1. And we want to run our loop while counter is less than or equal to 10. So it's 10 inclusive. And after each loop iteration, we just want to use the increment operator. Okay? And all we need to do is just say console.log and then our counter variable. So hopefully this is very familiar to you now. Our counter is just a variable to keep track of what loop we're on. So we're saying let counter be equal to 1. Then there's going to be some sort of condition that is evaluated. So while counter is less than or equal to 10, well, that evaluates to true. The loop will run. We enter the code block, i.e. between the opening and closing curly brace, and then we just log out to the console log number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And remember, after each time we execute this code, the JavaScript statements within the code block, we just come up here and increment our counter variable. Okay? So if we save and refresh, we see number 1 to 10. Awesome. Now, I'm going to write out the for loop again, but this time we're going to do challenge 2. So this time we're going to use the decrement operator. So what I can do is I can create another for loop. We'll just do I this time, but remember I just represents our counter variable. So we say let I be equal to 10. We want to start counting at 10. And when do we want this loop to run? We want it to run while I is, you can say greater than 0 or greater than or equal to 1. Okay? So we want to run while I is greater than or equal to 1. If you want to have more concise syntax, you can just say while I is greater than 0, so while I is a positive number. And after each loop iteration, you just want to use the increment operator to just add to our counter variable. And remember, I is just our counter variable. So all we need to do here is just say console.log and then I. Okay, so what's going to happen is we have our for loop. We've created a variable called I. We've said let I equal to 10. Then we're going to check our condition. Is 10 greater than 0? That evaluates to true. So we just log out 10. My apologies. I'm supposed to use the decrement operator. This hot chocolate obviously hasn't increased my brain power. So yes, if I had have run that with the increment operator ++, we would have actually entered an infinite loop. The condition would have always been true because I would have been incrementing. Okay, because if you had I++, I won't run the code. What will happen here is I is greater than 10. Okay, sorry, I is 10. So then we check here. Is 10 greater than 0? Yes, it is. We log out 10. But then we increment I, so it's 11, 12, 13, 14. We're in an infinite loop. The condition here that we're checking would always be true. So you want to make sure that when you're counting down or doing a loop backwards, you use the decrement operator so you don't get stuck in an infinite loop. So now what's going to happen is we've now satisfied the conditions for the challenge. I should have listened to my own advice here, i.e. use the decrement operator. I just forgot. So I is equal to 10. We're checking this condition. Is I greater than 0? Is 10 greater than 0? Yes, it is. So we just log out 10. Then we come up here and we decrement I, our counter variable. So now it has a value of 9. Then we do our check again. Is 9 greater than 0? That evaluates to true. So we log out 9. Then we come up here, decrement 1 from the number 9. And then eventually what happens is we get to 0. The condition is no longer true because 0 is not greater than 0. It's the same. That evaluates to false. And we stop running the loop. So if I save and refresh, we should now count down from 10 to 1. Awesome. I should have made a NASA joke there about Houston and takeoff. But guys, that is the first two challenges. Congratulations. I'll see you in the next tutorial where we're just going to log out the numbers essentially multiple to 5. So I'll see you in the next tutorial for more for loop practice. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial we're going to do challenges 3 and 4, but in order for us to do that, I want to introduce you to the additional assignment operator denoted by the plus equal sign, okay? So what is it? Well, let's say we have a number and we assign the number variable a value of 5, right? If I say let number equal 5. If I asked you to add 5 to it, what would you do? Well, what you could do is you could say number plus 5 and then assign that the value of number. So we could say number is equal to itself, i.e. 5 plus 5. Okay? So if I was to just log out to the console the value of number, so it should have a value of 5. If I log that out, if I can spell, keyboard isn't liking me today. So I've declared a variable called number, I've assigned it the value of 5, and all I've done is I have logged out of the console the string 5 and then the number variable. So what we should see is the string 5 and the number 5. So let's just have a look here. And we get 5, right? Now, if we were then to log out the value of number here, what do you think the answer is going to be? Well, number has a value of 5, and now what we've done is we've assigned it the value of itself plus 5. So number is equal to itself, number with a value of 5 plus 5. So we know 5 plus 5 is equal to 10. And now if I log out the value down here, what we should see is the number 10. So that's just the string 10 I'm logging out, and then we should see the number 10. So what we should see is 10 string and then 10. I'm just doing the string just so you can see where we are, but really it's 5 and 10. 5 the first time, 10 the second time. Right, let me just delete that and just make it a bit more concise. So really what I'm showing you is that we can keep adding 5 by just declaring the variable itself. Well, we've already declared the variable. I mean, typing out the variable keyword. Sorry, typing out the name of the variable. Dara, get more coffee. So number is equal to number itself plus 5, and then that would give you a value of 15. But there's actually another way of doing this. And all you need to do is, instead of saying number is equal to number plus 5, you can just say number plus equal 5, and that'll work for you. That's the same thing as typing out the variable name and adding a number to it. So let me show that to you, right? So what we just did was we said let number equal 5. If we want to add 5 to it, what we were doing is we were then saying number is equal to number plus 5. But we don't need to do that. What we can do is, let me just comment this out and prove to you this still works, is we can actually say number plus equal 5. That is shorthand notation. That is a shorter way of essentially adding 5 to the number variable. So that will have a value of 10. And to prove that to you, if I just log out now the value of number, we should actually see 10 in the console. If I save and refresh, we see we get 10, okay? So guys, that is shorthand notation. This is the assignment operator, that if you want to add a value to a number, you don't need to say, let number equal 5 and then number is equal to number plus 5. You can just say number plus equal 5. You could do plus equal 10 if you wanted to add 10 to it. So the reason I'm showing you this is now going to come in handy when we are doing this challenge here, which we're going to do right now. Previously I showed you the syntax for the for loop. We know that we create the for loop, we have some sort of counter variable, some condition, while that evaluates to true the loop runs, and we also have our increment operator. We saw the increment operator, the plus plus, but that only adds 1 to our counter variable after each loop iteration. Now what we can do is, we can start our counter variable at 5, but then use plus equal 5 to add 5 after each loop iteration, okay? Rather than just adding 1. And that could be very useful, for example, if we were making a game and if the user did something we want to add 5 to the score. So let's now create a for loop that logs out numbers 5 to 30. What we can do is we can say for, we'll say let I equal 5. We're starting our counter at 5. And we want to run the loop while I is less than or equal to 30, while that condition is true. And instead of using I++, what we can do is we can just say I plus equal 5, plus equal 5. Okay, and that's going to work for us. And to prove that to you, if I just log out the value of I, what are we going to get? Well, the first time the loop runs, we should get 5. We do our condition. Is 5 less than or equal to 30? It is. That evaluates to true. Then what we do is we add 5 to our I counter variable. So then we log out 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we get 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. Okay, so that's challenge 3. That's how we can use the additional assignment operator to count from 5 to 30. But doing it as in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We're going up in intervals of 5 rather than just going up in intervals of 1. Now that we've learned about the additional assignment operator, okay, we know that we could also use that, therefore, to log out all the numbers, all the even numbers from 2 to 10. So you could do some sort of if statement with a for loop, but because I've showed you this additional assignment operator notation, let's just do that very quickly and then we'll end this tutorial. So we can say for let I equal 2, okay? We want our loop to run while some condition is true. We want to run while I is less than or equal to 100. And after each loop iteration, we don't want to use I++. That would only increment I, our counter variable, by 1. We can use I plus equals 2, okay? So we are once again using the additional assignment operator. And remember, plus equal 2 is the same thing as saying I is equal to I plus 2. It's just shorthand notation. And now if we just log out to the console the value of I, we're going to log out numbers 2 all the way up to 100. By save and refresh, we get 2 all the way up to 100. Okay? Because what we did was we declared I, we declared and initialized our counter variable I with a value of 2. We're running our loop while this condition evaluates to true, while I, our counter variable, is less than or equal to 100. We're going to enter the for loop, write out some code, and after each loop iteration, we're just going to add 2 to the counter variable. Okay? So guys, congratulations. We've now completed the 4 challenges for the for loop. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, what I want us to do is I want us to create an array of type string. So we'll create an array of heroes. We'll stick with the DC universe. We'll say let heroes be equal to, and we'll put in our regular heroes, Superman, Wonder Woman, etc. But then what I want to do is I want us to create a for loop that logs out to the console the last element of the array, and using the decrement operator count down to the first element in the array, the element at index 0. So that's what we're going to do in this tutorial. So I'm going to say let heroes, whoa, that was not typing at all. Let heroes be equal to, and I'm going to say Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, hello Bruce, Robin, okay, and lastly we will do Aquaman. I can't spell cyborg, so I'll have to learn how to spell that for a future tutorial. Okay, now one thing is that we can access the length property of an array, okay? So for example, we know that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements in this array. To prove that to you, if I say console.log, I'll just say something like elements total or number, comma separate. If I say heroes.length, okay, we know that should be equal to 5, okay? If I just save and refresh, we get 5, okay? There are 5 elements in this array, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? So that's awesome. So basically, we know that heroes.length is 5. Now, if we were to log out heroes at index 0, that would be Superman. Index 1 would be Wonder Woman. Index 2, Batman. Index 3, Robin. Index 4 is Aquaman. So what we want to do is we want to start our counter variable at heroes.length minus 1, okay? So remember, heroes.length is equal to 5, okay? So if we do heroes.length minus 1, what do we get? We get 4, okay? So that will actually print out the last element in the array, Aquaman. So to prove that to you, let's do our for loop. So I'm going to say for, use the for keyword. I'm going to say let counter be equal to, and remember, we start our counter variable this time at the last element in the array. So I'm saying let counter be equal to heroes.length minus 1, okay? Now, we want to run our loop while our counter variable, if I said I there, I apologize, I meant to say counter, force habit. But basically, we want to run our loop while our counter variable, counter, is greater than or equal to 0. And we want to include 0 because if we were to say, well, counter is greater than 0, we're not going to include Superman. We want to include him, okay? So counter is greater than or equal to 0. And after each loop iteration, every time we cycle through this array, we want to just take one of our counter variable by saying counter minus minus. So that's the decrement operator. And then all we need to do is just log out to the console, heroes at index counter, okay? So let me just explain once again what's happening. We have our for loop. We've created our counter variable. We've said let counter be equal to heroes.length minus 1. Remember, there are 5 elements in the array, so heroes.length is 5. If you take 1 from it, heroes.length minus 1, we get 4. So if you log out to the console heroes at index 4, you're going to get Aquaman. Then we check our condition. We say is counter greater than or equal to 4? Is 4 greater than or equal to 0? Yes, it is. So we enter the loop. We just log out to the console heroes at index 4, which should be Aquaman. So to prove that to you, that this is going to work, we get Aquaman. Then what we do is after we log out Aquaman, we come up here to the final expression in the for loop and we decrement. We take 1 away. So now counter has a value of 3. Here's index 3 is 0, 1, 2, 3. So therefore we log out Robin. And we see that there, Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman. And the great thing about this is that the code we've written is dynamic. So if we were to add another element to the array, forgive my attempt to spell cyborg, I believe that is how you spell it. What's going to happen now is we've added another element to the array, but we're still going to always include the last element of the array because we've written this dynamically. Okay, so now we get cyborg, Aquaman all the way down. Okay, so that's the great thing about this syntax. You know that if you want to print out the last element of the array, you can simply do array name dot length minus 1. Make sure your counter variable you're testing while it's greater than or equal to 0. It's inclusive of 0 because remember arrays start counting at 0. So heroes at index 0 is Superman, and because we're counting backwards, you want to use the decrement operator rather than the increment operator. Otherwise you'll get stuck in an infinite loop. Okay, that's awesome. That's how you iterate over an array of strings backwards. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, in this tutorial I'm going to introduce you to a concept in JavaScript known as block scope, and essentially we're going to talk about global and local variables. So what we're going to do in this tutorial is create a global variable and we're going to create a local variable, and this will be important to understand when we start looking at functions in the next chapter. So essentially a global variable is a variable that is declared in the root of the document, and it is essentially accessible. We can access that variable anywhere within our document or our script file. So let me show you an example of this. If I say let hero name be equal to Superman, we've seen this before, okay? I've declared a variable called hero name, I've assigned a value of Superman. So right underneath that code, apologies, I can just log out that value of hero name, okay? So if I save and refresh, we get Superman. Now, because I've declared this variable inside of the root of the document, i.e. not in curly braces, not within a code block, so far we've seen code blocks such as, an if statement or loops, etc. We haven't got the functions yet. But essentially, it has been declared outside of curly braces, so it is in the root of the document, it is essentially a global variable. Okay, so this is a global variable. Okay. Now, if I was to come under here and create an if statement, okay, let's hard code it to be true, right? What I can do is I can console.log the value of hero name, okay? So now what's going to happen is we're going to log out Superman twice without any errors, okay? And that is because we've declared and initialized the variable hero name with a value of Superman here, okay? And what we're doing is we're just logging that out to the console, okay? So we're just logging it out to the console. But because this is a global variable declared in the root of the document outside of curly braces, such as here, we actually have access to that variable inside of this if statement. So really what this is, let me just comma separate here. Okay, this is the global variable being logged to the console, okay? And here is the global variable being logged to the console from within the if statement. So within the if statement, we still have access to that variable, okay? So we just save and refresh. This is a global variable being logged to the console from the if statement, okay? So the key point here is that even though we've declared the variable in the root of the document, the global variable, we still have access to it both within the root of the document, i.e. outside of curly braces or a code block, and we still have access to it within the if statement. Okay? Awesome. Now, what was to happen if I was actually to create a variable inside of the if statement, okay? And then I try to access that later on in the document. Well, let's have a look, right? If I was to say, let hero name, this time we'll do with Batman, be equal to Batman, okay? I've declared a variable called Batman, and I can log it out of the console, okay? Console.log hero name, okay? This should work for us, right? This will work. Now, this is actually, what we've done here is we've actually created a local variable. And the reason it is a local variable is because it has been declared or defined within a code block, i.e. between this curly brace and that curly brace. So what that means is we only have access to this variable within the code block. We don't have access to it outside of it. So I'll prove this to you. I've declared the variable here, let hero name be equal to Batman, on line 13. And on line 14, I just log it to the console. I say const.log hero name. So what's going to happen? We're just simply going to log out Batman. Okay? Now, watch what happens if I copy this code, okay, and paste it here. So it's the same code. I haven't made any mistakes. What's going to happen is we're actually going to get an error in the console. And that is because hero name has been declared locally within the curly braces. So it exists within the code block. We can access it within the code block, but we don't have access to it outside of the if statement because it has been declared locally. And that is the key difference between a global variable and a local variable. So to prove that to you, if I save and refresh, we get an uncaught reference error, hero name is not defined. And that's because while I've declared the variable here, I've used the let keyword, let hero name be equal to Batman, it only exists locally. So it's a local variable, it exists locally within the curly braces. So I can access it within the curly braces, but outside I can't, because what's happening here is I'm trying to access a local variable globally within the document, okay? I know this is a bit confusing when you first see it, but we're going to learn more about global and local variables. We'll see them now in the next chapter when we get to functions. But the key takeaway is this. For now, just be aware that global and local variables exist. A global variable is one that is declared in the root of the document, i.e. outside of curly braces. So if I declare a global variable, I can still access it within, for example, an if statement or a switch statement or loops, etc. Okay? However, if I declare a variable locally within a code block, i.e. between an opening and closing curly brace, such as in an if statement or whatever the case may be, we don't have access to that variable outside of that code block because it only exists locally. Okay? Can be a bit confusing. Just keep this in the back of your mind. Be very useful to understand when we start working with functions in chapter 3 of this course. So see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so we've now completed chapter 2 of this course, JavaScript for Beginners, where we've learned about control flow and decision making in JavaScript. So I'm not going to write any code in this tutorial. I just want to talk to you about the logic and questions you'll need to ask yourself when you're starting to write more advanced programs when you continue to get better with JavaScript. So essentially, what we've learned in this course, in terms so far in this chapter, in terms of if statements, switch statements, loops, etc., is we've really learned that if in JavaScript you need to make decisions, you can use, for example, an if statement. If a certain condition is true, run this piece of code, but if another condition is true, run that piece of code. And we've also learned that we can repeat code in JavaScript using a loop. So for example, we've previously seen if you want to log out numbers between, let's say, 1 and 100, or you could even do 1 and 200, you can do some sort of check to see if a number is an even or odd number using an if statement. Okay? We've also seen that we can repeat code. So for example, when we were checking if numbers were odd or even, we basically had to have some sort of counter variable and then run that code multiple times over and over to check every number between 1 and 100, okay? So basically this chapter was all about making decisions and control flow in JavaScript. So we know basically that if you want to make decisions, you can use the if statement, but if you want to repeat code, okay, you need to repeat some code, you can use loops. And we've seen, I believe, 3 different types of loops. I think we did for loops, while loops, and the do while loop. So we saw a number of different types of loops we can use. The next chapter of this course now, which we're moving on to, is going to be chapter 3, where we're going to be learning about functions in JavaScript, okay? So sometimes maybe you want to run a piece of code over and over again, and really what you want to do is you want to create a function, okay? So for example, say you needed to add 2 numbers together. You don't want to take a number, add it to a number, and then you've got your answer, and then do it again, writing out the code each time. You can actually create a function, a snippet of code, where you can call on that function to do the code for you, so it is reusable, okay? So one function, or one challenge we're going to be doing in the next few chapters is we're going to be doing the Fizz Buzz challenge, okay? I should have wrote that as a comment, my apologies. But basically, Fizz Buzz is this idea that you basically write out the word fizz if one condition is true, you write out buzz if another condition is true, but if 2 conditions are true, you write out fizz buzz. So that's an example of where we're going to have to be checking various numbers, i.e. repeating code, and making decisions using an if statement. Statement spelled incorrectly there, apologies. Okay, so that was the chapter 2, control flow. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next chapter now. We're going to start talking about functions in JavaScript. Welcome to chapter 3 of this course, JavaScript for Beginners, where we are going to now spend this chapter learning about functions in JavaScript. So a function is basically a piece of code that runs when a user does something on a page. So for example, I've gone to Spotify, the music streaming service. If someone was to click on login and they're already a user, by clicking on that, it's going to bring them to their login page. And there's various different choices. So for example, you can continue with Google, Facebook, Apple, or you can enter your username, email, password, and then click on login. Okay, so if hypothetically someone is signed up to Spotify already, so you already got to be thinking about that logic. If someone is signed in and if they enter the correct password. So we've already seen decision making and control flow in the last chapter. But say they are signed up, they do have the correct password, and they press a button, log in, Spotify can run some code, i.e. a function, that logs the user in. Now, Spotify are not going to write a piece of code for me, Darrell O'Neill, to log in, just me, and then a piece of code, for you to log in, just you. No, what they're going to do is they're going to write a piece of code that can be reused for every user. So if I forget my password, if I'm a user, or you forget your password, there's some sort of function that is called or runs when a user presses on a button. So there's obviously different types of functions that Spotify have written because, for example, there's this option here to sign up for Spotify. So maybe if a user presses that button, it runs a function to bring them up to a sign up page. There's probably another function here. Well, there is a function, of course, for the login button, and another one for the forgot your password. Okay, so we're going to be learning about functions in JavaScript in this course. If I click on sign up for Spotify, there's obviously some sort of function that's after running that has now brought me to this new page. It's saying, looks like you're in Canada, you need to sign up to that one. I actually am in Canada, I'm traveling right now. Okay, great. So guys, that is a function in JavaScript. Basically what a function is it is a reusable piece of code. If a user does something, i.e. presses on a button, you can run a function. So in the next tutorial we'll start talking about the syntax of a function, how you can create a function name, the keyword function in JavaScript, the structure, so parentheses and the code block and all of that. So I'll see you in the next tutorial where we will start now actually writing some code, learning about basic functions. We're going to have to cover all the basics. Obviously we have to walk before we run. So we're not going to straight away be writing very complicated functions that signs up a user, gets their details and sends it off to a database. We'd have to learn about asynchronous code or asynchronous JavaScript and talking to APIs, which we will be discussing later on in this course. But for now we're going to focus on the very basics, the building blocks of functions, and we'll build our knowledge from there. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, I hope you're excited for this tutorial, because in this tutorial we're actually going to write out our first function together. So in the last tutorial I explained what a function was. Essentially a function is a piece of code that is waiting to be called to fulfill its purpose. So there's different types of functions. You could create a very basic function that just adds two numbers together, and when a user presses a button it calls the function and adds two numbers together. A more advanced function would be a user maybe on a streaming service, maybe like YouTube, pressing a button and it does a search for videos, whatever the user was looking for. Maybe the user types in, weather in Paris, and then there's all these videos about the current weather in Paris. Okay, so functions are basically code that is it's code that's waiting there to be called or run by a user. So that is what a function is. It's hard to, I suppose, describe without actually writing one. So we're going to write one in a moment. And then the next thing is why are functions useful? It's because we are able to embrace this concept called dry, which basically means do not repeat yourself, or don't repeat yourself. It's this idea that if you keep writing out the same piece of code over and over, maybe you actually need to put it inside of a function, so that way you can just call or invoke the function every time you want to run that piece of code. Okay, so what I'm going to do in this tutorial is we're going to write out our first function together. So there are many different ways to write a function in terms of the syntax, but we're just going to start at the most basic level. So what you do is to create a function, let me just do a comment here, create a function or write a function. It's more like write, or technically the more accurate word is you're defining a function. We just say write a function for now, but really we're defining a function. So how you create, write, or define a function, whatever terminology you want to use, is you actually write out the keyword. We're about to learn another keyword now in JavaScript, and that is function. So you write out the keyword function, and then what you need to do is you need to give this function a name. So how you can do that is just type it out. We'll use camel case. So our first function, when we call it, is just going to log out hello you to the console. So I'm going to call our function say hello, and what you need to do is you need to put parentheses after this. Okay, so we have our parentheses, that indicates that is a function, and then we have our curly braces. We have our opening and closing curly brace. The next thing we do is we then write out whatever code it is we want to do inside of the function. So I'm just going to write out console.log, and then we're just going to have hello you, okay? And then semicolon to end the statement there. I'm not going to put a semicolon after the function, okay? So basically what we've done is we've used the keyword function, a keyword in JavaScript. Then we have our name. I've called the function say hello. Note the use of camel case. The H is an uppercase. Then we have our parentheses. Then we have our opening curly brace and our closing curly brace. And in between the curly braces is all the code that's going to run when we call or invoke the function, in this case, hello you. So if I save and refresh, and if I come up to the browser and refresh, nothing is happening, okay? We don't see hello you logged out to the console. And that is because what we've done is we've defined the function, okay? We've defined our function, but we haven't actually called or invoked the function, okay? So basically, this function has been defined. It's waiting to be called before it logs out hello you to the console. So how you call or invoke a function, in this case, all you need to do is just write out the function name, say hello, and then parentheses. And you can do a semicolon to end the statement. So up here, we are defining our function, but it hasn't ran yet. It hasn't done anything because we haven't actually called it. Where down here, we call or invoke the function, say hello. So what's going to happen now is this piece of code here, JavaScript is going to say, okay, I need to call the function say hello. It looks up and says, there's the function. What do? We execute the code in between the curly braces. So we simply log out hello you to the console. If I now come back to Google Chrome, save and refresh, we get hello you. So another way of thinking of this is, imagine you're in trouble and you need to get help from Superman, okay? You'll have to call Superman to get help. You'll say, hey, Superman, I'm in trouble, help, or whatever the case may be. I mean, technically, he actually has superpowers, so he could probably hear you're in trouble from a mile away, or maybe even more. But the key point here is that while Superman has the powers to come and save you if you are in trouble, you first of all have to call out for help. So it's the same idea with a function. You create or invoke the function, and then you can call the function here. And by the way, you can call or invoke a function many times. So if I just paste out say hello many times, save and refresh, each time JavaScript gets to any of these lines of code, it's going to say, okay, I need to call or invoke the say hello function. So what we've done is we've created a function once, but we've actually called upon it multiple times. So congratulations, you've just written your first function with me in this course. I'll see you in the next tutorial where we will continue to build on the basic building blocks of functions. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hey friends, welcome back and thank you for coming back. Okay, in the last tutorial we saw our very first function in JavaScript. And in the next tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to actually create a more useful function where we're going to create a function that basically rolls a dice, so gets us a number between 1 and 6. So we can call it like roll dice, and then when we call or invoke the function, we get a number between 1 and 6. Before we do that, however, we really make our first actually useful function. I just want us to create 2 more functions here just so you get a bit more practice and understanding of the syntax. So you can either pause this video and try write out function 1 and 2. I've given you instructions here, or you can just watch along with me. So the first one we're going to do is we're going to create I sound Australian there. We're going to, at least I think I did. I probably didn't. But we're going to write a function called alert hello, which then alerts hello to the user. Obviously, we don't just want to create that function, we also want to call or invoke it, otherwise what's the point? And then we'll just create another function that has a few lines of a song. So we know how we can create a function. We use the keyword function, and I've given you the instruction, so it is alert hello. So now we're doing the function name, alert hello. We know it needs to have, we know that after the function name we need to have our parentheses, and then we have our curly braces, and in between the curly braces we can write our code. So we're not going to log it out to the console, we're actually going to alert it out to the user. So we're just going to say alert, parentheses, and our message will just be hello, and semicolon to end the statement. Now, if I save and refresh, nothing should happen because I've defined the function, but I haven't actually called or invoked it. So we have the function keyword, we have our function name, alert hello. Again, note the use of camel case, the H is uppercase, and we have our parentheses. We have our opening curly brace and our closing curly brace, but nowhere have we actually called the function. So basically what we've done is we have defined or created a function, but we have not actually called it. So to do that, we need to actually call or invoke the function. And all I need to do is just type out the function name and parentheses. So it is alert, hello, parentheses, semicolon to end the statement. And if I save and refresh, we get this page says hello. Awesome. So congratulations, we have created a function and we've called or invoked the function. So that's awesome. Just for a bit more practice, let's create our next function. That it's called sing song or something. So we could say function sing song. It can just be sing, by the way. We'll make it a bit simpler. Let's just leave that there. Okay, awesome. So we have our parentheses. And this time, instead of just having one single line of code, we'll do like multi-line. So this is a multi-line function, a function with more than one line of code. So what I'll do is, I'll just do the lyrics of maybe like the final countdown from Europe, or Britney Spears, maybe Oops, I Did It Again. So it's Oops, I did it again. I've played with your heart. I think the next lyrics are got lost in the game. Oh baby, baby, oops, you think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above. Am I singing Oops, I Did It Again or Hit Me Baby One More Time? I apologize, I'm a bit tired. I am a fan of Britney Spears, by the way. I should know that. But I can figure that out later. So basically what I've done is I've used the keyword function. I've called the function sing. We have our parentheses, we have our opening curly brace and our closing curly brace. And now we have 3 lines of code. We're just logging out, oops, I did it again to the console. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. That's oops, I did it again, not hit me baby one more time. So then you call or invoke the function by writing out the name and then having the parentheses. So if I save and refresh, we get oops, I did it again, I played with your heart, got lost in the game, oh baby, baby. I'm not going to win any awards for my singing, I know that. That's why I'm not doing karaoke, that's why I'm here making videos of JavaScript on YouTube. Okay, great. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one where we'll actually create a more useful function now. Not that singing Britney Spears isn't useful, it's very fun at parties, but let's go create a dice roll function in the next tutorial, so I'll see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, this is going to be a relatively interesting tutorial because what we're going to do is we're going to create a function that actually does something of real value, a function that's actually practical. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a function that basically rolls the dice for us and gets a number between 1 and 6. So you want to break this down. I've written out the pseudocode, i.e. the instructions in English for you to follow. So you're going to use the keyword function, and then you're going to create the function by first of all giving it a name. So you can call it roll dice, add parentheses. Then you're going to have your curly braces, okay, your code block. And inside of the code block, we just want to generate a random number using mat.random, okay? So we know when we use mat.random, we get a number between 0 and 1, inclusive of 0, but just below 1, okay? Then what we do is we can multiply this number by 6 and use mat.floor to round down. So what that'll do is that'll give us a number basically between 0 and 5. And all you need to do then is just add 1 at the end of the expression to get a number between 1 and 6, okay? Then what we can do is we can store that inside of a variable. Now, what I'd like you to do is, instead of us creating the function for the dice roll, and then we just, write out the function name, what I want us to do is, I actually want the user to decide how many times we're going to roll the dice. So we already know how we can get input from a user. We use the prompt, and then all we have to do is just convert that to type number. So let's get started. So what are we doing? Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to create our function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. So we use the keyword function, You're going to say roll dice. You want your function name to be intuitive, so it does what it says in the tin, I suppose you could say. Roll dice, because that's what it's doing. We have our parentheses, we've seen this before. Then we have our curly braces. So now we've created a function called roll dice. Now it doesn't do anything because there's no code in between the curly braces, i.e. the code block. So what do we want to do here? Well, what we want to do is we want to generate a random number and store that in a variable. So we can say we'll say roll, dice, roll. We'll say roll, okay. And what's that going to be equal to? Well, we want this to be equal to a number between 1 and 6. So how do we do that? Well, we use mat.random. We say mat.random, okay. So now roll is going to have a value of between 0 and just under 1. Okay, so what we want to do is we essentially want to multiply that by 5. Okay, now what we can then do is wrap all of that inside of parentheses, okay, and floor it. Use mat.floor, and what this is going to do is this is going to throw away everything after the decimal place. Okay, so mat.random gives us a number between 0 and 0.999, okay? We multiply it by 5, but we use mat.floor, so we're going to get a number between 0 and 5. Then what we can do is at the end of the expression, like I say, just add 1. So now instead of getting a number between 0 and 5, we actually get a number between 1 and 6, i.e. a dice roll. Then what we can do is just log out how many times the dice was rolled. Because I want to put a variable inside of a string sentence, I suppose you could say, use the backtick. So to the left of the number 1 on your keyboard. So they're not single quotes, it's the backtick, okay? So we can say the dice was rolled. And we know if you want to embed a variable in a template literal, you just use the $, curly braces, and then the name of the variable, so roll. So the dice was rolled, well, no, this isn't, the dice was rolled, I don't want to say how many times it was rolled, I want to say what the value was. The dice was rolled, sorry, I'm just trying to phrase this, the dice roll was, the dice roll was, and then we get our answer, okay? Awesome. So what I want to do now is I just want to call or invoke that function. So just say roll dice, okay? And then parentheses. So what I'm doing here is I'm calling or invoking the function, basically getting the function to fire, to run. So we create our function, JavaScript reads it and says, okay, that's all well and good, that's fine, but you haven't invoked it. Here we actually call the function by typing out the function name and then parentheses. So JavaScript then comes up here and it says, okay, function, roll dice, what do? It says, okay, mat.random times 5, floor it, then add 1, and then just log out the dice roll was, and then we get the answer. So if I save and refresh, we get the dice roll was 5, awesome, it was 3, it was 1, it was 2, etc. Okay, now what I want to do is I want the user to decide how many times to roll the dice. Okay, so that's what I want to do. So now I want to get the user to decide how many times to roll the dice. So how do we do that? Well, we know we need to get some sort of input from the user and then store that in a variable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use prompt, okay? We have our parentheses and we're just going to prompt the user to enter how many times they want to roll the dice. So we'll say, how many times do you want to roll the dice or the die? I say dice. So we have our prompt, right? But we need to store that in a variable. So we can say let times roll, how many times, what we call it? User rolls times to roll dice times roll be equal to prompt. Now, we've seen previously with prompt, even if the user enters a number on their keyboard, that'll be of type string. So what you want to do is just convert that to type number by wrapping all of that inside of parentheses. So what I've done here is I've said prompt. I'm prompting out to the screen to the user, how many times do you want to roll the dice? I convert it to I convert it to type number and then store it in the variable times roll, okay? Now what we want to do is we want to actually use a loop, and the loop will call the function. So you see the way here I have roll dice. We don't want to manually type that out now. We want to run a for loop that runs as many times as the user has told it to run. So we've seen for loops before. So we can say for, use the for keyword, and we know that the for loop essentially has three expressions. So the first one is the counter variable. So we can say let counter, and I'll initialize this counter variable to have a value of 1. And how many times do we want to run the loop? Well, we want to run the loop as many times as the user wants to roll the dice. Because you got to think about it like this. We're saying to a user, how many times do you want to roll the dice? Maybe they'll say 5 times. So you're going to be thinking, that's repeating code. That's a for loop, right? So now what we want to do is we want to run our loop in that situation 5 times. So you would run that while counter is less than or equal to times roll, the number of times the user wants to roll the dice. So remember, if counter was 1 the first time the loop runs and the user says 5, it'll run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, assuming you've written the loop out correctly. So obviously the last expression here for the for loop syntax is, in this case, it's the increment operator. So this is the final expression. So we have basically our counter variable, our while condition, run the loop while some condition evaluates to true, that expression there. And then we have the final expression. What do we want to do after the loop runs? We just want to add to the counter. And then inside of here, what we can do is we can just call the function, right? Because remember, if we're saying to the user, how many times do you want to roll the dice? And they say 5, what code do we want to run inside of the for loop? We literally just want to call the function that we've written out above. So I'm just going to say roll dice. So I'll just delete the comments here, just so you can see all of the code together. So make it more concise. So I'll just review the code before I save and run it, make sure it's all good. So we've created a function here called roll dice. I've used the keyword function. We have our function name, roll dice, and our parentheses, because that is the structure of a function. We have our opening curly brace and our closing curly brace. So everything between the opening and closing curly brace is the code block, i.e. the code that will run when this function is called or invoked. So what we do is we're saying mat.random, so that gets us a number, as I say, between 0 and just under 1. We multiply it by 5, okay? Then we take all of that and we use mat.floor. So that throws away anything after the decimal place. So we get a number between 0 and 5. Then we just add 1 to it, so we get a number between 1 and 6. So that's basically us mimicking a dice in the real world. Then we just log out to the console, the dice roll was, okay? Then what we do is we ask the user, because now we've defined our function, the function is ready to be called. We want to say to the user, okay, how many times do you want to roll the dice? Maybe the user will say 5. So we have our message here, how many times do you want to roll the dice? Because of prompt. We convert that to type number and we store it in the variable times roll. So the reason we convert it to number is we're doing a check here. So I just want to make sure that if the user presses a number on their keyboard, instead of us getting it as a string, it is of type number. Then we store it in the variable that I've called times roll, okay? Then what we have is we have our for loop. And remember, loops are a great way to repeat code over and over again. So I don't want to type out roll dice repeatedly to call or invoke the function up here. We can just put that in a loop. So what we're doing is we are initializing our counter variable. We're saying let counter be equal to 1. And then we're going to run our loop while counter is less than or equal to times roll. So if the user pressed 10, for example, we're going to run the loop 10 times. So every time we run the loop, so while the counter variable is less than or equal to the number of times the user wants to roll the dice, we have roll dice here, and all we're doing here is we are calling the function that we've defined up here. And after we call that, we then increment our counter variable. The reason, by the way, it's less than or equal to, imagine the user was to press 1. How many times do you want to roll the dice? And they said 1. You want to run the loop at least 1 time. So then it would be counter is equal to 1. is counter less than or equal to 1? Well, yes, 1 is equal to 1. Therefore, we call the function, we get whatever our dice roll is, we increment a counter variable, and we don't enter it again. Okay? So that's why it's less than or equal to. So let's see this in action. Hopefully this works. So if I refresh, how many times do you want to roll the dice? Let's say 5. Press OK. And we got the dice roll. It was 4 twice, it was 3 once, and it was 1 twice. Okay? Let's just do it again. How many times do you want to roll the dice? Let's say 5 again. And we get, okay, look at that. The dice roll was 5, 4, 2, 3, 2. Okay, that was interesting. And one more time, I'm going to run it 10 times. And we get the dice roll was 4, 2, 3, 2, 1, 5. Awesome. Okay, so guys, that is just a very basic dice roll in JavaScript. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial because we really did a few things here. We got user input, then because of that user input, we decide how many times we're going to run a for loop, i.e. how many times to roll the dice, and we create a function here that basically just mimics a real world dice roll. So we're finally in this course now starting to put things together. In this course now, or sorry, in this tutorial, congratulations, you've created a function that actually does something of value, i.e. a dice roll. We've asked the user how many times they want to roll the dice, and we've set up the logic so that how many times they want to roll the dice, we actually do it. Later on in the course, we'll actually create a user interface where you actually see dice, but that's not for a few tutorials. So I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Okay, in this tutorial, we're going to start learning about functions with parameters. So what do I mean? Well, so far in this chapter of the course, we've seen how we can create a function. We now know together that we can use the keyword function, have some sort of function name, so say hello or say hi, and then inside of curly braces, we can write our code inside of the code block where we say hello you to the user, okay? Semicolon to end the statement. So we've seen this before. So we have our function keyword, we have say hello, our function name, we have our parentheses, we have our opening curly brace and our closing curly brace, then we have our code here, okay? So hopefully by now you know if I save and refresh and look at the browser, nothing is going to happen. And that is because while we have defined or created our function, we haven't called or invoked it. So we know that to call or invoke the function, all we need to do is just write out the name of the function followed by parentheses. So if I just type it out, semicolon to end statement, we see that we then call our function. And like I've said previously, you can call a function multiple times. So therefore, I've written the function once, but I call upon it 3 different times. And if I refresh, we get hello you 3 times. Okay, that's awesome. Now, here's the problem. In the real world, you're going to want to pass real life data into a function. So for example, maybe you want to pass in a number and double it. Maybe you want to pass in an age and do some sort of calculation with that age, or maybe you want to pass in someone's name, maybe you want to pass in 2 numbers and add them together. So far, we have not been able to do that based on the functions we have written because they were functions that didn't take in any data. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a function. We're going to start learning about parameters and arguments in JavaScript, and we're going to pass in our first argument to a function. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a function whereby we can pass in someone's name and the function will just say hello name. So how do we do that? Well, what we do is we use the keyword function like we saw previously. Then we have a function name, so say hello. But this time, inside of the parentheses, instead of leaving the parentheses empty, we're going to type out a parameter. So that is our parameter. And now, when the function is called or invoked, we can actually pass in a name, such as a string, like Batman or Jessica or John, to our say hello function. So now what we can do is, in our function, we can say console.log. Let's use the backtick beside the number 1 on the keyboard, and we'll say hello, and then whatever name, the value that was passed in. So we know that with the backticks, if we use the $, and then curly braces, we can just log out name. Okay. Alternatively, you could do console.log a string and then just have hello, comma, and then the name. So now, what we've done is we've created a function and it has a parameter. Okay, so this name here is a parameter. So note that the parameter here is called name. So therefore, inside of the function, I have to refer to whatever I've called it. So name is called the name there as well, because that's what I've decided to call the parameter. So basically, the parameter is just a placeholder. Okay, what do you want to call the data that's being passed in? Okay, so now what I do is to call or invoke the function, I still write out the name of the function, okay? But instead of having empty parentheses, we don't do that, we pass in data. So I could pass in, for example, Batman. Now what I've done is I'm calling and invoking the function, okay? The function that's defined up here, and I'm passing the value of Batman into the function. So now when I save and refresh, we should see hello, Batman. Okay? Whoops, not Del. Apologies about that. I'll just minimize. So now if I refresh, we get hello, Batman. Okay? So I know this is a bit confusing when you first see it, but the key point away is this. Just for now, be aware of the fact that you are able to pass real-world data into functions, such as strings, numbers, whatever the case may be. It's pretty much the same idea of how we've seen functions so far. You have the function keyword, you have some sort of function name. The only difference is this time we have defined a parameter. So we just call it name, and then inside of our code, we're just saying console.log hello, name, whatever is passed in. Now, just so you're aware, this name here has been defined as a parameter. A function parameter is basically the name that is listed in the function that we've created, or the function definition. So name is a parameter, but when we pass data into the function, we pass data in as an argument. So Batman is the data being passed into the function, so Batman is the argument being passed in, but name here is the parameter, okay? So you might hear the terms parameter and argument used interchangeably by people. I'm going to basically do that for this course, but the key difference is this. The argument is a reference to the data that's been passed in this case Batman, and the parameter is basically what the function is expecting to receive. So it's passed in as an argument, it's received as an argument, but this name here is the parameter that's been defined, okay? It's basically a placeholder for how are we going to refer to the data. So I obviously can't call it, you know, Batman here, because maybe I want to pass in Jessica, right? And just so you know, you can pass in different names to this function. You don't just have to pass in Batman. So we could pass in Jessica. So now what I've done here is I've passed in Batman as an argument to the function, and here what I've done is I've passed in Jessica to the function. And remember, Batman and Jessica are both arguments being passed into the function. They are received by the function as an argument, but name is just a parameter. It is a reference to the data that's being passed in, so we can do something with it. If that was a bit confusing, don't worry about it. We're going to see functions now with parameters and arguments over the next few tutorials to get a bit more practice. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in the last tutorial we saw how we can create a function that is expecting to receive some sort of argument passed in. Okay, so in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're actually going to create a function that is actually just going to receive a number passed in. So we'll create a function called square numbers. We'll pass in a number because a number squared is just a number times itself. That'll be pretty straightforward. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a function that actually has two parameters. So we've that to look forward to in this tutorial. Okay, so just for a bit of practice, what we're going to do is we're just going to create a function. I'm going to call it square numbers. We'll have our parentheses. I'm just going to call the parameter number. Then we have our curly braces, and we'll just console.log number, so the parameter times itself. Then we'll just pass in a few different numbers to that function that we've created. And then finally, we'll speak about creating a function that is expecting to receive in 2 arguments, okay? So we use function, the keyword, and I'm going to call this function square numbers. Okay, then we have our parentheses. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give the parameter a name. Remember, a parameter is just a placeholder, and I'm just going to call it number. Then inside of curly braces, we are going to write out the code for our function. So we're just going to log out the value of whatever number is passed in as an argument squared, okay? So 2 squared is 4, 5 squared is 25, etc. Okay, 4 squared I believe is 16. Yeah, okay, squared is just a number times itself. So console.log, it's going to be number. I'm holding down shift and pressing 8 on the keyboard to get the little star or asterisk, and then number, and then semicolon to end the statement. So what we've done is we've created our function using the keyword function. We have square numbers, that's the name of the function. This function is expecting to receive a parameter, okay, called number. And because I've defined or called the parameter number, and remember it's really just a placeholder, this is what we're going to, how we're going to refer to whatever data is passed in as an argument. Because I've called the parameter number, I have to be consistent, so down here it's also called number. So let's just pass in a few different values to the function. So let's just pass in the number 2. So what we're doing here is we're just passing in the number 2 to the function above. So here we've created the function, and here we are basically just passing in the data. And it's actually, so that's brilliant, I made a mistake. So this isn't going to work because I've actually called the I've referred to the wrong function. There's no square number function, it's called square numbers. Square number, yeah, let's take away the S. So that is the first lesson of JavaScript. Make sure you are naming everything correctly and spelling it. So the function is now called square number, and I'm calling square number by typing out the name of the function and then passing in to the number as an argument to the function. And this function appears expecting to receive a parameter. Remember, when it's passed in as an argument, and then we just log out console.log number times number. In this case, it'll be 2 times 2, which will be 4. So if I come down to, hi Batman, to the browser and refresh, we get 4, okay? So we can call or invoke this function again by simply typing out the name of the function, but instead of passing in 2, we'll pass in 4. So again, all we're doing is we're passing in the number 4 to the function above as an argument, okay? As an argument, okay? So now what we're doing is we're just passing in 4 to our function. And remember, this function square number, it is expecting to receive a parameter called number, and then we just log out const.log number times number, okay? So if I just save and refresh, we see we get 4 and then we get 16. We'll do it one more time for practice. If I can just copy that, come down here, square number, and we'll pass in 10. Why not? So if I save and refresh, we now get 100. Okay, awesome. I tell you what, we'll leave that tutorial there. I'll see you in the next one where we'll talk about creating a function where we're passing in 2 arguments. So the function is expecting to, the function will have 2 parameters. That was just a bit of practice. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, in this tutorial, we're just going to create a function that actually takes in, in this tutorial, we're going to create a function. We're going to have 2 parameters defined. So this function is going to expect to receive 2 arguments as parameters being passed into the function. So what I want to do is, I just want to create a function called add numbers. We'll have 2 parameters, number 1 and number 2. Then we'll just log out the result of when you add the 2 numbers together. Okay, so hopefully your confidence is being built up now as we get more experience creating functions. Once we have all the building blocks, we can then start creating more interesting functions like a function that makes a call to an API and gets real world data. So, that's kind of longer term what we're trying to build up to here. So we have our function keyword. Then we have our function name. We've seen this before. So we have add numbers is what we're going to call this function. And this function is going to expect to receive 2 parameters here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call them number1, comma separate number2. Okay? And then all I want to do is just log out to the console the results of number1 plus number2 and semicolon to end the statement. So number1, this parameter here, is a reference to whatever number is passed in first. When the user calls or invokes the function, but we're just going to pass in the numbers directly. So when we pass in a number, the first number is being passed in as number 1, and that's number 1 there. And the second number we pass in will be passed in as number 2, and that's a reference to number 2 there. So then all we do is just log out the value of the numbers. Okay, so hopefully this is getting more familiar to you now. So if we want to pass 2 numbers into this function, we know that we first of all have to call or invoke the function. So I'm going to say add numbers, the function name, parentheses, and I'm going to pass in the number 100 and the number 150, semicolon to end the statement. So this 100 is being passed into the function as an argument, and this 150, that number, is also being passed in to the function add numbers as an argument. This function is expecting to receive 2 arguments, and of course then once we're in the function then they are parameters. Okay, so we're adding parameter 1, number 1, and parameter 2, number 2. So the result of this should be that we're just logging out to the console 250. So if I save, refresh, and come down to the console, or to the browser, sorry, we get 250. We can call or invoke the function again, add numbers. So maybe we're adding 500 and 404, semicolon to end the statement. That should give us 904. So if I come down to Google Chrome and refresh, we get 904. Okay, awesome. Now, the next thing I want to do is I just want to show you that the order in which data is passed in to the function actually matters. So what I want to do is I want to actually just create a template literal here. So template literal, and I'm going to say the result of the operation of adding, and then I want to have number 1. So remember, if we want to embed a variable into a template literal, we just use the $sign and the curly braces. So number 1 and number 2 is, and then all I want to do here is just add number 1 plus number 2. So I hope that makes sense. I'll just talk through what's happening. So we've used the function keyword to create a function. We've given the function a name called add numbers. Then we've defined our parentheses, opening parentheses and closing parentheses, and we've created our 2 parameters here. So number 1 and number 2. So the first number passed into the add numbers function as an argument, number 1 is a reference to that, and number 2 is the reference or the parameter to the second variable that's passed in. So we're going to log out to the console. The result of the operation of adding number 1 and number 2 is, and the results. So you should see in order 100 and then 150. If I save and refresh, we get the result of adding, the result of the operation of adding 100 and 150 is 250. Okay, but if I was to change these numbers around, so pass in 150 first and then 100, while we're still going to get the same end result, what you'll notice is we're going to be seeing 150 before 100. You see that? The result of the operation of adding 150 and 100 is 250. So the key point I'm trying to make here is that the order in which you pass in arguments to the function is the order in which the function is expected to receive them. So remember, this parameter here, number 1, that will always be a reference to the first argument passed in, and this parameter here, number 2, will be a reference to the second argument passed in. And remember, when I say argument, I'm really just referring to the data that's being passed in this case, numbers. Okay, that was awesome. See you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can create a function with 3 parameters, a function that is expecting to receive three bits of data essentially passed in as arguments. Okay, so we should be able to do this now because we've seen various functions over the last 2 tutorials. So what you do is you use the function keyword, then we have our function name, whatever you want to call the function. We're just going to call it add numbers. We're going to create a function that takes in 3 numbers as arguments. So we have to define our parameters and then just add them together. So I can say function add numbers. So it's going to expect number 1, number 2, number 3. Okay, so these are just parameters or placeholders. And then what we can do is just log out the result of the operation. So we can say the numbers added together equal. I could have used a template literal here as well, but this is fine the way I'm doing it. So now we just want to get the result of the operation, i.e. add number 1 plus number 2 plus number 3. Okay, so all we've done is we have defined or created a function called add numbers. It is expecting to receive in 1, 2, 3 arguments. So 3 arguments are going to be passed in, and then inside of the function, inside of the curly braces or the code block, we just log out to the console, the numbers added together equal, and then all we're doing is just getting a reference to the parameters. So number 1 is that number 1 there, the first number passed in. Number 2 is a reference to that parameter, and number 3 here is a reference to whatever data is passed in as an argument, where we're going to then refer to it as number 3. So what we can do then is just pass in 3 numbers. So let's say add numbers, and whatever numbers come to mind, I'll say 15, 100, and 1000. Okay, so here, to call or invoke this function, what you do is you just type out the name of the function, add numbers, and then pass in the 3 different numbers you want to pass in as arguments. So 15 has been passed in as an argument here, 100 has been passed in as an argument, been passed into there, and 1000, because it's in position 3, is being passed in as an argument to here. So really what we're saying then is the numbers added together equal, and we're getting 15 plus 100 plus 1000 and add them together. So I think we should get 1115, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, I should probably have more coffee. Let's save and refresh, and we get the numbers added together equal 1115. And remember, the order in which you pass in arguments to a function with parameters matters. So suppose what I could do is I could just comment that out, and let's create another function with 3 parameters. We'll do it of type string. So we'll say function tell story. So we're going to have a character's name, a city, and the food they ate, right? So now what we're going to do is we're just going to create a little story here. So console.log, because I want to have 3 different pieces of text, let's do a template literal, just the easiest way to embed. Okay, so we'll say, so the first variable is the name, name of the person. So name went to city, and ate some food. So $. Remember, when you want to embed variables into a string, what you can do is you can use a template literal. So these are not actually single quotes, they are backticks, which you can find by pressing the number to the left of the number 1 on your keyboard. Okay, right, now the reason I've created this function with 3 different parameters is I just want to emphasize how the order in which we pass in arguments to the function matters. So if I say tell story, right? If I want to say Jessica went to city Paris and ate some, I don't want to say pizza because that would kind of make more sense if that was Italy. So now we're telling a story. We're passing in Jessica as name. So if we log this out to the console, it's going to be Jessica went to Paris and ate some snails. So if I save and refresh, we should get Jessica went to Paris and ate some snails. Okay, awesome. We could do one with Batman. So to call or invoke a function, remember, just type out the name of the function, and this function is expecting to receive 3 arguments passed into it, and it's going to receive them, okay, as arguments, and we've defined our parameters here. So we'll say Batman went to Rome and ate some pizza. I don't know why I always feel the need to make a reference to the DC universe in these tutorials. Oh well. So Batman went to Rome and ate some pizza. Now, what you'll notice is the order in which you pass in the data matters, right? So if I was to say, you know, Paris, and then do pizza, and then do Superman, I mean, that just makes absolutely no sense, right? Because what's going to happen now is we're going to log out to the console. Paris went to pizza and ate some Superman. Oh my god, that's not good. Well, that's just gibberish, right? So Paris went to pizza and ate some Superman. So the key point I'm trying to emphasize here is when you call or invoke a function, when you call or invoke a function that is expecting to receive some arguments passed into it, the order in which you pass in the data as arguments matters, okay? So the first time we called or invoked the function, it made sense. Jessica was passed in as name, Paris is the city, snails is food, so it read, Jessica went to Paris and ate some snails. But when we did it here, we didn't pass in the data in an appropriate manner, so we got Paris went to pizza and ate some Superman. That makes no sense. So really, you just want to make sure that you get the order that you're passing in data to a function correct. So Superman went to Paris and ate some pizza. Let's just do snails. Okay, he's going to meet up with Jessica. They're both in Paris and now they're both having snails. And get rid of that comma there or we're going to have an error. So remember, we've wrote out the name of the function here. I'm just going to delete these 2 lines to make it easier. Sorry, Jessica, I guess you're not meeting up with Superman. I'd be upset too. So we're passing in Superman as an argument to the function. We have our name parameter defined here. So it's Superman went to Paris. Paris is passed in. When we call or invoke the function here, we're passing in Paris as an argument to the function. And then city is the parameter that's defined. So city is a reference to whatever is passed in this case Paris. So Superman went to Paris and ate some, and we pass in snails here as an argument to this function. The function receives it as an argument, but we call the parameter food. So remember, parameter is just a way of saying a placeholder. How do you want to reference all the data being passed in this position here? Okay, so that's all that is. So now we're going to get Superman went to Paris and ate some snails. Okay, so if I save and refresh, we get Superman went to Paris and ate some snails. Little challenge for you. I want you to send Jessica to Paris as well because I feel her and Superman, I don't want them, you know, I don't want them having snails by themselves. Let's have snails with a friend. You know, she can order fries. Jessica is her own woman. She doesn't need to eat snails. So now we have Superman went to Paris and ate some snails, and Jessica went to Paris and ate some fries. So what you notice is we really can pass in whatever data we want to the function, because here we passed in Superman, but here we passed in Jessica. Superman and Jessica, well, they both went to Paris. Superman had snails, but Jessica had fries. Key takeaway from this tutorial, you can create a function with 3 parameters defined, and the order in which you pass in the data matters. I hope you've enjoyed the last few tutorials. We've now covered a lot of the basics of functions. You've seen now how to create a function with no parameters, with 1, 2, and finally here 3 parameters. We're going to start doing some more useful real-world examples now with functions, such as how to calculate the area of a circle or a rectangle or a triangle, those kind of things. But we do have to cover the return keyword as well, so we'll talk about that in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial we're going to learn about the return keyword or the return statement in JavaScript. So this is the return keyword. So why does it matter? Well, so far in this course we've covered some very basic functions. Hopefully you're feeling a bit more confident with, the very basic syntax of a function. When I say syntax, I basically mean the rules of structuring the code. You know that you can use the keyword function. You know that a function has some sort of name, parentheses, you can pass parameters in, and you basically can write out your code within the function between the opening and closing curly brace, and you know that later on you can call or invoke the function, and you've seen now how to pass data into a function as an argument. But there's one massive limitation based on what we've learned so far. In the real world, you might want to pass data into a function, ask the function to evaluate the code, and then return some sort of output to you that you can then go on and make a decision with. So for example, maybe we're working for a real estate firm, and what we want to do is we want to see if someone has a down payment. They use that term in North America, down payment. I don't know about Australia. In Europe we say a deposit mainly. But maybe they need to have 50,000 US dollars for them to be allowed view an apartment or a condominium or whatever the case may be. So far in this course, all we'd be able to do is pass data into a function and then log it out to the console. We don't really know how to get that data back. And that brings us to the return keyword in JavaScript. So let me do an example of us doing a calculation and then show you the limitations based on what we've learned so far and why the return keyword is our friend. Let's say we want to just do a calculation. We want to check to see if someone has a down payment, okay? We could say function, we'll call it calculate savings or calculate deposit or something like that. And we're going to pass in 2 arguments to this function because we're trying to see how much someone has saved. We're going to basically ask them how much have they saved per month and how many months have they been saving for. So we could say amount, amount saved per month, and then months. And inside of our curly braces, what we can do is we can create a deposit variable. So we can say let deposit be equal to amount, how much they've saved per month, times the number of months they have saved, okay? And then what we can do is just log out to the console the results. So we could say the person has saved, and then we just have deposit. Remember, deposit is just the results of our operation, okay? So basically what we're doing is we've used the function keyword. We've called our function calculate savings. Note the use of camel case. The second word begins with a capital letter. And then we have our 2 parameters defined there. So we have the amount saved per month, and we have the number of months they've been saving. Then we just do a very basic calculation. We basically just multiply the amount they've saved per month by the number of months they've been saving for, and we store it in a variable called deposit or results. Then we just say console.log the person has saved whatever the result is. I'm going to actually change that to results, okay? Trying to just make this as straightforward as possible. So what I can do now is I can just call or invoke that function. If I say calculate savings, maybe this person got an extra job, so they're able to save 500 a month, and maybe they've been saving for 60 months. They've been saving for quite some time. What we can do is we can just check to see how much they've saved, right? So if I just come up here, we see the person has saved 30,000. Okay, that's awesome. But what if I then wanted to do something with that 30,000? Maybe I wanted to pass it into an if statement to check to see if they're allowed to view the apartment we're trying to sell. Well, we haven't got the data back. This is the problem. We've passed data into the function, so 500 a month and 60. Remember, the 500 is passed up here as an argument, and the 60 is passed up there to this parameter as an argument. Then what we did is we just got the result. But we log it out to the console, we don't actually do anything with it. So how do we get it back? Well, what we can do is, instead of logging that out to the console, what we can do is we can actually return results. So what I can do is I can say return results. And now what this function is going to do is it's going to return that to us. So then what I can do is actually store whatever the function gives back to us in a variable. So I could say let results be equal to calculate savings. And now if I log out to the console this variable here, that result, we're going to get our answer. So if I say console.log results, we're going to get the answer. So if we just save and refresh, we get 30,000. Okay? Now, the reason this is so exciting is before we actually returned the data to us, okay, we didn't actually have access to this result variable there outside of the curly braces. So for example, if I just delete return results, so now the function no longer returns data to us, okay, and if I just delete that, okay, if I try to log out to the console now result, we're actually going to get an error, right? I'll prove this to you and then I'll show you why. So we get an error, result is not defined. And this is because of something we covered a few tutorials ago called block scope. And it gets back to that concept of global and local variables. This result variable here exists locally within the opening and closing curly brace, i.e. within the scope of this function, but it doesn't exist outside of it. Remember, if I was to create a variable like this, that is a global variable because this name variable has been defined in the root of the document. It hasn't been declared and initialized within, let's say, a block, whether it's a function or an if statement, etc. It's been declared in the root of the document, i.e. outside of curly braces is one way I like to think about it. So the problem with how we've been writing functions so far is, say you want to pass in data, get some results, maybe, you know, in this scenario, how much someone has saved after a period of time. We can't actually, you know, log out that results variable because results only exist locally. It doesn't exist globally. So that is why it's so cool that we now have the ability to say return results. And now what we could do is, because we've returned that, we can actually store it inside of a variable. So we'll say let deposit be equal to. So what's happening now is, right, when we call or invoke this function calculate savings, we're passing in 500 as an argument, which is received here to the amount parameter, and we're passing in 60, the number of months they've been saving, as an argument to the months parameter. Then we do the calculation, we times how much they've saved per month by the number of months. We've stored it in this result variable. Remember, this result variable only exists locally within the function. Then we return result. And when we return something from a function, we can actually store it in a variable by saying let variable name be equal to the result of the operation. And now here we say console.log results. So result has a value. Result is not defined. Oh, sorry, apologies. I was supposed to say console.log deposit there. Yeah, awesome. So now we console.log deposit. We could actually call it results as well if you wanted, but deposit is fine. So if we save now, we get 30,000. And the great thing about this is we can now make a decision on that. So maybe we want to make a decision, are we going to let them view the apartment or not? So we could say if deposit is greater than or equal to 50,000, console.log, you can visit the condo. Else, if they haven't saved that, we'll just say, sorry, you have to keep saving. Console.log, sorry, you have to keep saving. Don't worry, we'll do a little happy example after this. So basically now what's happening is we've actually returned data to us, so we're actually able to now make a decision based on what's happened. So in this case, we see here we're not letting them view the apartment because they haven't basically saved enough. Say hypothetically they were able to actually, save for a longer period of time, maybe 120 months. If we now then save and refresh, the deposit should have a value now of 60,000, and we can say you can visit the condo because we're trying to sell it to them. Okay, awesome. So guys, I'll leave that tutorial for there. The key point about this tutorial is you're actually able to return data from a function and do something with it. And by the way, just to make the notation a bit more shorthand, you don't actually have to store the result of your operation inside of a variable, see the way here I've said let result equal to amount times months, and then I've just returned results. You don't have to do that if you want. What you can do is you can just return this directly. So what I can do is, let's delete that line, and let's just say return, and I'll just delete the parentheses, so that'll still work for us, okay? So basically what I'm doing is, instead of basically multiplying the amount they've saved per month times the number of months and then storing it in a variable called result and then returning results, we can just return it directly like that. And that will still work for us. And to prove it, if I save and refresh, I should not get any errors. And we see here, we don't get any errors. And by the way, when you return from a function, you actually basically leave the function. So anything after it is known as unreachable code. So if I was to try, say, console.log hello world, after we've returned, a value from a function, you'll notice here that basically it's kind of grayed out a little bit by Visual Studio Code, and we're getting unreachable code detected. So basically what I'm trying to say is just make sure you're aware of that when you return some sort of value or data from a function, anything you're going to leave the function. JavaScript will stop running the code within the function. It's going to return, it's going to exit out. So any code you write underneath the return statement in a function is unreachable code. It'll never execute, essentially. So that was a lot to take in. That is the return keyword in JavaScript. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. The key point here now is you've learned a new superpower. Instead of passing data into a function, doing something with it, and maybe just logging the result out to the console, you're now able to get data passed in, but also returned back to you, and then you can store that in a variable the way we did here, and then go on and make some sort of decision with that, okay? So it's very useful, especially as you start writing more advanced programs and algorithms in JavaScript. I'll leave that tutorial there, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, in this tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to create a function that calculates the area of a rectangle. We're going to be using the keyword return as well in this tutorial. So finally, we're going to actually create a function that has some sort of real world application, calculating the area of a rectangle. That could actually be useful. So we're going to create a function that does that. So we've that to look forward to in this tutorial. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the function keyword, and our function is going to be called calculate area. We're going to have our parentheses, and we're going to have two parameters. Now, the area of a rectangle is simply width times height, so they will be our parameter names. Then what we're going to do is when we call or invoke the function and we pass the data in to our function, the data will obviously be passed in as arguments. We're going to do our calculation, just return it, and then we'll log that out to the console. We're obviously going to, when we call or invoke the function, store the result in a variable. So let's get started. I'm just going to say function. So we've seen this before many times. We use the function keyword to create a function. Now we have our function name. I'm going to say calculate area. Then we're going to have our parentheses and our curly braces. Now we know we have to pass in two pieces of data to this function as arguments, the width and the height. So we'll say width, that will be one parameter, and height will be the next parameter. Then what we can do is we can say let result, the result of the operation, be equal to width times height. So we're just getting reference to the parameters there. So whatever is passed in as arguments to the function, we have to make a reference to them. So the first piece of data passed in will be called width, and the second will be called height. So we're just multiplying those together. And then what we can do is just return the results. Awesome. And we saw in the last tutorial that any code written under the return keyword will be unreachable code. So that is our function. So now that we have defined our function, so we have defined a function that calculates the area of a rectangle, right? Now that we've done that, what we need to do is we need to call or invoke the function and pass in the data to it. So what we can do is we can just say calculate area. We're going to call or invoke the function, and we'll just say the rectangle has a width of, let's say, 120 and a height of, let's say, 45. Now, what we can do is we can store the result of that in results. So we can say let rectangle area be equal to whatever the result is, and then we'll just log out to the console. The area of the rectangle is rectangle area. So I'll just talk you through this before we have a look at the console. I've used the function keyword, okay, because we know we need to create a function. I've called our function calculate area. Please note the use of camel case. The A is a capital. Then we have our opening parentheses and our closing parentheses, because we know with function syntax we do need to have parentheses. We have our first parameter defined here and our second parameter. Then we have the opening curly brace and the closing curly brace. And inside of the function, what we do is we say let result be equal to width times height. We store that in the result variable, and then we just return results. So now here what we're saying is we're creating a variable called rectangle area, and we're assigning that the value of whatever this calculation is. So when we say calculate area, we're calling or invoking the function here. We're passing in 120 as an argument received by the function as the width parameter here. Passed in as an argument, received as an argument, but you refer to it here as a parameter. And 45 is being passed in as an argument here. It's being passed in to the function. It's received here by the function, the 45, but we get a reference to it as height. So width times height, 120 times 45, is stored in the result variable. We return it, and then that is then stored in rectangle area, the variable, and then we just log out to the console. The area of the rectangle is rectangle area. So if I save and refresh, we get the area of the rectangle is 5,400. And if you wanted to make this more concise, you could do all of this in one line. So there's no need to do the calculation, restore it in a result variable and return the result variable. What we can do essentially is just delete that and delete that, and just put the return keyword up there. Okay, so now what we're doing is, instead of multiplying width by height, storing it in a variable saying let result be equal to, and then return results, we're just returning that directly, okay? Returning the outcome of the calculation. And that will still work. So if I save and refresh, we get no errors. And if I was to, let's say, change the calculations, maybe pass in 140 as the width and 45 as the height, this should still work for us. So now we get the area of the rectangle is 6,300. Okay, awesome. Congratulations. We've now created a really cool function that has a real world application. We've created a function that calculates the area of a rectangle. So that was awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to write a function that calculates the area of a circle in JavaScript. So the equation for calculating the area of a circle is just pi r squared. So basically it's just multiplying 3.14 by the radius of the circle you want to calculate to the power of 2. Okay, so pi r squared. Now, in the last tutorial, we saw how we can calculate the area of a triangle, and we passed in 2 arguments. For this, we only have to pass in 1 argument, but to make it a bit more interesting, I want us to prompt the user to ask them what radius they want to calculate. So we're going to do some sort of prompt, please enter the radius. We'll convert that to type number. We'll store that in a variable. We're going to call it user radius. Then what we'll do is we'll pass that user radius as an argument into the function. So this sounds pretty complicated, so let's just break it down. So like we've seen in the last few tutorials, if we use the function keyword, we can create a function. I'm going to call the function calculate area. Again, note the use of camel case. The second word in the function has a capital letter. Then we have our parentheses. So we know we need to define one parameter here. We'll just call it radius. And then we have our curly braces where we can write our code, i.e. the code that will execute whenever the function is called or invoked. So what we can do is we can just say, let result be equal to 3.14 times the radius to the power of 2. And then you can return results. But what we can do instead of that is just do it all on one line. So I'll just say return, and we're going to just take 3.14, I think it's 159, is it? Yeah. Then what we're going to do is just multiply that by the radius to the power of 2. So that should get us the results, return the area of a circle. So if we were to call or invoke the function, we'd just say calculate area now, the function name, and just pass in some sort of number, 10, 15, 100, whatever the case may be. But rather than doing that, I want to actually prompt the user. So we've seen prompt before. We can just say prompt this inbuilt power in JavaScript. We have our parentheses because we're going to have some sort of string message, prompted to the user. So we'll say, please enter the radius of the circle, or something like that, semicolon to end statement. But what I want to do is I want to wrap all of this inside of number. So instead of getting a string, we get a number. So we have our open parentheses there and our closing parentheses. And then what we can do is just take all of this and store it in a variable. So I'm just going to say, let user radius be equal to whatever the user has typed in. So here we are getting the user to decide the radius, okay? And then all I'm going to do is basically pass in that radius to calculate area. So we know how to do that. Calculate area is the name of the function. So we use parentheses to pass in some sort of argument, and we're just going to pass in user radius. And then what we're going to do is we're going to store that in a results variable. So we'll say let results be equal to whatever the outcome is. And then we can just console.log whatever the result was. So we can say the area of the circle is, and we want to just log out results. So let me just talk you through all of this again. Basically, we've used the keyword function to create a function. We've called the function calculate area. Note the use of the uppercase A there because it's the second word. Then we have our parentheses. This function is going to receive one argument passed into it, i.e. the radius of a circle. So we've only defined one parameter here. Then we have our opening curly brace and we have our closing curly brace. What we do then is we just use the standard formula to calculate the area of a function. So it's pi. A lot of people know that pi is 3.14. That's a typo. I think that should be 159. Yeah. So pi is 3.14159, etc., etc. Times, so we use the little asterisk, press Shift 8 on your keyboard, times the radius to the power of 2. So 2 asterisks there, Shift 8 twice. Then what we're doing is we take all of this calculation and we use the return keyword. So when this entire function is called upon, we calculate the area of a circle and we return it. So this function is basically calculating the area of a circle and it returns it, which is pretty awesome. Then what we do is we prompt the user. We use prompt. We say, please enter the radius of a circle. We convert it to type number, because remember, if they press a number on their keyboard, that's actually of type string, so we convert to number. Then we just store it inside of this variable user radius. And this is really cool because for the first time in this course, we've actually passed a variable into a function as an argument. So that's pretty cool. So rather than us just, writing out calculate area and passing in a number ourselves, we're actually, for the first time ever in this course, passing in a variable to a function. That's pretty cool. Then we store it in the results variable here. We say let results be equal to whatever the function calculates, and then we just log out to the console. The area of the circle is results. So let me save and refresh. Let's go to the Google Chrome, the browser. If I refresh, it says please enter the radius of the circle. I'm going to say 105. Press OK, and we get the area of the circle is this number here. And if I save and refresh, maybe we do a smaller number. I'll just do 4. Press OK. We get the area of the circle is 50. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is how we can create a function to calculate the area of a circle. And instead of just passing in the radius ourselves, we actually got the user to basically decide what the radius was. We store that in a variable called user radius, and we passed in that variable into the function. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're actually going to combine what we've learned over the last couple of tutorials. We had one tutorial where we created a function that could calculate the area of a rectangle, and we created another function whereby we were able to calculate the area of a circle. So what I want to do in this tutorial is create a program, a very basic program, whereby we actually prompt the user to have a choice. The user can choose between entering a circle or a rectangle. So if the user says circle, we say please enter a radius, and then we log out the area to the console. However, if they say rectangle, we then prompt them to enter a width and a height. And then we give the area. Alternatively, if they don't enter either, or they make a mistake, maybe they say hello, they don't choose circle or rectangle, we say you did not choose correctly. So I'm going to show you the code I wrote to create this program. Don't be intimidated by it. I'm also sure there are better ways to write this, but there's so many different ways to write code in JavaScript. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just moving a glass down from my table. It's just taking a lot of space. I have OCD. Okay, so basically what I've done is, you saw the prompt, please enter circle or rectangle. So I use, basically, you can do window.prompt, or you can just do prompt. So I said prompt, please enter circle or rectangle. Then what we do is we store that in user decision. We create a variable. We say let user decision be equal to that prompt. Then what we do is we let user decision be equal to itself, i.e. user decision, but we use dot to uppercase. So that is to make sure that if they enter circle all lowercase or one capital letter, wherever the case would be, we're just converting it to capital letters for circle and rectangle to make it easier for our if statement to do the checks. So if they enter rectangle, so if user decision is equal to rectangle or strictly equal to, we enter this code block here. So this is probably one of the biggest code blocks we've ever seen. We have the opening curly brace and the closing curly brace. So all I do really is just have the function we had previously. We have function calculate rectangle area. We enter width and height are the two parameters there to be passed in as arguments. Then we just return width times height. Okay? So when the user enters a width, we store that in the width variable. When they enter a height, we store that in the height variable. Then what we do is we pass in the width and height to the calculate rectangle area function up there. So we've seen how to pass in variables to a function before. Then what we do is we just store it in a result variable and we log out to the console. The area is results. Alternatively, if the user chose circle, we just say else if user decision is strictly equal to circle. We've created our function here. inside of this code block, so that opening curly brace and that closing curly brace, we basically just do our function called calculate circle area. We have our radius and we just return pi times radius to the power of, whoops, that should be to the power of 2. That's what's known as a logical error, where there was technically no error in the code in the sense that nothing was breaking, but it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. So that's a logical error. Apologies about that. Then we have our radius. So we say let radius be equal to whatever the user enters. So we store that in the variable radius. And then what we do is essentially we just pass in radius to the calculate circle area function. We store that in results, and then we just log out the result. const.log, the area is results. And remember, this result here is that result because it has been defined locally within the code block. So that result is not that result, for example, okay? Any variable defined within a code block is a local variable only, not accessible outside of that code block. We've seen that before. And then finally, I just finish with an else, basically saying, you know, you did not choose correctly if they don't spell rectangle correctly or circle. So we're going to code that up now in this tutorial. Obviously, that's probably one of the longest pieces of code we have written so far in this course. So I will paste this in the comments section. Okay, so let's delete all of that and start from scratch. Well, the first thing we know we need to do is we need to prompt the user to enter circle or rectangle. So I will say prompt, if I can spell correctly, prompt. Then we have our message to the user. So I will say, please enter circle or rectangle. Then what I want to do is I want to store that in a variable. So we'll call the variable user decision. So we'll say let user decision be equal to prompt. Please enter circle or rectangle. Then what I want to do is I want to take that user decision and basically make sure it's converted to uppercase. So I'm going to say user decision is equal to, so I'm overriding the value of user decision. And remember, because the variable has already been declared up here with the let keyword, I don't need to redeclare the variable. So I don't need to say let user decision again. We would get an error. It's just user decision without the let keyword. So we say user decision is equal to itself, user decision, but I'm going to call or invoke to uppercase parentheses. Awesome. Now that we've got the user input, we want to start doing our checks, you know, using some sort of logic in JavaScript to make a decision. So we know to do that, we have our if statement. So we can say if, and we'll write out the code for the rectangle first because it's just a bit longer. Get that out of the way. So we'll say if user decision is strictly equal to rectangle in uppercase, we want to enter this code block here. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to get the user to basically enter height and a width, store that in a variable, and then pass that to our function that calculates the area of a rectangle, and then log that result out to the console. But we haven't actually declared our function yet, so let's do that first. Let's create or define a function. So we'll say function, that keyword function. There we're going to have calculate rectangle area. There we're going to have our width and height. So we'll say width and height, curly braces. And then all we want to do is just return width times height. Width times height. So that will get us the area of a rectangle. Now we've created our function, but we have to get in the user input. So I'm going to prompt the user to enter height, convert that to type number, and then store that in a variable called height. So I'll say we'll do width first. So I'll say let width be equal to, and remember, I want to convert this to type number. So do the prompt first. So we'll say prompt, please enter a width, please enter a width. So I hope all this code makes sense. We've been building up to this now for quite some time. So I'm just using prompt, have some sort of message to the user, in this case, please enter a width, and we want to convert that to type number. Just wrap that in an opening and closing curly brace there. So let width be equal to number inside of parentheses prompt, inside of parentheses again, please enter a width. Have two parentheses there, so that one corresponds with this one, and that one corresponds with that one. Otherwise, you'll get an error. So we've got the width. Now we need to do the same for height. So you want to say let height be equal to number prompt. We want to say please enter a height. Please enter a height. Awesome. Okay. And then what we want to do is, now that we've got the width and the height, we want to pass that into our function up here called calculate rectangle area. Okay. So then we're going to store that in a results variable. So I'm going to say let result, the result of the operation, is going to be equal to, and we know we need to call or invoke the function. So calculate rectangle area, and what do we want to do? We want to pass in both the width as an argument and the height as an argument. So that is us essentially here basically taking the user input, the width and the height, and passing those arguments into the function above called calculate rectangle area. Awesome. Then what we want to do is just log that result out to the console. So we'll say console.log the area is, and then results. Awesome. So now we've coded up the code for calculating the rectangle area, getting the user input, passing it into the function as arguments, returning the results, storing it in the result variable, and then just logging that out to the console. But remember, we only do all of this code, enter this code block, if the user decision was equal to a rectangle. Okay? Now we want to write up the code for if they choose circle. So we can say else if, and here we're going to have our condition. Let's just create an extra line of code there for readability. Else if user decision is strictly equal to circle, we want to enter this code block. So what do we want to do? Well, similar to above, the first thing we want to do is create our function that will actually calculate the area of a circle. So function keyword, then we're going to call it calculate circle area. Okay. I just want to have our function names be descriptive, so that calculates the rectangle, that calculates the circle. It's easy to read. We have our parentheses, and we know that this function is going to be defined with only one parameter. So unlike above, where you have to pass in two arguments, the width and the height, to calculate the area of a rectangle, to calculate the area of a circle, as we saw in the last tutorial, all we need to do is just define one parameter, in this case radius, and then we're going to have our code. We're going to essentially return the result of this. And how do we calculate the area of a circle? Well, we take pi 3.14159 times the radius that was passed in to the power of 2. Okay, so we have 3.14159 multiplied by the radius to the power of 2. So there's two powers there. Okay, awesome. What's next? Well, we need to get the radius from the user, right? So you want to prompt the user. So we can say prompt, enter a message. So we'll say, please enter a radius, or please enter their radius. Please enter a radius, if I can spell correctly. Semicolon to end the statement. And then what you want to do is, wait, why? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm losing my thought here, my thought process here. Okay, so we want to convert that to type number, so wrap that. And then what we want to do is we want to store that in a variable. So we're going to say let radius be equal to, so what I've done here is I'm prompting the user, please enter a radius. Whatever they press on their keyboard, we're converting it to type number and storing it in the radius variable. Now what we want to do is we want to pass radius into the calculate circle area function above. So to do that, we just say calculate circle area, and you want to pass in the radius. Awesome. Then what you want to do is you want to store that in a result variable. So we say let results be equal to, okay. And then you just want to log that out of the console. So say console.log, similar to above, the area is, and then the results. Awesome. And then lastly, you just want to do an else. You know, maybe they didn't enter rectangle or circle. You just want to maybe alert, you know, you did not choose correctly. You did not choose correctly, and then the program will end. Okay, you could, if you wanted, code this up so that it's a while loop and the program keeps asking the user until they enter correctly. But we'll speak more about programs with while loops later on in the course. Let me just double check I'm happy with the code before we test it in the browser and embarrass myself. Okay, so we have a string prompt. Please enter circle or rectangle. We store that in user decision, that variable. Then I'm saying user decision is equal to itself dot to uppercase. So I'm converting it to uppercase. So if they enter, for example, circle like that, we're converting it to circle like that, i.e. uppercase. Then we're doing our checks with our if statement. So we're saying if the user decision is strictly equal to rectangle, we're going to enter this code block. So we have our function, calculate rectangle area. We have our width and our height. Then we have our calculation here. So width times height gets the area of a rectangle. So that calculates area of a rectangle, and we're returning that, return width times height. Now that that function's been defined, we can ask the user to enter a width and height. So we say, please enter a width, convert its type number, we store it in the width variable. We also say, please enter height, convert its type number, store in the height variable. Then what we do is, we call or invoke the calculate rectangle area function. We pass in width and height, the two inputs the user chose. They're now recorded as variables. And what we do is we pass those in as arguments to the function. Then once that's done, we just log out the result. The area is result. If, however, the user chooses circle rather than rectangle, we have user decision is strictly equal to circle. We have our function here, function calculate circle area. So all this does is basically it just calculates area of a circle. And yeah, we're returning pi times the radius to the power of 2. Now that the function's been defined, we want to get the user input. So we just prompt the user, please enter radius, converts type number. We store it in the radius variable. Then what we do is we pass in the radius variable to the function as an argument. We say calculate circle area. We pass in the radius. It's returned to us. And then we store that in the result variable. And then we just log console.log the area is result. Otherwise, if they don't enter either, we just alert out you did not choose correctly. So if I save and refresh, let's go to Google Chrome. Hopefully there's no errors. This page says, please enter circle or rectangle. If I do circle first, please enter a radius, 11. We get the area is 380. Alternatively, if I say rectangle, press OK, enter a width, we'll say 10, enter height, we'll say 5, we get the area is 50. Okay, awesome. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. It was just a program where we basically asked the user, do they want to calculate the area of a circle or a rectangle? And we've already spoken through the logic. So I'll paste this code in the comments on YouTube. Okay, awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, hopefully the last challenge didn't scare you off. In this tutorial, we're going to do just a very basic function just to get more practice with using the function keyword, defining a function, and getting used to parameters, and of course the return statement. So all I want to do in this tutorial is we're going to create a function using the keyword function. The function will basically be a function that is expecting to receive an argument passed in, and then it just returns whatever number was passed in doubled. Okay, so if you pass in the number 2, it will return 4. If you pass in 10, it will return 20. So I've written out the pseudo code here, the steps. So please feel free to pause the video and try come up with this by yourself. Otherwise, you can code along. Really, we're doing a lot of very basic function exercises for practice to get the foundations, and then we can start doing more cool stuff later on in this course. So we know if we want to create a function, we use the function keyword. I'm going to call the function double number. we have our parentheses. So this function will be defined with one parameter. We can call that parameter number. So this function is expecting to receive in a number, and that number will obviously be a number. Okay. Then what we want to do is we just want to return the number that was passed in times 2. So we just say return number times 2. And that's it. That's our function. This is a short tutorial. So if I want to pass in, what numbers did we say? 5, 25, 200. So if we say let result1 be equal to double number, so now we're calling or invoking our function, we can pass in the number 5 and then just console.log result1. Okay, so what's happened here is I've created our function, used the keyword function. The function's called double number. We've defined a parameter called number. Okay, and then we just return whatever number was passed in times 2. So here we are passing in 5 to the double number function. Remember, to call or invoke our function, you just type out the name of the function with parentheses and pass in any arguments that you need to. Then we store that in this variable here called result1, and then we just log out result1 to the console. So this should give us an answer of 10. So if I save and refresh, we get 10. Awesome. So you can do this again with, we'll just say results now and do it with 25. If I pass in 25 to the function, we should expect to get back 50. So if I save and refresh, result1 is not defined. Oh, apologies, yeah, I changed the name of result1, but I didn't change it there. So we'll just save and refresh now. Apologies about that. So that's what happens when you make reference to a variable that doesn't exist, by the way. So now we get 50. Awesome. And then lastly, if we want to pass in 200 to our function, well, double 200, or 200 times 2 should be 400. Okay? So if we save and refresh, we get 400. Okay, awesome. So that's how you write a function in JavaScript that doubles whatever number was passed into it. I'll see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to create a function that checks to see if a number is an even number or if it is an odd number. And what this function is going to do is actually going to return a Boolean value to us. So previously we've seen how we can pass in a number and double the number and return that value. In this function we're going to be passing in one data type, i.e. a number, but getting back a different data type, i.e. a Boolean value of true or false. So if we pass in an even number, such as the number 2, 4, 16, etc., we want to return true if the number is an even number. Otherwise, we want to return false if it is an odd number. So based on what we've covered so far in this course, we should definitely be able to write this up. So once again, you're going to have your function keyword, give your function a name, is even number check or something like that. You'll have your parentheses. You know you're passing in one data type because I said you're going to pass a number, so you can just define a parameter, call it number. Then you have your opening and closing curly braces, and inside of all of that is the code that runs when the function is fired or executed, etc., or invoked. And that's our code block. So you know, if you want to do a check if a number is even or odd, you could use the if statement. So in the if block, we'll just do a check to see if a number is even. If it is, return true, else return false. And we already know how to check if a number is even or odd because we know we can use mod 2 or modulus 2. So for example, if we have the number 4, 4 mod 2, 4 divides an even into 2, there's nothing left over. Okay, so let's write this up together. So we're going to have our keyword function. We'll say is even number or is even check or something, is even number check. Okay, or is even number is fine. Parentheses. So we know we need to pass in some sort of data or value to this function as an argument. We're going to be passing in a number to do, because we need to pass in a value for the check to happen. So we can just define a parameter here. This function is expected to receive in some data. We can just call it number. And then inside of our function, what we can do is we'll do an if statement. So if we'll do some condition there. If basically the number is an even number, we want to return true. Otherwise, else return false. Okay? And how we can do our check is, we've seen previously the modulus operator. So that's the modulus operator, or mod. So we know that 2 mod 2 divides in evenly, 0 is left in over. Because 2 divides in evenly to 2, there's nothing left over. We know, for example, 3 mod 2 has a leftover of 1. 3 doesn't divide in evenly to 2. It divides in 1 time with 1 left over. If you go up to 4, so 4 mod 2, we know that 4 divides in evenly to 2, and there's nothing left over. I'll just do 5, etc., etc. So 5 mod 2, well, it divides in twice, but there's 1 left over. So really what you are able to see here, the pattern, is that when there's a 0 left over, it's an even number. Any number that's even mod 2 will have 0 left over. Otherwise, it'll be an odd number. So because we know this, we can use that to write the logic for the check and a if statement. So what we can do is we can say, if the number that's been passed in, if number mod 2 is strictly equal to 0, basically we know that we've passed in an even number, so return true. Otherwise, return false. Okay? And then what we can do is just basically console.log out the results of us passing in variable to our number. So we can say, is even number pass in 2 to start off. So let's have a look and see what we get. And we get true. Okay? So what we did was we passed in 2 to our function is even number, and we just logged that out directly to the console. If you wanted, you could create a variable as well. Say let some variable name is equal to check, and then log that out to the console. So let's do another number. Let's do 104. Is that an even or an odd number? That's true, so it's an even number. Let's do 57. And we get false. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is a very basic check in JavaScript, a function that checks if a number is an even or an odd number. If you wanted as well, you wouldn't have to return true or false, so you could just log out to the console, number is even, or number is odd, etc. So I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. That is the first time in this course, I think, where we've actually passed in one data type, i.e. number, and got back another data type, i.e. a Boolean. So that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to pretend we work for a company called Kent Bank. So Kent is a part of the United Kingdom. I've never been, but it looks like a nice place. So we're going to pretend we work for this bank in Kent, and we have to write a program that is going to decide whether our customers get approved for a mortgage or not. So there'll be some conditions based on what our manager has told us. So the client has to have savings greater than or equal to £20,000, and they must be debt-free. If both of those conditions evaluate to true, our program will approve them for a mortgage, and then we'll just lend them 5 times their salary. Okay? So that is what we have to look forward to in this tutorial. So we're going to create a fictional client just for the sake of it, really. So we're going to have like client name, client savings, whether the client is debt-free, and their salary. Obviously, it's not ideal, putting all this information into just separate variables. Really, you'd want to wrap that in an object, but we haven't covered objects yet in this course, so we're just going to create our variables. So I'm going to say let client name be equal to Rachel Dawes. Welcome to our bank, Rachel. So what are your savings? So Rachel tells us that she has saved £25,000. Awesome. Good job, Rachel. Now we want to ask Rachel, are you debt free? She says yes. Awesome. So we say let is client debt free. I've gone for a capital C there, just make a note of that. And then Rachel, what's your salary? She says she earns £42,000 a year. Good for you, Rachel. Let client salary be equal to 42,000. Awesome. Okay. Right, so we have our details. We don't really need to use Rachel's name, I guess. Really, we just want to find out if we can lend to her or not. So we're going to create a function called will mortgage be approved. And you already know, based on the rules of Kent Bank and our manager, what they've informed us, the client has to be debt-free and they must have savings greater than or equal to 20,000. We'll check their savings first and then if they're debt-free. So basically, you should know what to do. Use the function keyword, give your function a name, pass in two arguments. The function will be defined with two parameters, so we're ready to receive in the data as arguments. Then we just do an if statement, and we'll use the double ampersand. So if condition 1 and condition 2 are both true, return true, else return false. So we have function will mortgage be approved. I suppose I could just say mortgage approval. Mortgage approval, that'll be a simple, true or false. So mortgage approval. So two parameters, savings and debt-free, or debt status. Yeah, debt-free is fine. Then we have our curly braces. So inside of here, what we want to do is we want to do our if statement. If the client has savings greater than or equal to 20,000 and if they are debt-free, we will return true. So the first thing you want to do is just check savings. So you say savings greater than or equal to 20,000 and if the client is debt-free, so you could say and if debt-free is equal to true. What you can do as well if you want is you can just wrap the first condition inside of parentheses and the second condition inside of parentheses. Okay, and then if both of those conditions are true, we can just return true. In other words, mortgage approval or mortgage approved has been granted. Else we're going to return false. We're not going to lend to this person. They're not going to get mortgage approval. So basically, application rejected, I'm sorry to say. Okay, awesome. Now, some of you will probably know you don't actually have to have debt-free as strictly equal to true. You can just delete all of that as want and just check to see debt-free. Because remember, if we were to pass in Rachel's details, we're passing in is client debt-free, that'll be a Boolean true. We're passing in true, so that'll be hard-coded true really, because that'll be true. Well, it's not hard-coded because the data can change, but essentially we'll be checking to see if savings is greater than or equal to 20 and if debt-free is true. I'll put it back to strictly equal to true for now, just for user readability, but you can delete that if you want, because checking to see if debt-free is strictly equal to true, it's really just the same as just checking debt-free, whether it's truty or falsy. Okay, awesome. Now what we want to do is we want to pass in Rachel's details to our function. We'll store that in a variable called lending decision and then just log out the lending decision to the console. So now we're going to say let lending decision be equal to, so this is now where we're going to call or invoke our function. So it's the mortgage approval function, and we want to pass in two arguments. So the first one is savings has been defined as a parameter for the function. So Rachel's savings here are stored in the variable client savings. So you can just paste that in. I'll type it out. So client savings. Okay, so client savings. I'm now taking Rachel's details. So remember, 25,000 is what Rachel saved. It's stored in this variable. I'm passing that in as an argument that will be going into our mortgage approval function. And then basically, is Rachel debt free? What's her status? So let's paste that in. So what do you think is going to happen? Well, basically, we have our variable lending decision. We're assigning that the value of mortgage approval, the function, but we've passed in our arguments. So we're passing in client savings. So remember, client savings is 25,000. So 25,000 is the value I'm passing in here to the function, and that's being passed in, received here as an argument. So now we're checking to see if 25,000 is greater than or equal to 20,000. That evaluates to true. And is the client debt free? Well, we have a variable here. Is client debt free? That's equal to true. So we're passing in true here. That is being received there as an argument true. So now we're checking to see if true is strictly equal to true. So basically, condition 1 and condition 2 both evaluate to true. Therefore, we return true. Rachel has been approved for mortgage approval. So we can log that out to the console. So we can say console.log lending decision or lending request approved. And then we'll just say lending decision. Okay. Now if we save and refresh, let's have a look. And we get lending request approved. Okay, awesome. Now that we've been approved, however, we want to let the client know how much we're going to lend to them. So then we can do is an if check. We can say if lending decision is equal to true. And remember, I do have access to lending decision here because this lending decision has been declared in the root of the document. So it is a global variable. That is why I'm able to just get access to it here in that if check. So if lending decision is equal to true, basically we want to first of all calculate the mortgage amount. So we'll say let mortgage amount be equal to the client salary. So client salary. And again, we have access to the client's salary because it has been declared globally in the root of the document. That's why I have access to it down here. So client salary, and we're going to lend them 5 times their salary. That is the policy of Kent Bank where we work. So now we have our mortgage amount. Let's let the client know how much we're going to lend to them. We'll just will we log it out to the console? Yeah. We'll say console.log. Let's do backticks because I want to embed the variable mortgage. So let's say congratulations. Let's do Rachel's name. So client name. Congratulations, Rachel Dawes. You have been approved. You can borrow. You have been approved for, and then the mortgage amount variable. Okay. So now if I save and refresh, let's see how much Rachel can borrow. So lending request approved is true, and we say congratulations, Rachel Dawes. You have been approved for £210,000 sterling. Okay, awesome. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. Really what we did is we created 4 variables here. So client name is Rachel Dawes, client savings 25,000, is client debt free, that was assigned a Boolean value of true, client salary 42,000. Then what we did was we defined or created our function here. So here is basically where we defined our function, and down here is where we called or invoked the function. This is where we called or invoked function and passed in the details. So for our function, we just used the keyword function. We called it mortgage approval. Inside of the parentheses, we have 2 parameters, savings and debt free. So that information is passed in as arguments, and we're just checking to see if client savings is greater than or equal to 20,000 and they are debt free, we will return true. Remember, with the AND operator in JavaScript, or the AND logical condition, both sides have to evaluate to true, and we return true. Else we return false. Then what we do is we call upon our function, we pass in the client savings, in this case 25,000, and the client's debt status to get our lending decision. If that is returned to us as true, we then just log out to the console, lending request approved, and then if it is true, we then run this if statement where we basically calculate the mortgage amount and log it out to the console. Okay. Remember, we don't enter that if statement if the client is not approved for a mortgage. So we could just basically write some logic for that saying else you've not been approved. But I'll let you do that. So guys, that's it for this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, welcome back. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you a different way in which we can write functions in JavaScript. So far, what we've been doing is we've been writing function declarations. You use the keyword function, you give the function a name, and then you define your function. You decide whether it has parameters or not. You have your curly braces, and in there is the code block, the code that will run when the function is called upon. So that is a function declaration. You can also write a function expression. So a function expression is a function that has no name. It can be stored in a variable. You'll often hear people refer to them as anonymous functions. Anonymous functions because they have no name. So in this tutorial, I'm just going to show you difference in terms of the syntax, how you can structure functions. And then in the next tutorial, we'll talk about how they behave differently because the behavior is different. It's treated differently by JavaScript. So let's just create a function called sayHello using a function declaration. So all we would do is write out the keyword function, give the function a name, sayHello, parentheses. I won't define a parameter, and all this function does when you call or invoke it is basically just says hello. Okay, so the function has been defined, but we haven't called or invoked the function. Remember, we have to call the function for it to fire, for it to run. So all I need to do is just type out the function name, sayHello, semicolon. So now here is where I'm calling or invoking this function here. So if I save and refresh, go down to the Google Chrome browser, we get hello. Okay, awesome. So that is how we can write a function declaration. We've seen function declarations before. But one key difference is where the function declaration has a name, a function expression does not. It is a function without a name. So how would you create one? Well, what we can do is we can actually create a variable and assign that the value of an anonymous function, a function without a name, and this is all known as a function expression. So I'll just use the const keyword because suppose just give you a bit of context here. You're typically going to create a function declaration if you know you might be using that function multiple times in your code, where a function expression, maybe you're only going to run the code once, so you don't really want to give it a name, and maybe even declare it globally. You just want to do it one time. So what you do is you say var let const, we'll do const, and we'll store it in a variable. So the variable will have a name, sayHello, and I'm going to assign this variable the value of a function that has no name. Okay? And then inside of here, I'll just say console.log hello. So what I've done is I've actually declared, or sorry, I shouldn't be saying declared. I've created a function. I've used the function keyword, okay? And we have our parentheses. But you notice the function actually doesn't have a name. What I've done is I've assigned an anonymous function, a function with no name, into this variable called sayHello. So all of this together is known as a function expression. It is a function without a name, and this variable has been assigned the value of a function. So you're probably wondering, how would you call or invoke then a function that has no name? Well, we've stored it in the variable sayHello, so all you need to do is write out the name of the variable that the function has been stored in. So if I now call or invoke sayHello, we should still get hello in the console. Remember, the other function has been commented out. So we get hello, and just to prove it is this one, I'll say hello you, waka waka waka. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm so sorry. I'm such a weirdo. Save and refresh. So you get hello you, waka waka waka. So in other words, we've created a function. So using the keyword function, we have our parentheses here. No parameters been passed in. Opening curly brace and closing curly brace. And all of this code will run when that function is called or invoked. The function has no name, and we've stored it in this variable called sayHello. Okay? So key takeaway from this tutorial, just be aware that you can write functions in many different ways. We already saw this with loops, for example. We saw how you can write a for loop, a while loop, and a do while loop. There's another type of loop that's very popular called the for each loop. So there's different ways of writing loops. There's also different ways of writing functions. So far, what we've seen are function declarations. We use the keyword function, give the function a name, and then we create our function. With a function expression, we have a function that has no name, sometimes referred to as anonymous functions, and we've stored that in a variable, and all of this together is known as a function expression. Okay, that's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Hi everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you about pirates. I'm joking, but I haven't actually lost it, don't worry. Basically, when the pirates used to be on the pirate ships, they would hoist up the flag, okay? The flag up the pole, hoisting, that idea of bringing something up. And hoisting is actually something that happens in JavaScript, and how JavaScript can actually treat function declarations and function expressions differently. Okay? Right, now, in this course, what we've done so far is we've maybe declared a variable like hero name, assigned it the value of Superman, and then after that, log something out to the console and access that variable. So for example, maybe say let hero name be equal to Superman, semicolon to end the statement, and then maybe we log that out to the console, console.log. I'll do double quotes. Maybe we're saying, I think Clark Kent's real name is, and then hero name. Well, what do you think is going to happen? Well, what's going to happen, quite simply, you've seen this before, is, well, we've declared a variable called hero name. We've assigned it the value of Superman. So we're just going to simply log out to the console. I think Clark Kent's real name is hero name, which has a value of Superman. So if we save and refresh, we get, I think Clark Kent's real name is Superman. Okay, so that's kind of behavior that we've seen before. But I have a question for you. What was to happen if I was to delete this line of code here and put it up there? Now I'm trying to say console.log, I think Clark Kent's real name is hero name. Well, is this going to work, right? Because previously we've defined the hero name and then tried to log it out to the console. Where here what I'm doing is I'm trying to log out a variable that it's actually been defined or declared underneath. So what's going to happen? I mean, does JavaScript even treat that variable like it exists? Well, let's find out. We get an error. Cannot access hero name before initialization. What JavaScript is essentially doing is giving out to me. It's saying, you've initialized the variable hero name here and assigned it the value. So you can really only access that after initialization has taken place. So if I paste that code back down underneath where I've defined it, we're no longer going to get an error. But that's very interesting. Okay, it's very interesting about JavaScript. Now, my question for you is, what happens if I do that with a function declaration and a function expression? What's going to happen? So if I create a function called say hello, no parameters, and it simply logs out hello you to the console, what happens if I try call or invoke the function up here? So just a moment ago, I tried to log out Clark Kent's real name. Clark Kent is the real name. Just a moment ago, I was trying to log out a variable hero name with a value of Superman to the console. But JavaScript was given out to me saying, no, you cannot log that out before initialization. Well, what about function declarations? So do you think we're going to get the same error, that I'm trying to call or invoke a function before it has actually been defined? Well, let's find out. What do you think is going to happen? Do we get an error, or do we log out hello you to the console? Well, if I save and refresh, we actually get hello you. So we're not getting the same behavior we just saw a moment ago. And this is the concept of hoisting in JavaScript. So what JavaScript is doing is it's hoisting the function declaration. So function declaration will be hoisted to the top of the file in JavaScript. Essentially what's happening is JavaScript is saying, okay, I see this say hello function, but it hasn't been defined or declared. Let me go look throughout the file and see if I can find it. And it's almost as if JavaScript is taking this function and hoisting it above where we've actually made a call to invoke the function, okay? Now the key thing is, JavaScript will not actually do this for function expressions, okay? So if I now create a function expression, so remember, a function expression is a function with no name. So if I say function, and we just log out hello to the console, and then I store this function in a variable, so we're going to create our function expression. If I say let say hello be assigned the value of this function, we saw previously that to call or invoke this function, we simply need to write out the name of the variable and add parentheses. Okay, so the function has been defined. We have this anonymous function with no name. We've assigned it into the variable say hello. So say hello has been assigned the value of a function, and to call or invoke it, we just write out the name of the variable, and then we have our parentheses. So we've seen this before previously, so that should work for us. But now what happens if I do the same thing I just did a moment ago with the function declaration? If I if I delete, cut and paste that code there and paste it up here, and I save, what's going to happen? Well, let's have a look. We're going to get an error. Cannot access say hello before initialization. So it was the same thing with the variables. So the key point is this. In JavaScript, if you write a function declaration, JavaScript will hoist up the function. So you can actually call or invoke a function before you've declared it in the document, okay? JavaScript will not do this for function expressions. For this reason, some people actually prefer working with function expressions, the whole concept of, you really should define a function before you try invoke it. So that's just something to be aware of. So the key takeaway from this tutorial is JavaScript has this concept called hoisting, okay? And it will treat a function declaration different to a function expression. JavaScript will hoist up the code from a function declaration, but it will not do that from a function expression. I know that sounds a bit complicated, but we're going to get a lot more practice with functions over the next few tutorials and over the rest of this course. So I'll see you in the next one. Okay, awesome. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to create a guessing game where the user has to guess a number between 1 and 1000. Don't worry, I'm not a complete psychopath, because if the user guesses too high, we're going to tell them they've guessed too high, and if they've guessed too low, we're going to tell them they've guessed too low. So hopefully they'll be able to get it, in around 6, 7, 8, 9 guesses. So I've already written out the code just so I can demo the game to you. So I genuinely don't know what the answer is. I'll take a few guesses and then we'll code it out together. So if I guess the number 1, hopefully I don't win. So I guess too low. If I guess the number 999, I guess too high. So what I'll do is I'll just start taking midpoints. So if I guess 500, I guess too low. I'll go up to 750. I guess too high. I'm going to go to 850. Oh, sorry, I guess too high. So I'll go to 600. I guess too low. Right, we'll go to 650. Guess too high. Okay, I'm going to go for 625. Too low. Let's do 640. Too low. 645. Guess too high. All right. 644. Guess too high. 642. Ah, congratulations, I won. Okay, so it took me a few guesses. So that is essentially the game we're going to code up. So here is how I did it. I'll talk us through it and then we'll delete the code and we'll write it out together. Basically, at the very end here, we have our call to invoke the function play game. So basically, I've used the function keyword. We have a function here with no arguments to be passed in, so no parameters defined there. It's a play game function. We have the opening curly brace and the closing curly brace down the end, and everything in between is the code that's going to run when the play game call asks or tells the function to run. So what I do is I say mat.random and times that by 1000. Then I floor all of that, so discard whatever is after the decimal place, and I just add 1 to it just to give us a number between 1 and 1000. Okay? I store that in a variable number. So we've seen the mat object before, so this is the mat object. So if you use dot notation, you can call an inbuilt method. So a method is just a function that's already been defined in JavaScript. We've been writing our own functions, but we'll start talking more about methods, i.e. an inbuilt function in JavaScript, a superpower that's already available to us as we go through the course. So we've seen mat.random before, we've seen mat.floor before. Then what I do is I just prompt the user to guess a number between 1 and 1000. So that's just a string there. We've seen strings before. We're prompting out the message. Then what I do is I wrap all of that in parentheses and just basically convert it to type number, and then I store it in user guess. Then what I do is I just create a Boolean variable. I say let user wins and assign it the value of false. And because that Boolean has a value of false, I'm able to use that as a condition to run the while loop. So our game really, a lot of it is run inside of the while loop. So basically, we know, we've seen while loops previously, that if this evaluates to true, whatever condition we are evaluating, it'll run the loop. So while essentially user wins is not equal to true and user wins is equal to false, while user wins is not equal to true, so initially it's false not equal to true. Well, is false not equal to true? False is not equal to true, so that evaluates to true, therefore we enter the loop. Now, the first condition I test for is if the user wins. If the user guesses the right number, what I do is I just assign user wins a Boolean value of true, so I override the value of this variable here, and basically that breaks us out of the loop. We won't enter the loop again, okay? Because then what we're testing for is true is not equal to true, true is equal to true, so true not equal to true would evaluate to false. Hence the loop stops running. And then I just let the user know they won. I just alert out, congratulations, you won. Then what I do is I have an else if, and basically I just say if the user guess is greater than the number they're supposed to guess, I just say alert, you guessed too high, and then they have to guess again. So I just say user guess is equal to number, prompt guess a number between 1 and 1000. If they guess too low, so if user guess is less than the number, I just alert out that should be you guessed too low, that was a typo, and then I prompt the user to enter a guess. Else, if something else happens, I don't know what could possibly happen, I just alert out system error and please guess again. So this is all the code we're going to write in this tutorial. So just delete that, press save, so all the code is gone, and just refresh, so now nothing happens. So we're going to code this out together. Well, we know, first of all, we need to create a function. So we're going to have our function. I called it play game. So this function is not going to have any arguments passed into it. So we have our curly braces, we have our parentheses, and then we have our curly braces. Let me just take a sip of water. I'm so sorry. Awesome. Okay, that was really good water. Now what I need to do is I need to create a variable. I'm going to call it number. So this is the number the user has to guess. I'm going to say let number be equal to, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say mat.random to generate a random number. Okay, we've seen mat.random before. It goes from 0 up to like just less than 1, so 0.99999. What I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply that by 1000, okay, and then I'm going to floor that. So we've seen mat.floor before, mat.floor. So really what I'm doing here is I'm passing mat.random times 1000 into mat.floor, and it'll just disregard everything after the decimal place. So that actually basically gives us a number between 0 and 99999. So if I add 1 to it, we get a number between 1 and 1000, okay? So that's what that piece of code does there, semicolon to end the statement. Then what we want to do is we want to get a guess from the user and store that in a variable. So I'm going to call it user guess. I'm going to say let user guess. I'm going to use camel case there, so note that the G is a capital letter. And I'm going to assign that the value of number and then prompt. So really with prompt here, all I'm doing is just prompting the user. I'm saying guess a number between 1 and 1000. And then remember, if the user presses a key on their keyboard, that is of type string. So I just wrap it inside of number with a capital N, and basically then the user guess is now of type number. And that just helps when we're doing the comparisons, checking the the number of type number basically with the user guess, which we do not want to be of type string. Then what we need to do is we need to keep track of whether the user has won the game or not. So initially the user has not won the game because they haven't even taken a guess. So we know we can keep track of whether something is true or not in JavaScript by using Boolean true or false. So we have to store that in a variable. So I'll say let user wins be equal to false. Okay, so when the game starts, user wins, the Boolean variable that keeps track of whether the user has won the game or not, that is assigned a value of false. And then what we do is we have our while loop. So we have while, our while keyword to create a while loop, some condition we're testing for inside of parentheses, and then our opening and closing curly brace. So we want this loop to run while the user has not won the game. So we can say while user wins is not equal to true, okay? Then what we're going to do is we're going to do our check to see if the user has won the game. So we have various conditions to check for. So for example, has the user won the game? Have they guessed too high? Have they guessed too low? Did something else happen? So let's just test for if they are very lucky and get the number right in the first go. So we have our if statement. So now we're just going to check to see if user guess. So remember, user guess is when we prompt the user, we ask them to enter a number between 1 and 1000. If they do that correctly, we convert it to type number and store it in the variable user guess. So now we're comparing to see if user guess is equal to number that the computer has randomly generated, because we've used mat.random to get a random number between 0 and just under 1. We've multiplied it by 1000 and we floored it. Oh, and I forgot to add 1. Awesome. I'm glad I checked there. Okay, so now if user guess is equal to that number, they've won the game. So first of all, before we tell them, we want to just update the value of user wins to be true to make sure that the game stops. So basically, we just say user wins is equal to true. Remember, we've already declared the variable user wins up here, so you don't need to use the let keyword here because the variable has already been declared essentially. And then what we need to do is just alert out to the user, let them know that they've won. So we'll do it in capital letters. We'll say, congratulations, you won the game, which is pretty awesome. Congrats to them. Then what we need to do is, in the else if, we're going to check to see if the user has guessed too high. So we can check for that by saying if user guess is greater than the number that the computer generated. If that's the case, we basically need to alert out to the user that they've guessed too high. So we can say alert, you've guessed, you guessed, you have guessed, you've guessed. Whoops. Let's just do, let's keep it simple. I don't want to be escaping strings in this tutorial. Let's just say you guessed too high. Awesome. And then basically what we need to do is we need to get the user to guess again. So let's just copy this code here and paste that in. Then we have our check to see if the user has actually guessed too low. So if user guess is less than number, what do we want to do? Well, we want to let them know that they've actually guessed too low. So we'll say alert, you've guessed too low. Just want to care about our code. So I just want to indent that slightly for readability. Awesome. Okay. So alert, you've guessed too high. No, you've guessed too low. Awesome. And then I just want to prompt the user to guess again. And then lastly, I just want to have a condition in case something else happens. So maybe they actually type in a message or something. You know, I don't want the game to break. So basically, the computer will alert, you know, system error, or I have no idea what's going on. So we'll say system error, try again. And yeah, that's, oh yeah, and we also need to get them to guess again. Okay, awesome. Okay, so let me just review this, make sure I'm happy with it, because I forgot to add a 1 there, I apologize. So I haven't called or invoked the function yet. So if I go to my file, sorry, if I go to Google Chrome, nothing has happened. So as you can tell, I have no idea what the number is going to be here. We could console it out in the, you know, console.log number, but it's kind of more fun for me recording if I don't know the answer. So we'll just play one more time. So basically, right before I call or invoke the function, so I need to call the function. Actually, let's call the function. Let's play the game, and then we'll just talk through the code again. So play game. Right, this is going to play now. Have I done everything correctly? So we function, play game. We have our number. That looks good. Yeah, user wins. Okay, I'm happy this is going to work. So let me just play it one more time, and then we will talk through the code. So I'm going to guess 500. I guess too low. I'll do 750. I guess too low again. All right, I'll do 900. I guess too high. I'm going to do 850. I guess too low. If I do 875, I guess too low. All right, if I do 888, I guess too high. What about 885? Guess too low. All right, 887. Guess too high. 886. Congratulations, you won the game. Awesome. Okay, great. So guys, I'll just talk you through this briefly. So remember, basically, when we write all of this code inside of our function, we have to actually call or invoke the function to start the game. So that's what I do down here. I basically write out the name of the function, play game, parentheses, no parameter is defined here, so no arguments passed in, semicolon to end the statement. The game is now being played. So I've used the function keyword because we're writing a function. We have given it a name of play game. There's no parameters defined. We have our opening curly brace here and our closing curly brace there. So everything in between is part of the play game function. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get the computer to basically generate a number. And the computer does that for us. So what we do is we basically say math.random to get a number between 0 and just under 1, and we multiply that by 1000. We pass all of that into mat.floor. So the mat object is built into JavaScript, and we can call .floor, this inbuilt method, to essentially round down. So that gives us a number between 0 and 999, and by just adding 1 at the end of this expression here, we basically get a number between 1 and 1000. We store that in the variable number. Then what we have to do is we have to prompt the user to guess a number. So we have prompt here, and inside of parentheses we have our string. We say guess a number between 1 and 1000. We convert that to type number because that will help us with the comparisons later on, and we store that in a variable called user guess. Then we need to keep track of whether the user has won the game or not. So we basically keep track of that in a variable called user wins, and we've initially signed that the Boolean value of false, because how can the user have won the game if they haven't even guessed yet? So that is set to false. Then we have our while loop. So the game is going to be playing while the user has not won, i.e. while user wins is not equal to true. So we've seen the while loop before, we've seen negating, and then what we do is we have our checks. So if hypothetically the user guesses the right number in the first go or in any go, we say if user guess is strictly equal to number, so they're the same value in the same data type, we basically update that the user has won the game. So user wins is now true. So user has won, and we basically just alert the user to let them know that they've won. Remember, if user wins is equal to true, we'll break out of the while loop. The while loop will stop running, because then what happens is user win will have a value of true, and we're checking to see if true is not equal to true. That will, evaluate to false. The condition no longer evaluates to true, therefore the while loop no longer runs. If hypothetically the user has not yet won the game and the game is in session, we're in the while loop. If they guess too high, if the user guess is greater than the number they need to guess, we just alert out you guessed too high, and we prompt the user to enter a guess again. If conversely they guess too low, we do the check and we let the user know they've guessed too low. We say alert, you've guessed too low, and we ask them to guess again. Else, if something else happens, I just say there's an error and I ask them to guess again. If you wanted to make this more interesting, you could even limit the user to number of guesses to add a bit of pressure. Hopefully you're getting more comfortable now with JavaScript as we go through the course. I will paste this code in the video underneath. I hope you enjoyed that one, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, welcome back. In this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to arrow functions in JavaScript. So an arrow function is a more concise way in which we can define or create functions in JavaScript. It was introduced a few years ago as part of ES6, and essentially it's kind of considered a more modern, almost a more cool way of writing functions. Now, when you're writing when you are writing an arrow function, you don't need to use the function keyword. So we can write a function without using the function keyword. And there are some differences between the functions we've been writing up to now, the function declarations versus arrow functions. So rather than me talking, the best thing to do is for us to write an arrow function in JavaScript. So we're just going to do one that just logs out to the console, hello world. So previously what we would do is we would use the function keyword. Maybe our function will be called hello world. We'd have our parentheses, then we have our curly braces, and we just log out console.log hello world. Okay? If I save and refresh and go to the browser, we know that's going to work. Why is that not working? I never called or invoked the function. Apologies. Hello world. Save. I was actually confused there. Okay, hello world. Awesome. Right. So that is the old way of us writing a function. I'm just going to get rid of the call to log that out, and I'm going to comment this guy out. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to write out that function again, but do it as an arrow function. So what I can do is I can actually basically use the keyword const, then provide the function name. So hello world, okay? Then what I do is I use an equal sign, then I use parentheses. The parentheses are going to be empty because this is a function with no parameter defined. Then we're going to have an equal sign and a chevron. So this thing here looks like an arrow. Notice how the text hello world is after changing color. And then what you do is you just have your opening and closing curly brace. We can put a semicolon here at the end, and in here we can just log out to the console hello world. If I say console.log hello world, okay? And if I want to call or invoke the function, all I need to do is just say hello world and have parentheses at the end to call or invoke that. So what we should do now is we should see hello world with 2 exclamation marks. So if I save and refresh, we get hello world. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is how we can create an arrow function in JavaScript. It is a bit intimidating when you first see it, but we're going to do a few examples throughout this course. We'll probably do more than a few if I'm being totally honest. But essentially, what I've done is I've used the keyword const, then I have the name of the function, hello world. Again, note the use of camel case. The second word has a capital letter, so capital W. Then I use an equal sign. Then I have parentheses. Then I have like this little arrow looking thing, so it's the equal sign and then the chevron. That's why they're kind of called arrow functions, because this here looks like an arrow. Then we have our opening and closing curly brace. We have all the code in between the opening and closing curly brace that will run when the function is called, and we have a semicolon at the end. Just one thing to note, JavaScript does not hoist arrow functions. So if I was to try call or invoke the function before it's been defined, if I paste that there and save, we're actually going to get an error. So let's have a look. Uncaught reference error, cannot access hello world before initialization. So that's one key difference between arrow functions and function declarations. The way we've been writing functions in this course so far, essentially JavaScript will not hoist arrow functions. So in that way, it forces us to write cleaner code where we define the function before we make a call to the function. When I say call the function, I mean, invoke the function. We're telling JavaScript, hey, go call that function. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. I'll see you in the next tutorial. So this is a more modern and concise way of writing functions in JavaScript. The syntax is considered more concise and cooler. Key difference is really, in terms of syntax, you don't need to use the function keyword. You have this cool little arrow thing here. You can use const before the function name, and if you want to call or invoke the function, just write out the name of the function and then parentheses. Okay, so this was our first arrow function in this course. We'll do another one in the next tutorial, and then we'll do arrow functions with 1 parameter, 2 parameters, etc. That's awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, in this tutorial what we're going to do is we're going to write an arrow function with one parameter defined, so an arrow function that is expecting to receive a piece of data passed in as an argument. So what I'm going to do is we're going to create a function called triple number. I'll do it the old way using a function declaration first, just so you see how it's written. Then we'll do it as an arrow function, and then I'll show you how you can actually really shorten the syntax of an arrow function if there's only one parameter. So that's what we'll do in this tutorial. It's going to be a short tutorial, but hopefully I don't scare you off. Arrow functions can be a bit intimidating when you first see them, but we're going to be basically using them for the rest of this course once we get past this section. Okay, so the old way, what we would do for the function declaration, so function declaration is we would use the function keyword. So we've seen this many times before. Then what we're doing is we're giving our function a name. So I will call it triple number. We have our parentheses and we have our curly braces. So inside of the parentheses, you have to decide whether this function is taking in an argument or not. It is, because I want to pass in a number as an argument and then return that number times 3 to triple it. So we know we need to define a parameter here inside of the parentheses. So I'll just call it number, and then what we'll do is we will just return number times 3. And if we call or invoke this function, so if I just say console.log triple number times 3, so if I pass in the number 3, for example, we're passing the number 3 into the function triple number. So the function triple number receives 3 as an argument passed in. We return the number, i.e. 3 times 3, we should get 9. If I just save and refresh, because we're logging it out to the console, we get 9. Okay, awesome. I'll do one more example. If we were to do that again, but maybe pass in the number 2, we should get 6. Okay, so I pass in the number 2. What are we doing here? Well, what we're doing is we're taking this number 2. That's the piece of data or the argument that we're passing into the triple number function. So our function is defined up here. So we pass in the number 2, our function accepts it, and then it just returns 2 times 3, so we get 6, and then we just log that out to the console. So if I save and refresh, we get 6. Awesome. Now what we're going to do is we're going to write out that code again, but we're going to do it as an arrow function. Okay, so I just press Control and / to just essentially comment out that code, because if I want to use the same name for the arrow function. So we've seen how we could do this. We say const, give your function a name. I'm going to call it triple number, equal sign, parentheses, equal sign and chevron, i.e. that's why it's called an arrow, opening and closing curly brace, and we can put a semicolon there at the end. And remember, even though this is an arrow function, because it's going to be expecting, a piece of data passed in, we're going to pass in an argument, we have to define a parameter. We'll just call it number again. So number is just a parameter. And what is this arrow function going to do? It's just going to return whatever number is passed in times 3. Okay, and all of that is valid syntax, and this will work. So if I say console.log triple number, if I pass in the number 5, we should get back the number 15. So what are we doing here? We're just logging out to the console whatever this result is. So we're passing 5 inside of parentheses to the triple number function. So we have const, the name of our arrow function, triple number. We have the equal to. Then inside of parentheses we have our number, that's our parameter. We have an equal sign and the chevron. So this looks like an arrow. We have our opening and our closing curly brace. And in between the opening and closing curly brace, we just return number times 3. Okay, so this is how we basically write the same code but as an arrow function. So if I save and refresh, we get 15. So that still works for us. Okay, awesome. Just a couple of things to know. If we wanted to, we could actually make this function, this arrow function, even shorter. So one key thing to note is this. If you are writing an arrow function and there is only one parameter, so if there's only one parameter defined, you can actually remove the parentheses, okay? So I swear you can do that. If I just delete the opening and closing parentheses, this will still work for us. So if I save and refresh, we're not going to get any errors. The function still works. So if I change the data passed in the argument to 10, so 10 times 3, triple number, our triple number function will return 30. So just to prove this to you, so we still get 30. So basically, if you're writing an arrow function and there's only one parameter, you can delete the parentheses. You cannot do that if the arrow function has no parameter, and you cannot do that if it has multiple parameters. But if there's only one parameter, you can actually delete the parentheses. You can also make this even shorter if you want. Because there's only one line of code here, what you could do is actually bring that all up to the same line. So if I just press delete, okay, we're able to do that. So we appear to have a double semicolon. So actually what we could do is we could delete that guy, okay, and that's still going to work, okay. So if I save and refresh, we should get hopefully no error. So we still get no error. And believe it or not, you're actually able to shorten the syntax even further. Because it's all on the one line, you can actually delete the word return and then the parentheses, sorry, the curly braces, I should say. So if I actually delete return, if I delete that and I delete this, that's still going to work. So I know the syntax looks absolutely insane, but it's still going to work, right? If I save and refresh, I'll prove it to you, and I'll just talk about what we did, okay? Basically, we have a const, we have our function name, okay? We have our equal sign. We have our parameter here. Because there's only one parameter, we actually are allowed to delete delete the opening and closing parentheses. So I'm happy to leave it in, but just note you can delete it. And then because there's only one line of code, we can actually just put that on the same line. But you know, if you want that to be down a line, you can. You can just basically restore the parentheses, the curly braces like so, and then just do return. Okay, and let's just delete that guy and bring that back up. Okay, so that'll still work for us. Okay, awesome. So guys, that is the arrow function in JavaScript with one parameter. So I'm happy to write it out like this for now. I don't want to make it too concise and confuse you, but just note, if you're creating an arrow function with just one parameter defined, you can delete the parentheses, but you cannot do that for an arrow function where you have no parameter defined. You still have to use your parentheses, or if you have multiple. And then, like I say, if you want to, you could essentially delete all of that up to the same line, and that will still work for us. Okay, awesome. I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. In the next one, we'll create an arrow function with two parameters just for practice. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Okay, so far in this chapter 3 of the course, functions, I've showed you now how to create functions, how to use the function keyword, function declaration. We've seen a few arrow functions, we've seen hoisting. So hopefully you're getting a bit more comfortable with the syntax of functions. What I want to do now in the next couple of tutorials is write functions that kind of does something that actually is a bit cool, rather than just being like, here's a function kind of thing. So I'm going to give you an assignment for this tutorial, and hopefully you can do it, and then pause the video and see if we get the same answer. I want you to code up the Fizz Buzz challenge, okay? So we're going to do the Fizz Buzz challenge from 1 to 100. It's a very popular programming concept. I personally never played the game as a kid, but basically what it is the first person has to shout out the number 1, the next person has to shout out the number 2, but when you get to the number 3, that person actually has to shout out Fizz. Any number that is a multiple of 3 or divides unevenly to 3 with nothing left over, you have to say Fizz. Then you say 4, but then the next number is actually 5, you have to say Buzz. Any number that divides unevenly to 5 is Buzz, but any number that divides unevenly to both, so 3 and 5, i.e. multiples of 15, you have to shout out Fizz Buzz. Okay? Okay, so, but 45 wouldn't divide into 3, would it? Does 45 divide into 3? It does. Interesting. I was just curious. Okay, so basically, so it'd be 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz, fizz. Anyway, here is the instructions, okay? So I want you to try code this out. So in terms of what you'd have to do, well, you know, first of all, you're going to have to create some sort of function. I'd like this to be in a function, okay? Then what I want to do is, you know, you're going to have to, first of all, log out numbers 1 to 100, get your loop working. So let's do a for loop. So we'll have a for loop inside of a function. And then inside of that for loop, we're just going to do our checks, right? So the first block could be the if block. We'll have an else if, and then an else, right? So that is how I would do it. Please feel free to pause the video and see if you can get this working. Otherwise, you can code along with me. I'd rather you try to do this yourself. So first of all, I'm just going to do a function declaration. So I'll just say function. I'm going to call the function Fizz Buzz. Okay. The function will not have any arguments passed in. Although if you wanted to make it more interesting, you could actually ask the user how many, what number they want to count up to. So that would actually be kind of cool. Okay, great. So we've created our function Fizz Buzz. Now what we want to do is we want to have some sort of loop. So we know we want to count from the number 1 to the number 100 inclusive. So we've seen loops before. So we just have our counter variable that we have to initialize. So we could say let I be equal to, I'm going to start the counter at 1. Don't want to start it at 0 because we want to log out numbers 1 to 100. And then our for loop is going to run while some condition is true. I want to run while I is less than or equal to 100. I've used the equal sign because I want to be inclusive of 100. I want to include 100 when we run our loop. And then after each loop iteration, I just want to increment our counter variable I using I++. So ++ is the increment operator, which you've seen before. Okay, awesome. Then what we need to do is we need to start doing our checks. So the first condition I'm going to check out for is actually Fizz Buzz. If I, it basically is both a multiple of 3 and 5. So we've seen how we can use the logical AND to check 2 conditions in JavaScript. And we've seen with the Modulus Operator, we can check if a number divides in evenly and then leaves something left over. So any number that divides in evenly to 3, apologies, so 3 mod 3 would be 0, right? And then we can do the same for 5. Any number that divides in evenly to 5 and nothing left over. So I mod 5 would be a multiple of 5. So what we'll do is we'll just create both our conditions that we want to check for. So I'm going to have some water. I'm so sorry. Okay, so if I divides in evenly to 3 and there's nothing left over, we know that that number is a multiple of 3. 3, 6, 9, 12, etc. But we want to check if I also divides in evenly to 5 and nothing left over. So we'll just copy this code here and we'll write I mod 5 strictly equal to 0. So I'm checking for both conditions. Checking to see if the number divides in evenly to 3 and if the number divides in evenly to 5. And if that's the case, we can log out Fizz Buzz. const.log Fizz Buzz. Okay, awesome. Now we want to check to see for fizz. So if the number divides in evenly to 3, nothing left over. So we can say else if, then we want to basically check for a condition here. Else if I mod 3, I'm not going to copy the code above, I just want to type this out line by line with you, so we're just talking through the code. So else if I mod 3 is strictly equal to 0, we want to run our code. So you can say console.log fizz. Awesome. Okay. Then we're going to have our else if. We want to check to see if I divides in evenly to 5. I'll just create a bit of space between these the way I did above. Why is else if given out to me? I'll come back to that. I think it just wants the final else. Did I forget a I forgot the curly brace there. Awesome. Okay. Right, I'm gonna get into trouble with my, sorry about this. So So hang on. Opening bracket. Do I need another one of these? I believe I do. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Nesting can get difficult sometimes. Okay, so we have our function called Fizz Buzz. We have our for loop for let I equal to 0. We're going to run the loop while I is less than or equal to 100. I++. We have our opening curly brace for the for loop, which corresponds to here. Our closing brace for the function, and then the else there. Awesome. Okay. Right. So if the number divides an evenly to 3, and the number divides an evenly into 5 with nothing left over in both cases, we log out Fizz Buzz. Else if I mod 3 is strictly equal to 0, so if the number divides an evenly to 3, so 3, 6, 9, etc., we log out Fizz. Else if the number divides an evenly to 5, what we'll do is just log out Buzz. Console.log Buzz. Else, what we need to do is just log out the number that we're on, so the counter. So that would be 1, 2, 4, etc., right? So I hope all this makes sense. And then what we need to do is just call or invoke the function. So I'll just say Fizz Buzz, and there we go. Right. Let's see if our code works, and then we'll talk through it again. So if I save and refresh, we get 1, 2, Fizz, yeah, 4, Buzz for 5, Fizz for 6, 7, 8, 9, Fizz, etc. And you see Fizz Buzz there. Awesome. Okay, so that is how you can write up the Fizz Buzz solution for numbers 1 to 100. Okay, awesome. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. What we did basically is we used the function keyword. We called our function Fizz Buzz. We have our opening curly brace and our closing curly brace, which I obviously got into trouble here in this tutorial. But we have our for keyword. Then we have our conditions for the for loop. So we're going to run our loop we're going to start our counter variable at I. So the loop starts at I is equal to 1. I is our counter variable. We're going to run the loop while I is less than or equal to 100. So run from 1 to 100. We're going to increment I++ after each loop iteration. And then we're just doing our conditions, right? So we're just checking basically to see that if the number divides an evenly to 3 and it divides an evenly to 5, we just log out Fizz Buzz. Else if the number divides an evenly to 3 with nothing left over, we log out Fizz. But if the number divides an evenly to 5 with nothing left over, we log out Buzz. Did I say Buzz there? I meant to say Fizz. And then else we just log out the counter. Okay, I've talked too much. That was awesome. That's the Fizz Buzz solution. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Okay, what we're going to do in this tutorial is just get a bit more practice with creating functions in JavaScript, functions that actually do something. So in this tutorial, we're going to create a function called flipCoin. And what we're going to do is we're going to generate a random number. We'll just use mat.random the way we've seen before. And we know that'll give us a number between 0 and just under 1. And what we'll do then is we'll just have an if statement where basically if the random number is below 0.5, we will return heads. Else we will return tails, and we'll just log that out to the console. Just to get a bit more practice with functions, this is a JavaScript for Beginners course, so if you're watching this, you might be new to JavaScript and functions. So I'll let you decide if you want to use the function keyword and do a function declaration, or if we'll do an arrow function. In the last tutorial, we did a function declaration, so I'd like us to do an arrow function in this tutorial. So what I'll do is I'll use the keyword const, give our function a name. I'll call it flipCoin. Note the use of camel case there. We have our equal sign, we have our parentheses, and then our equal sign and chevron, i.e. our little arrow. And then we're going to have our curly braces. And all of the code in between here will run when the function is invoked or called. Okay? So inside of this function now, what we can do is just generate a random number. I'm going to say let random number be equal to, and I'm going to say mat.random and parentheses. So we've seen this before. So this will generate a random number between 0 and like 0.99999. So basically between 0 and 1, but not quite. Okay. And then what we're going to do is, based on that random number, we're going to basically return either heads or tails. So if random number is less than 0.5. What I want to do is just return heads, else I want to return tails, okay? So this is just a very basic function that just returns if a random number, that just returns if a coin flip was heads or tails. And then what we can do is store that in a result. So we'll say let result be equal to, and we're just going to call or invoke our flip coin function. So flip coin, so to store the result, so heads or tails, of this arrow function into a variable, we say let result be equal to, and we know we need to call or invoke the function by writing out the name of the function and then having our parentheses there, okay? And remember, there's no argument or parameter defined for this function. We're not passing in, you could if you wanted. We could code up how many times do you want to flip the coin, and based on that run a loop. So you could do that if you wanted. So let's just say console.log results. And let's see what we get. And we get heads. If I refresh again, heads, tails, tails again, heads, tails, 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 heads, tails. Awesome. Okay, so guys, that is how we can create a function that just mimics the result of a coin toss in the real world. This function basically returns heads or tails, and one of the great things about using mat.random is we can get the computer to basically generate a random number and make a decision off that. We've seen that before. Okay, awesome. So guys, that was that tutorial. That is how we can create a function to flip a coin in JavaScript.